After Shiki awakens the blood of Anki and defeats the Momotaro commander Tsubakiri, the Momo Corp responds with full-scale annihilation against him and all Kishin children. Seizing this moment to rise in rank, Shinya sets his sights on Ichinose, gathering forces to claim Shiki's head. Will he succeed? And what new Momotaro threats await as the class heads to Tokyo for further training? Let's find out. Three weeks after the clash with Tsubakiri, Midano's class made their way to Tokyo. Their aim was to observe the operations of various units, but above all, their primary objective was to learn. With that in mind, they began their task with a mix of seriousness and tension. Shiki, on the other hand, was visibly drowsy upon arrival. He grumbled that even though they were technically in Tokyo, they are in Hikarigoka, which he claimed was basically a step away from Saitama. He sulked, disappointed that he wouldn't get to stroll through or shop around places like Shinjuku as he had hoped. Someone then called him out and asked if he came there just to slack off. When asked what their purpose was, Shiki mumbled that it was to study. The voice responded firmly that he should not underestimate Hikarigoka, or Saitama either. Half awake, Shiki quickly apologized. The one he is speaking to, as it turned out, was none other than their teacher, Mudano Nato, currently operating under the alias Kondo. Due to the recent events in Kyoto, they all needed disguises and aliases to carry out this assignment. Midano's hair had turned light to match his new identity, while Kugasaki's, in contrast, changed from blonde to a darker tone. His alias was now Shun. Shiki had his hairstyle altered, and his alias became Natsu. Albugora, with shorter hair, adopted the alias Meiho. Yaroshi now had longer and lighter-colored hair and went by Shinji. Yusurube used the alias Shinichi, while Sazanami, who also had grown-out hair, was now known as Hina. As for Kiriyama, his two distinct cowlicks were now flattened, and his alias was Goru. Mudano informed them that they would first rest at the hotel for the day, but that they needed to be ready for the bullet tour early the next morning. He lamented that if not for the incident in Kyoto, none of their original plans would have been disrupted. Their unreasonable schedule clearly bothered him. Suddenly, Mudano handed Shiki a slip and instructed him to go to the location written on it after the tour the following day to have his blood drawn. Shiki was confused and asked why. Mudano simply said his blood needed to be examined. With that, Shiki followed the rest of the class as they headed to the hotel. With his head lowered while walking, Shiki suddenly lifted his gaze and noticed something that caught his attention. He saw the Hikarigoka Park Festival. Surprised and delighted to realize that a festival was happening in October, he immediately had an idea. Since resting technically meant having free time, he figured it would be alright to check out the event for a bit. He headed toward the festival grounds and was amazed by the sight. There were rows of stalls, crowds of people, and lanterns lighting up the area. It was clear that this was a good idea. While strolling through the bustling grounds, he spotted two children playing nearby. One of them burst into tears, upset that he couldn't win the prize. Shiki looked over and saw that they were trying their hand at target shooting. The crying child told his older sister about his frustration by his inability to win. When Shiki looked more closely at the game, he noticed how small the target was for the first prize, which seemed unfair. He approached the siblings and asked if they wanted him to try and win the prize for them. The little boy curiously asked if he really could. Even the stall manager expressed doubt, stating it was impossible. When Shiki asked who the man was, he said he was the manager of the booth, known as Taro, but said Shiki could call him Sherry. Shiki couldn't help but ask if he's on something, but shrugged it off and confidently declared he could do it. He told them to just watch. Taking position and preparing to shoot, Shiki fired, but was shocked to see two pellets hit the number one target at the same time. Puzzled by how that happened, he realized someone beside him had fired as well. What followed was an unspoken challenge. The two of them began hitting more targets, firing simultaneously and landing perfect shots one after another. The store manager couldn't believe what he was witnessing, while the children were visibly thrilled. As a result, the two won a mountain of toys. Taro was still in disbelief that not a single shot had been missed. The young boy stared at the man who had competed with Shiki, and the man smiled, showing him one of the toys. He said the cute toy wanted to go home with him. The boy's eyes lit up, and he nodded, grateful and happy when asked if he'd take care of it. Meanwhile, Shiki proudly showed off his own prizes to the boy's sister and gave them to her as well. She remarked that while the other guy's prizes might look cooler, she should still take these. She thanked him sincerely. A few moments later, the long-haired man handed Shiki something and told him he did a great job. Shiki thanked him and complimented him in return. Curious, Shiki asked if he liked guns. The man said he absolutely did. He was in love with how beautifully they reload in-game. Shiki said he understood, adding that newer games had even more impressive detailing. When the man asked if he had watched videos from Max Sakai's YouTube channel, Shiki replied that it was great, but he personally preferred Hickok 45's channel. The man was impressed. It was the first time he'd met someone who actually knew that channel. Shiki smiled, realizing they had something in common. The man suddenly realized he hadn't even introduced himself yet. He told Shiki his name was Mikado, written with the characters for God and Gate. When he asked for his name in return, Shiki almost blurted out his real one, but remembered just in time what Mudano had said about using aliases. So he introduced himself as Natsu. Mikado asked if he was born in August. Shiki said no, it was February. Mikado laughed, suggesting maybe his parents just had a unique sense of humor, since Natsu also means summer. Shiki then asked if it was okay to drop the honorifics, or maybe it was too soon for that. Mikado agreed and casually added that he was 19 years old. That surprised Shiki. He hadn't expected Mikado to be older than him. But Mikado just shrugged, saying that generally speaking, they were both still minors. Shiki found the generalization kind of weird. Curious, he asked if Mikado was a university student. Mikado shook his head, removed the coat he was wearing, and revealed that he was actually a police officer. Shiki was visibly shocked to hear that. He admitted he didn't exactly have the best experience with cops. Mikado laughed a little and said he figured most people probably felt that way too. When Shiki asked why he became a police officer, Mikado looked up and said that he simply wanted to protect people from bad guys. Something like that. Shiki was impressed, and Mikado thanked him for the compliment, though he admitted it wasn't always easy. He pointed at someone nearby as an example, a muscular guy in a tank top with a mohawk. At first glance, Mikado said, the man looked dangerous. But earlier, he had caught a fish while goldfish scooping and happily gave it to a little boy who didn't catch any. Despite his looks, the man probably is a good guy, Shiki said. Mikado agreed. He said that ideally, he wanted to be able to judge for himself whether someone was bad or not, of course within the bounds of the law. Shiki asked if that wasn't already a pretty good approach. Mikado explained that his boss was the complete opposite. His superior was the type who was hell-bent on climbing the social ladder. He couldn't exactly refute what they believed in, but he figured the difference came down to what each of them valued. Shiki understood what he meant, saying that his teacher was the same. Mikado sympathized and said it sounded like his teacher was just as tough to deal with. Shiki then asked if any of that really mattered. He said that Mikado was his own person and that his boss had nothing to do with who he was. It would be a waste to let someone else dictate how he lived his life. Besides, he added that he would rather vote for his way of thinking. Mikado hadn't expected that response and laughed, clearly impressed. He told Shiki that it was refreshing to hear something like that from someone so young. Embarrassed by the compliment, Shiki told him to stop. Mikado chuckled again, then stood up and said he had to get going or he'd end up getting yelled at. Before leaving, he asked if Shiki could share his contact info with him, saying he hoped they could meet again sometime. Shiki agreed, but explained that he didn't actually live in the area. Curious, Mikado asked where he did live, and Shiki vaguely replied, up there. Mikado laughed at the strange answer and said he was pretty funny. Shiki then remembered what Mudano told him, that after their tour the next day, he needed to go to a certain location to get his blood tested. Still, he figured he'd be free in the evening, so he said he was available then. Mikado invited him out, and Shiki accepted. Finally, Shiki's contact number was saved in Mikado's phone. Mikado thanked him, saying he really had a good time. As they parted ways, he encouraged Shiki to keep pushing forward and jokingly called him Mr. Public Servant. A few moments later, the two finally parted ways. Mikado went off to meet up with his superior, apologizing for being late. It turned out that his boss was none other than Shinya, one of the commanding officers of the Momotaro Corporation. Shinya immediately asked where he had been the whole day. Scratching his head, Mikado casually replied that he got lost. This only irritated Shinya. who scolded him, asking if he even understood why they went through the trouble of disguising themselves as police officers. The whole point of the plan was to locate Ichinose Shiki. Their disguises were supposed to make it easier to gather intel, so he told Mikado to cut the nonsense. He reminded him that, as a deputy commanding officer, Mikado should start acting more seriously. It was revealed that both of them were actually part of the 13 units of the Momotaro Corp, and Mikado's full name was Mikado Momotaro. Mikado simply nodded, saying he understood and would be more careful next time. Though internally, he still couldn't believe he got yelled at like that. He admitted to himself that he was partly at fault. Even so, he felt that today had been an unexpectedly interesting day because of that one encounter. The same could be said for Shiki, who was also thinking about Mikado, calling him an interesting cop. Both of them felt that they had made a new friend. Yet, what neither of them realized was that they were on opposing sides. The following day, Mudano briefed his students on their itinerary. First on the list was a visit to the patrol unit stationed in Nerima City. They headed straight to the Tougen bookstore, prompting curiosity among the students about why a tour would start at a regular-looking bookstore. Mudano simply told them to go in and reminded everyone not to wander off again, clearly alluding to Shiki's solo festival detour the night before, for which he got reprimanded. Yoroshi couldn't resist teasing him, calling him stupid for it. Inside, Mudano browsed the bookshelves and selected a few titles. Soon after, he approached the store clerk, who was deeply engrossed in reading, and said he would take that one. Without looking up, the clerk asked if he wanted them grabbed. Mudano replied that he already had what he needed. That made the clerk glance at him and asked if they were Mudano's party. He added that the information they were looking for could be found in Nerima, and if there was any book they were after, they should feel free to ask. As Shiki browsed more titles, he admitted he had expected something similar to Kyoto's setup, but after all, theirs was a headquarters. The clerk explained that most of their members were usually out on reconnaissance missions, so the place was enough. He pointed to a locked section and noted that high-level information was stored underground. The patrol unit's primary work involved covert ops like surveillance, disguises, investigations, geographic surveys, and so on. They were the ones gathering intel on Momo Corp's activities and warning others about incoming attacks. Yoroshi immediately thought that being in the patrol unit didn't seem like his thing, while Yusurube began to wonder if he might actually be suited for that kind of work. Next, they were introduced to the medical unit, which focused on health maintenance, surgical care, disease management, therapy, rehabilitation, and more. Besides treating combat injuries and providing general medical services, they were also tasked with examining Oni living in hiding. A scene showed an Oni doctor checking a patient's chest with a stethoscope. Biaobugora found the idea of saving lives appealing. Lastly, they learned about the combat unit, those on the front lines against Momo Corporation. This path came with the reality of death, scars, torture, weaponry, violence, tactics, martial arts, mental strength, destruction, stress, isolation, and more. Yet, despite all that, Yoroshi felt sure that was where he belonged. After that, Mudano wrapped up the tour by explaining that the following day, each student would visit the unit they were most interested in for an in-depth study. The class looked completely worn out, prompting Mudano to tell them not to look so defeated over something like that. He then reminded Shiki that he still had to go for his scheduled blood extraction, to which a very tired Shiki replied with a sarcastic yay. So he headed straight to the place he was instructed to go. There, he was greeted by the doctor-researcher named Mariaki. She welcomed Shiki and said she had already heard about him from Mudano. She pushed him inside and asked if he was the Kishin kid. She found him extremely cute. In Shiki's thoughts, he found it hot to meet an older woman in an apartment complex. And there were so many big ones about her too. Mary picked up a syringe and injected Shiki in the arm to draw blood. In just a moment, it was done. Shiki couldn't believe it was that quick. Mary explained that it was just a blood extraction after all. Shiki rolled down his sleeve and thought that was all it really was. While staring at her melons, he thought she was kind of hot, so maybe that was okay. Mary noticed it and seemed confused. Shiki had suddenly averted his gaze and got flustered. Because of his reaction, Mary, without hesitation, lifted her crop top and revealed her huge melons. She said that if he wanted to look, she was okay with it. Because of that, Shiki's soul drifted toward the heavens as his mind overheated. She asked him if he did not want to see the melon after all. Mary pulled her top back down and asked if it was because he was still a virgin. If that was the case, she then asked if he wanted to do it. Shiki began to sweat and couldn't respond properly. He didn't expect any of this and asked why. Mary was surprised as he sat there stunned. She walked away and said it was her red days, so for now, that was as far as it goes. Unless, of course, he was the type who liked that sort of thing. She added that once he experienced a curvy girl like her, only that would satisfy him. Shiki remained in shock, unable to believe what she was saying. In his thoughts, he believed she might have lost her mind. He was wondering if she was teasing him. So he quickly stood up and said he would be leaving now. Mary was surprised and asked if he didn't like big busts. She then expressed her annoyance at girls with small and cute boobs. As Shiki left, she went straight to the terrace and thought about the question he asked earlier. It was hard to tell a sweet boy like him that he should start making as many memories as he could while he still could. She peeked at him from above and said that it was because it didn't seem like he had much time left in this world. As Shiki walked back, he had a nosebleed. Because of everything he just experienced, it looked like he would not be needing any fat material for some time. It was already nighttime and Shiki was still spaced out when he met up with his new friend Mikado at another location. Mikado greeted him and said he arrived early. Shiki then asked what he wanted to do. Mikado noticed that he seemed out of it and was staring all over the place, so he asked if he was alright. Shiki simply replied that it had been a while since he last watched a movie. Mikado liked that idea, so they just headed to the cinema. They noticed the poster for the movie A Man Loved by a Gun, and Shiki thought there would be a lot of shooting scenes in it. Mikado agreed and said it looked perfect for them to watch. And so Shiki said he would go buy cola and popcorn and asked what Mikado wanted. To which Mikado replied that he would just have a latte, prompting Shiki to comment that he was kind of fancy. A few hours later, Shiki was seen sobbing because the movie turned out to be so sad. It was the story of two childhood friends who reunited only to find themselves on opposite sides of a battlefield. He had expected the movie to be action-packed and full of gunfights, but instead, it turned out to be a deeply emotional story. He was devastated at the thought of the two friends having to fight to the death. He added that the movie poster was misleading. Because of that, Mikado asked what he would do if the two of them ended up as sworn enemies and met on the battlefield. He asked if he would shoot him. Shiki was caught off guard by the question and thought deeply. He recalled what Mudano had said about their war being between the Oni and the Momo. He just looked down and said he didn't like talking about those kinds of things. Mikado reassured him that it was just a hypothetical question anyway. So Shiki looked up again and thought, if it were up to him, he would go straight to the person responsible for starting the war and find a way to end it without anyone dying. Mikado then commented that his solution was extremely idealistic. But Shiki replied that it was fine, since the question was hypothetical, so there was no problem with giving an unrealistic answer. But truthfully, if there was someone he truly could never forgive in that situation, and he thought of Samidari, then he said he would kill that person. The aura around Shiki changed when he said that, making Mikado pause. Shiki then turned the question back to Mikado, asking what he would do. Just as Mikado was about to answer, his phone rang and he excused himself. He took out his phone and saw that it was his boss calling. Shiki was surprised and said being a police officer seemed hectic. Mikado apologized and said he would just message him later. He also thanked him. Shiki said goodbye and wished him good luck with his work. And since it was already late, he figured he should head back too. Just then, his own phone rang. He got nervous when he saw that it was their sensei. When Mudano told him to come back, Shiki replied that he was already on the way. Mudano insisted that there had been an accident, so he needed to come back right away. Shiki grew worried upon hearing that. A few minutes before Mudano called Shiki to say that an accident had occurred, Mudano and his students were all walking together in a hurry to get food. While they were on their way, two children walked past Kogasaki. He overheard the younger one asking her older sister to wait up. He looked over as the two girls crossed the street, keeping an eye on them for a moment. The two chatted about what they'd be having for dinner, hoping it would be Hamburg steak. They were clearly excited. Kogasaki continued watching them as they crossed with the walk light on. However, barreling down the road was a speeding truck. Inside, the driver had fallen asleep, drooling and snoring at the wheel. The truck was heading straight for the two sisters, and Kogasaki immediately grew tense. The older sister pulled her younger sibling, while Kogasaki yanked off his gloves and used his blood eclipse release, drawing blood from his thumb. With it, he created a blade and slashed one of the truck's tires, causing the vehicle to veer off course. Instead of hitting the girls, it crashed into the pillar of a nearby bridge. Medano's class turned to look when they heard the loud crash, startled by what had just happened. A truck had apparently charged in out of nowhere and caused an accident. Smoke filled the area from the impact. At the pedestrian lane, the younger girl cried over her sister, who lay on the ground. She desperately tried to wake her up, and Kogasaki was overcome with worry. Just then, Mudano tapped him on the shoulder and asked if he had used his blood. He said they had to leave immediately before the Momotaro could find them. Every street had CCTV after all. Over at the control center, an alarm sounded after Oni blood was detected near 7th Street in Hikarigaoka, Nerima City. One of the agents exclaimed that they'd caught a dumb one. A female employee forwarded the Oni's location and video clip to the surrounding Momotaro units. But even while working, she found herself thinking about how she just wanted to go home and drink. One of the Momotaro who received the intel was Shinya, who was heading down the stairs. He noticed that the location of the target was so close to him. Back at the hotel where Medano's class was staying, the students rushed quickly into their room. He told them that the security cameras on the streets were definitely linked to the Momo Corporation. Every time an Oni uses their blood, it triggers a response that immediately sends information to the Momo Corporation. They had to relocate right away. He told everyone to get ready in just 40 seconds. Mudano then received a call from the person he had met earlier at the bookstore. The man said he was aware of their situation and that he would guide them to a hideout where they could take refuge. The location was a narrow alley tucked behind a busy street. Inside it was a sealed manhole. That hideout was normally used by the patrol unit. It was a place where they shared intel in person, held meetings, and stored confidential information. Mudano asked if that wasn't the same thing they did at the used bookstore, to which the man answered that the bookstore was only used as a front when they were gathering information undercover. Places like that served as decoys to distract the Momo and buy them more time. Moments later, the group proceeded to the designated patrol unit hideout underground, a space used by operatives stationed around Nerima City. The area was quite spacious and several other Oni were also present. The man informed them that one of their unit members was already on the way to pick up Natsu. Mudano expressed his thanks. When asked what they would do after that, he said they had no choice but to return to the academy. Kiriyama seemed relieved upon hearing that they'd be leaving. However, Yaoroshi couldn't accept it. He said they barely got to do anything there, and now they were just being told it was over. He asked if Mudano even realized how frustrated he had been ever since Kyoto. Because of how loud he was, some of the others nearby overheard and commented, asking what in the world he was going on about. They talked about how they had some nerve to talk like that when they were the very reason the group ended up in such a dangerous situation. Some of the other Oni below called them damn amateurs for recklessly using blood right in the middle of their own town. Upon hearing that, Yaoroshi got irritated and asked what they were talking about. Kugasaki, meanwhile, remained quiet on the side. Just then, the one they called Natsukuin, Shiki, arrived. He immediately asked what had happened. After hearing the story, he was overjoyed to learn that Kugasaki had saved a child. He couldn't believe it. Of all people, he was the one who did that. He praised him, saying that was seriously cool. He hadn't expected it at all. Based on what he heard earlier, he assumed something way worse had happened during the accident. As he looked around, he noticed the hostile expressions on the faces of the other Oni. Yaoroshi commented that Shiki really didn't know how to read a room. But Shiki was still confused. He honestly didn't get it. He felt like what Kugasaki did deserved praise. One of the patrol unit members laughed and was amazed at how naturally Shiki said it. Despite the mood in the room, he just spoke his mind straight. Not knowing how else to respond, Shiki simply thanked him. Mudano then approached Kugasaki and told him that what he did earlier wasn't wrong. However, it wasn't the right thing to do either, given the situation. He poked him on the head and told him that for now, he should focus on improving her combat skills. That way, next time, he might find a way to handle things without using his blood. Shiki then commented how surprised he was that Kugasaki saved a kid. He honestly thought he was the type who would just kick children out of the way while walking or something. Yusurube was caught off guard by that kind of prejudice. However, Kugisaki just replied that he couldn't save them. He said he couldn't save them again. That made Shiki curious as to why did she say again. Just then, the patrol unit member returned and said their rooms were ready. Mudano addressed the group and told them they'd be leaving before sunrise. Until then, they needed to get some sleep and conserve their energy. Outside, Shinya and Mikado were talking. Shinya asked if he saw it. Those Oni were right near them. Mikado replied that he did, all while watching something on his phone. They still weren't sure if that kid was Shiki or someone else, but the chances of confirming it were quite low. And even if that idiot who used their blood in the middle of town wasn't Ichinose, the intel they got might lead them to some other scum. Once they caught those people, they could squeeze them for information. And if not, then they could always kill them. Mikado, however, stayed focused on his phone. He told Shinya not to kill that Oni. Shinya was shocked when he heard that. The video he was watching was from the CCTV footage showing Kugisaki. Mikado pointed out that he saved a child, after all. But Shinya responded coldly, saying as it was, they would have been a goner. Why should they even care? He called Mikado a dimwit, reminding him that an Oni is still an Oni. After all, they had already killed so many Oni. Mikado replied that he had no issue punishing those who hurt others. However, he wouldn't kill an Oni that saved someone. That was his personal rule. Still, if it would help them gather information, then he would go along with it. Shinya was annoyed by the mention of his personal rules. Irritated, he crushed an ant and said that he would kill any Oni no matter what. Otherwise, he couldn't move up in this world. In his mind, that was fine. Mikado's ability was too valuable when it came to killing the child of Kishin, so he would let him do as he pleased. In return, he would make sure that Mikado used the strength that made him worth keeping around, along with those eyes of his. With those eyes, Shinya was sure they would find their prey. That same night, back in the room, Kugisaki couldn't sleep. He sat on his bed, replaying the scene at the pedestrian lane in his head, the child crying over her unconscious sister. The memory wouldn't stop bothering him, and so he stood up from his bed and quietly left the hideout. He opened the manhole cover and walked back toward the streets. He had actually gone to the hospital, looking for the young girl who had nearly been run over earlier. When he asked about her at the reception desk, the woman there grew curious and asked if he was referring to the girl who had just been brought in. She apologized, saying they couldn't let him in since visiting hours were already over. Realizing there were set hours for visits, Kugisaki thought he just wanted to know how the girl was doing. Still, there was nothing else he could do. When the receptionist asked if he was a relative, Kugisaki said he wasn't. He explained that he had just been at the scene of the accident, and that was why he was asking. The receptionist mentioned that the driver had fallen asleep at the wheel. She felt bad for Kugisaki, thinking the incident had troubled him. As he was about to leave, she suddenly said she wasn't really supposed to say this, but the girl was fine. She had only been brought in for examination, so it wasn't anything serious. Kugisaki was surprised to hear that. The receptionist added that the girl had hit her head while protecting her younger sister, but thankfully, there was no serious injury. She paused when she noticed how relieved Kugisaki looked, who then quietly said he was glad to hear that. The receptionist blushed, thinking he looked cute. She also commented that the girl's older sister was really admirable, protecting her younger sibling without hesitation. Kugisaki looked down after hearing that and remembered his own older sister carrying him on her back. He agreed that older sisters really were admirable. The receptionist blushed again, thinking he was such a cutie. Now that he knew the girl was safe, Kugisaki left the hospital. But just as he stepped outside, he was met with a strange sight. A group of men had suddenly surrounded him. Scanning them carefully, Kugisaki asked who they were. But instead of answering, they threw the question back at him, who exactly was he? One of them admitted that they didn't know anything about him, which made Kugisaki realize they weren't Momotaro. Let's rewind a few hours before that incident. At a club, a party was in full swing to celebrate the 5th anniversary of the Kanto Nuts Association. The place was packed, and one person even raised their glass and told everyone to just keep drinking and not let their glass run dry. Over by the couch, a woman asked a man wearing sunglasses if he was the president of a talent agency. The man said she could just give him a call if she wanted to meet someone. Suddenly, someone approached, and the man in sunglasses was surprised to see him at the party. It turned out to be Shinya, who was even carrying a bottle of alcohol. Shinya remarked that the place looked good. Still, he said he wasn't there to celebrate. he came for business. Without warning, he told the man to get the woman out of there. The man protested, asking Shinya to let him off for today since it was a party. But Shinya simply grabbed a glass, poured its contents over the man's head, and asked if he'd forgotten who made it possible for him to enjoy fine liquor and attend such parties. He asked if he had forgotten the one who pulled their small-time asses to the top. Shinya warned that he could just as easily drag him back down to the bottom of the hierarchy. If he didn't want that to happen, he'd better shut up and do the job. Drenched and shaken, the man quickly apologized and agreed, calling him sir. He then told the women around them to step out. Once only the inner circle remained, Shinya showed them a video of Kogasaki and ordered them to hunt him down. When asked who he was, Shinya said that wasn't something they needed to know. He told them to keep their eyes peeled when looking for him. When asked if he understood, the man replied that of course he did. With that done, Shinya opened the bottle he brought. He said they should enjoy themselves a bit before leaving, since it was good alcohol after all. Everyone raised their glasses, and Shinya promised that once they successfully tracked down their target, he'd make sure they all raked in loads of cash. They cheered to that, and to their future success. As they drank, Shinya silently observed them, a hint of excitement in his eyes at what was to come. Once the group had left, one of them asked if anyone had any idea who Shinya really was. The man in sunglasses admitted that he had absolutely no clue. All he knew was that Shinya was the reason they were as successful as they were now. His colleague was impressed by that. Still, the man said he couldn't really call it amazing. It felt like Shinya could see right through them, like he could see through everything. Shinya himself was shown smiling, one eye covered, and it turned out his eerie ability was exactly what they suspected. Even though he wasn't there in person, he could see everything from their point of view. Back inside the club, as he sat calmly on the couch, Shinya casually remarked that he could see it all, the world through their eyes. All at the same time, he could see what they were seeing. It was then explained that Momoiwa Shinya's has the ability that allowed him to see whatever others saw, as long as they had his bacteria in their bodies. This ability lasted for 24 hours and let him handle up to 36 separate points of view at once. While watching through their vision, something caught his attention. He told one of the men to look to his left. Confused, the man did as told, only to find himself near their target. He couldn't believe it. That was the exact person they were searching for. He glanced around, stunned at how Shinya knew. When he asked if they should take him now, Shinya said no, not yet. He knew those guys were losers who was no match for an Oni. He needed to think of a better way to bring him in. Still, he wondered why Kogasaki was wandering around like that in the first place. Then it clicked. Observing him again through his men's eyes, Shinya realized the truck that had gone wild earlier came from that direction. Based on Kogasaki's movements, he figured out what he was up to. He called another guy and asked if there was a hospital nearby. Upon confirming there was, he told him to sneak inside. But the guy hesitated. He was on probation and would be screwed if caught. Shinya didn't care. He reminded him that he was the one who got drunk and slept with their boss's woman. The man started sweating in fear. When he asked how Shinya even knew that, Shinya didn't answer and just said the boss would kill him if he found out. So, in exchange for keeping it quiet, he had to obey. He instructed him to leave 2 men behind to tail Kogasaki and meet the rest at the hospital. Moments later, someone approached Kogasaki and told him to come with them. They even offered him a ride. But Kogasaki refused. That's when one of them showed him a video on their phone. It was the girl he had tried to visit at the hospital, with a knife pointed at her. The man said he didn't really get it, but he overheard he was concerned for that child. Kogasaki was stunned as he realized who it was. The man coldly warned that it would be a shame if the girl got stabbed. Inside the hospital, the man who had taken the video was panicking. He thought to himself that he'd definitely go to prison if he actually stabbed her. Back to Kogasaki, the man told him that if he understood the situation, he'd get in the car. So Kogasaki had no choice. They tied his hands and seated him in the back between 2 men. Back at the club, Shinya was brimming with excitement, eager to see what he could do. A few moments later, the group Shinya had ordered arrived. When they looked for him, one man said that he was inside. They went straight to a vault-like panic room. One of them commented that he really couldn't stand that place. His companion agreed, saying no one can. Inside the room, there was a CCTV, and Shinya was laughing. He said he was lucky today. There was also a wooden punishment device in the room. Kogasaki brought there, topless and bound to a torture chair. He was asked if he was involved in the Kyoto incident with Ichinose, but he remained silent. The one interrogating him was Shinya. He grabbed Kogasaki's face and said they had clearly captured the right person. According to Yamogi's report, he was the blonde covered in stitches, and there was no mistake. If Kogasaki was here, then Mudano must also be nearby. In Kogasaki's mind, he already knew that Shinya was a Momotaro. Shinya added that if Mudano was around, then Ichinose had to be close too. He laughed loudly, wondering where the child of Kishin was now. He said he couldn't believe he had captured him. He got goosebumps from the thrill, and he couldn't help himself because the situation was just too insane. Kogasaki finally spoke, asking who would even care about that and calling him stupid. He said he should just leave and get himself off somewhere else. Shinya called him rude and said he should at least be excited like he was. He leaned in and said that after all, he was worried about what might happen to that brat in the hospital. Kogasaki looked alarmed when he heard that and asked what he planned to do to her. He also questioned when the Momotaro started using underlings. Shinya denied it and laughed, saying he had no idea what Kogasaki was talking about. He claimed those scumbags were just lurking around. He asked what would happen if something did go wrong with the girl at the hospital where those thugs were hanging out. Kogasaki asked if the Momotaro were now involving innocent people. Shinya simply placed his hands on Kogasaki's face and said that no one really knew, but at least he himself wasn't doing anything. He washed his hands of the matter. That infuriated Kogasaki, who called him scum. Shinya quickly backed off, realizing he had triggered him. He told Kogasaki not to do anything reckless and said he was sure he didn't want anything to happen to the girl. In Shinya's mind, it would be a big problem if Mudano and Ichinose were together in the same place. He admitted that would be too much for both him and Mikado to handle. He called over his sunglasses-wearing underling and ordered him to watch Kogasaki closely while he stepped out for a bit. The underling agreed, and Shinya reminded him to keep a close eye on him. Kogasaki asked where he was going, but Shinya just walked out and even stuck out his tongue while laughing. A few moments later, Shinya called Mikado, who was walking outside. When asked where he was, Shinya simply replied not to worry about it. For now, what mattered was forming an alliance. He told Mikado they'd go visit someone. Back at the patrol unit's hideout, Mudano was talking to his students. He showed them a note left behind by Kogasaki, who had suddenly disappeared. The note simply expressed an apology. Yao Roshi scratched his head, unsure of what was going on. Shiki agreed, noting that Kogasaki had been acting strange lately. He wondered what had happened since it wasn't his usual behavior. The patrol unit member remarked that they should move quickly before the situation worsened. Mudano added that the Momotaro had been on high alert since the recent incident and were surely mobilizing a full-scale search by now. The other Oni in the area grew alarmed when they heard this, realizing it could be a serious problem. Shiki then asked if the Momotaro in that area were really that bad. The patrol unit member answered that the ones in charge of Nerima City were all types of bad. The scene then shifted to a tall building where several Momotaro were waiting outside a room. Inside that room were Shinya and Mikado, standing in front of those they were about to meet. That Momotaro was busy stacking cards into a pyramid. When the structure reached a higher level, it collapsed, leaving him disappointed and sighing. As Mikado watched, he thought that they seemed familiar. He remembered seeing them at headquarters, but he believed this was the first time they were formally meeting. They turned out to be members of Unit 22 in Nerima City. One of them was their commanding officer, Momoka Tsukiyomi. Tsukiyomi commented that today's lucky item was a house of cards with 10 levels, and just as expected, it was a tough one. His deputy commanding officer, Mamakado Osuke, dismissed it and said it didn't matter even if he didn't do it. Tsukiyomi sharply responded that he shouldn't be an idiot because the fortune-telling of Myarimpa Wakako was absolute. Tsukiyomi opened his book titled 1 Year of Fortunes and said that if they lived according to its contents, they would attain happiness. However, Osuke scoffed at the idea, claiming fortune-telling was nonsense. When Tsukiyomi read the content, he warned Osuke that the month looked bad for him, even suggesting there was a possibility he might die. Osuke was unfazed, confidently stating to bring it on. Tsukiyomi closed the book and said that while it sounded scary, Myarimpa Wakako's predictions were incredibly accurate. Just as written in the book, they were about to receive rare visitors. It turned out those visitors were Mikado and Shinya. Tsukiyomi asked what their purpose was in coming there. Mikado quietly admitted to himself that he wanted to know that as well. Shinya, however, claimed they had something juicy to discuss. Osuke immediately stood and approached, demanding to know what juicy thing a trespasser like him had to say. He added that Shinya was far outside his jurisdiction, and he was well aware that meant he could kill him where he stood. Shinya remained unfazed, insisting they would be pleased once they heard what he had to say. Osuke ordered him to shut up, saying he was not to be trusted. Watching from the side, Mikado realized there were people who truly hated Shinya, despite being on the same side. Osuke then turned his back and asked Tsukiyomi what they were going to do with these two. Tsukiyomi thought for a moment and simply raised the book he was holding, saying he would consult with Mirimpa-sensei. Osuke insisted that he should be the one making decisions. But Tsukiyomi argued that he could not make a decision without knowing his fate. Whatever it was they wanted to discuss, he first needed to understand his own fortune. Osuke called him adult, accusing him of making no sense. He grew irritated, saying that fortune-telling had taken over Tsukiyomi's entire life. Even Mikado grew a bit concerned. Tsukiyomi opened the book again and began reading. A moment later, he seemed to have a moment of clarity. Overjoyed, he pressed his head into the book, proclaiming that Mirimpa's fortunes truly were absolute and always guided his path. It was written that the next step he must take to move forward was now approaching. This made everyone curious about what it meant. Shinya smiled and stated that the fortune-teller's words could not be ignored. He directly declared that he had a lead on the child of the Kishin. Everyone was stunned upon hearing this, including Mikado. Seeing their reactions, Shinya asked if they were finally interested in listening now. Back at the hideout of the Oni patrol unit in Nerima, Mudano stated that they should stop wasting time and begin searching for Kogasaki immediately. The patrol unit member agreed, saying they should not delay their departure any longer. Mudano added that they should contact the combat unit for assistance. Suddenly, a voice from behind interrupted, saying that the combat unit might not be able to act on this matter. The patrol member greeted the newcomer with a compliment and called him Commander Masumi. He was Yadagawa Masumi, the patrol unit commander of the Oni Corp in Nerima City. Holding the note left by Kogasaki, he said that Kogasaki had made the decision to leave and even left a note, meaning whatever happened from now on was his responsibility alone. Shiki asked if that meant they should just abandon him. Commander Masumi replied that if Kogasaki had chosen to move alone, then he should be prepared to face death alone as well. Shiki could not accept that. He asked if that was the reason why the combat unit would not help at all. Masumi then turned his attention to Mudano, commenting that he seemed busy and noting that it had been a while since they last saw each other. He could not believe Mudano was now just babysitting brats. He had changed. Mudano asked for the reason why the combat unit could not move. Masumi, slightly surprised, acknowledged that Mudano always got straight to the point. He explained that they knew 3 things for sure. First, that Kogasaki had been kidnapped. Second, that civilians were involved. And third, that the act was not done by the Mamataro of Nerima. Yaoroshi scratched his head upon hearing that Kogasaki had been kidnapped by humans. Masumi added that he had been taken by a gang known as the Kanto Nuts Association. Their method was typical of amateur operations, but the way they sealed the area hinted at possible Momo involvement. So they realized the Momo might still be involved after all. However, Masumi noted that it was not the style of the Nerima Mamataro to involve civilians, meaning it was likely that another Momo faction was behind the kidnapping. Some heartless individual who had no qualms about using normal people. Upon hearing the explanation, Mudano understood why the combat unit could not move carelessly. Shiki was confused by the conversation and said he could not understand anything. The patrol unit member then explained that Kogasaki had been kidnapped by a Mamataro not from Nerima. If the combat unit were to assist, it would leave Nerima vulnerable due to a lack of defending Oni. In a worst-case scenario, if the Nerima Momo, specifically Unit 22, decided to attack, they would be understaffed. As a result, many Oni could die. Shiki was impressed by the clear explanation and commented that he was a good teacher, prompting a laugh from the patrol unit member. Yusurube raised his hand and asked what would happen if they called a combat unit from another sector. Masumi replied that if they did that, who would protect the people within their jurisdiction? The difference between the Oni and the Mamataro, he explained, was that their side was always powerless due to being short-staffed. However, this time, they had Mudano present, Mudano Nato, the elite of Tokyo, and the combat unit. Masumi asked him if he thinks he had already forgotten the past, referring to the time he bathed the battlefield in the blood of hundreds of Momotaro. Shiki then asked if their teacher was really that impressive, while Yaroshi was liking where the conversation was heading. However, Masumi stated that he was a former elite now. He had lost that title ever since he became a teacher. Mudano did not respond to that, and simply asked if Masumi had already completed the necessary investigation on the gang. Masumi confirmed that they had already identified the location of their hideout. All that remained was to move in. Shiki commented that they were actually pretty thorough, which made him embarrassed about getting heated earlier, and so he apologized to them. Masumi replied that he was only doing his job and called him stupid. Anyway, since the combat unit could not act, he said that Mudano would be in charge of handling it. He also ordered the patrol unit member Kaoru to join them, to which Kaoru nodded in understanding. Shiki protested, asking to be taken along as well. Yaoshi added that they were not just going to be left behind to house sit. If that was the case, then he did not see the point of them even being there in the first place. Masumi was baffled by what he said, pointing out that they were not even capable of participating and should just stay out of it. However, Mudano had a different opinion. He said they should let them join. Masumi asked when he had started joking around. Mudano insisted that they were not just an ordinary school. Besides, this would be the best opportunity for them to gain practical experience. Masumi asked who even cared about being efficient. This time, Yusurube raised his hand, not to ask a question, but to declare that he had a searching ability, and he believed it could be useful in that operation. Masumi smiled at him and asked if he was hoping to join the patrol unit. Yusurube replied yes, because he believed his ability was suited for it. It might not be as useful as a combat skill, but at the very least, he thought he could help in that way. Masumi's ears rang at that phrase, and he grabbed Yusurube by the collar, shocking him. Masumi could not accept the use of the words at the very least. He asked if he thinks he could escape without fighting. He said they could not afford any wishy-washy resolve around there. He continued, saying that the people in the patrol unit were the ones on the front lines. It was true that they acted as support when combat began, but they were always in close proximity to the enemy and were the first to make contact. Collecting intel was only one part of their role. One mistake could cost someone their life. Or worse, they might be killed while someone tried to extract information from them. And they would never give up that information. They would rather die than reveal even the slightest bit of intel to the enemy. That was the kind of resolve expected from anyone wanting to join the patrol unit. And then, there's Yusurube. Masumi finally let him go and added that whether it was the medical unit or the combat unit, each and every one of them had that kind of courage. As Oni, there was no place for safety. Everyone in the Oni Corp lived on the precipice between life and death. He asked Yusurube if he had the guts to face that. Yusurube apologized. He explained that the reason he entered Resetsu was to prove that he could be useful. He had long carried the resolve to do so, even if it meant death. According to Yaoshi, it was more accurate to say that no one joined Resetsu without that resolve from the very beginning. He added that he would gladly die while fighting. Kiriyama shared his thoughts, saying that a pointless death was not ideal. Sazanami also said she was fine with dying as long as it was alongside the one she loved. Meanwhile, Bialbugora was not as confident. She admitted that she was afraid to die and just wanted to do what she could. Shiki had a different take. He said he could risk his life, but he would rather find a way where no lives had to be lost at all. That was why they should just let them join. If they refused, they would just go off on their own anyway. Would they be okay with that? Masumi was speechless at their statements. Mudano said that nurturing them was an important responsibility. Besides, the Oni were short-staffed anyway. Masumi could not do anything more. He said he understood, but he would not be accepting any sobbing from those brats later on. The whole class was thrilled because of that. Mudano began forming their strategy. First was the combat or subjugation group, which included himself, Shiki, Sazanami, Kiriyama, and Yaoshi. They would split into two groups, while Masumi would lead Kaoru, Bialbugora, and Yusurube in the recon or raid support team. Everything aside from the infiltration and reconnaissance leading up to the enemy territory raid would be handled by the combat team. Recon was now the support team's responsibility. A few additional members would also assist for first aid. They were reminded to keep that in mind. Mudano emphasized that the top priority was rescuing Kogasaki. As much as possible, they should avoid fighting. When someone asked if disguises were needed, he said that once they reached the hideout, disguises would no longer matter. It would just get more confusing when things got intense. He ordered them to prepare and change clothes immediately. Soon, Mudano's class was combat ready, already suited up in their Oni uniforms. Masumi pointed out that those uniforms were reserved for officially enlisted troops. He told them they better brace themselves. They were moving out in full force. And so, the group marched forward. But behind them, Masumi menacingly warned the group not to think this was a game. Back to the discussion among the Momotaro at the headquarters of Unit 22 of Nerima. Once again, Shinya stated that he had a lead on the child of the Kishin. Osuke confirmed if he heard it right, referring to the Kishin, and Shinya affirmed it. Shinya smiled and said that their plan was to be the ones to kill him, referring to Ichinose. And for that, they would need their help. Upon hearing this, Osuke was visibly angered as his surroundings seemed to darken. He demanded to know why they should help if all the credit would go to them. He warned them to choose their next words carefully, or he might just slice their heads open. Shinya and Mikado shuddered at the threat. However, Tsukiyomi tried to calm him down, pointing out that his short temper was his weakness. Osuke acknowledged it and admitted it was his bad. Anyway, Tsukiyomi expressed curiosity whether they truly needed their help for this. He remarked that the Kishin's child did not seem much of a problem, especially with Mikado involved. At such a young age, Mikado was already a deputy commanding officer. Tsukiyomi said he was well aware of his achievements. Mikado scratched his head and replied that perhaps they were expecting too much from him. In truth, he said he was not fond of conflict to begin with. How could he possibly be motivated to fight Ichinose when he did not even understand what kind of person he was? Like them, he was simply surprised to hear they already had their first lead. Osuke remarked that Mikado should stop being so cynical. He cracked his knuckles with a grin, eager to jump into battle. He said he would feel alive once he allowed himself to enjoy the fight. There was no better feeling than that. Shinya asserted that he would give him the opportunity to experience that rush again. Of course, he would not ask for a favor without giving something in return. He promised to give them the chance to defeat Mudano. Osuke was stunned to hear the name Mudano. He asked again if he meant the Mudano they all knew. At the side, Mikado asked who that was. Shinya explained that Mudano was the unmatched ace of the combat unit of the Oni, the one who single-handedly defeated 100 Momo. Word had it that he stepped down from his position since then. And just like in the Kyoto incident, both Ichinose and Mudano were currently in the same place. Shinya admitted that facing them both at once would be difficult. That was where they would come in. Tsukiyomi listened carefully as Shinya said they would handle Ichinose, and the two of them could take care of Mudano. It would be a win-win situation. Osuke then warned Shinya to make sure he was not deceiving them. Shinya replied that he would never lie in such a crucial moment. He said with full confidence that he would truly give them the opportunity to fight Mudano. Tsukiyomi thought about it carefully. He said that it was certainly no exaggeration to say that Shinya rose to the rank of commanding officer thanks to his skill in gathering intel. Osuke looked at him and asked what he wanted them to do, confirming whether they shared the same decision. In Shinya's mind, he was confident they would take the offer. Tsukiyomi opened his book again and explained that the reason he relied so much on fortune-telling was because luck existed in this world. Some people die young, while others live healthily past 100. All of that was simply based on luck. He closed the book and said that was the reason why he wanted to be guided by fortune-telling toward the best possible life he could hope for. He could not afford to get injured or fall ill and lose his freedom. If that happened, then he would no longer be able to fight again. Shinya smiled as he sensed that these two were true battle freaks, judging by the aura they gave off. Tsukiyomi added that even if it did not seem like it, he actually enjoyed a good fight. That was why they were on board with the plan. Shinya grinned as he happily accepted their decision. Inside, he was pleased that he had secured them. Suddenly, Tsukiyomi offered to read their fortunes to cheer things up. Shinya quickly declined, saying that for him, birthdays and blood types were sensitive information. He was not about to just give them away. Osuke was annoyed upon hearing that, and thought that was exactly why Shinya could not be trusted. On the other hand, Mikado had no hesitation and shared that his birthday was October 21 and that his blood type was O. He was curious to know his fortune. From the side, Shinya commented that he should not just give away his info like that. He turned around to leave and simply said whatever, telling them to finish it up by the time he returned from the bathroom. Tsukiyomi opened his book again to check Mikado's fortune. After a few moments, he said it was not bad. According to it, Mikado would form a long-lasting bond with someone he had just met by chance. Mikado was surprised and thought that it might be Shiki the fortune was referring to. Tsukiyomi was impressed that it was spot on again and said it was a bullseye. He pressed his face against the book and said that was just as expected from Myrimpa. However, he added that there was one thing that could ruin it. Mikado wondered what that meant. Tsukiyomi continued that the lucky pointer for the day was to walk on stilts. He said Myrimpa's fortunes were famously difficult, after all. Mikado responded that it sounded a bit too much. Tsukiyomi stood up from the couch and grabbed his stilts. He offered them to Mikado, who asked how he even had those there. Tsukiyomi said he had all sorts of stuff around, all for the sake of good fortune. Osuke then spoke up and requested that Tsukiyomi let him take care of Mudano. Tsukiyomi replied that they should try to play fair this time. A sign in their room displayed the message that divination predicts all. Meanwhile, in the bathroom where Shinya had gone, he made a call. It turned out he was contacting Kogasaki's guard. The person on the other end asked how long he planned to keep guarding him. Shinya admitted it was his bad, and that he was just a little busy at the moment. The man replied that he was getting cocky now. Shinya laughed at that and said there was water over there, so the guy should use it to cool him off a bit. Following his advice, the man poured a bucket of water on Kogasaki's face, making him cough. Shinya chuckled again and told him not to hold back. For now, he said it was okay to leave him alone. He instructed him to get out of there, since things were about to get messy. The person on the other line was surprised. Shinya added that they should vanish for the time being. He would head there as soon as he finished what he was doing. They could talk later. The man said he understood. After ending the call, Shinya looked at himself in the mirror and said that things seemed to be going smoothly. A building was shown in a crowded area, with structures lined up closely together. Near the area, Mudano's group was already positioned and ready. Masumi stated that the gang's hideout was inside the nightclub there. Someone suggested that they go in immediately. However, Masumi asked if he was stupid and told him to use his head. Before anything else, they needed to examine the situation. So, he ordered Yusurube, who had a scoping ability, to show them what he could do. Yusurube quickly prepared, took position on the rooftop, and activated his ability called Where Art Thou, which allowed him to detect people's locations using his blood. But he suddenly stopped and looked puzzled. Masumi asked what was going on. Yusurube admitted that he was having some trouble seeing clearly. However, Masumi expected that. He explained that there were several limitations to his ability. First, Yusurube could not move while using it. Additionally, it was difficult to get an accurate reading in areas with multiple building levels where people's positions could overlap. Yusurube grew uneasy as he remembered what had happened in Kyoto. Almost no one was left back then, which might be why he did not notice it. He was told that he still needed to work on improving his ability. When Shiki asked what they should do now, Masumi responded by asking what they thought they were even there for, then called them morons. He said he already knew they wouldn't be all that useful, so at the very least, they should take in as much as they could from this. He removed his gloves, and so did Kaoru, saying they are all on standby. They each drew blood from their fingers, and Masumi instructed them to keep watch. As he licked his thumb, he declared that the patrol unit was now getting down to business. Kaoru let his blood drip into a small vial. Now that they were no longer visible on the security camera, Masumi asked Kaoru if he could figure out how many people were inside and determine the layout of the place. Kaoru immediately replied right away. Yusurube then asked how he planned to do that. Kaoru showed a vial and explained that he could do it using that, his own blood. When he shook it, it was like a flood of information surged into his head. He only had to bring the vial close to his ear, and he could instantly determine the location of people and even the layout of the building. He said the sound reverberates, and through that, he could tell how many people were in a given space or even discern the structure of a building. He asked if they had heard how dolphins and bats emit certain frequencies to help them locate things. His ability was kind of like that, but in an amplified version. Usurube was impressed. Not only could Kaoru detect people, but also the building's layout. Kaoru confirmed that this was exactly his ability. On top of that, he said other people could also use his blood for the same purpose. Shiki became super excited upon hearing that, acting like a child as he said he wanted to try it too. He quickly shook the vial with full force. While he was doing that, Kaoru mentioned that the main problem was that most people found it extremely difficult to process that kind of information because the brain was flooded with data all at once. Shiki suddenly stopped, and Usurube asked what he saw. Kaoru warned that it could short-circuit someone's mind. And just as expected, Shiki couldn't handle it and ended up vomiting. He slumped to the floor and said he didn't understand a single thing. It felt like his head was going to explode. Off to the side, Kaoru noted from experience that only people with high IQs could handle that ability. Because of that, Yaoshi teased Shiki, calling him low IQ. Kaoru added that since Usurube had a similar ability, he figured he might be able to handle it. Usurube gently shook the vial, but even he ended up vomiting too. Yaoshi laughed at him too, saying he had low IQ as well. Kaoru explained that even he would develop high fevers if he pushed himself too far. He mentioned that there were even cases where people with similar abilities couldn't handle it at all. Kaoru let them keep the vial for 2 hours. And so Shiki grabbed it from Usurube and insisted that it was given to him too, and the two started tugging at it like kids fighting over a toy. Because of that, Masumi told them to stop messing around and just give the report already. Kaoru then noticed something strange. It appeared that there was only a single Oni inside the store. He spotted exactly where Kogasaki was. Shiki was sure it was their classmate. Kaoru pointed out that it looked like they chose the innermost room to hide him. Masumi licked his thumb and remarked that something felt off. He questioned why would they just let him live and leave him there. He wondered if it was a trap or if something had scared them off. Usurube then asked Kaoru about Commander Masumi's ability. Kaoru replied that it was on a different level. Masumi simply smiled and told them to watch and learn. He slipped his gloves back on and slowly disappeared. Shiki was amazed. Masumi had become invisible. Kaoru explained that when he licked his own blood, he became invisible for 10 minutes. Shiki was shocked that he really couldn't see him anymore. Masumi then pulled on his uniform and told him to quit fooling around. Shiki complained about what he had just done. Sazanami was impressed upon realizing that he was totally invisible. Even his clothes were completely hidden too. That, Kaoru said, was what made the commander's ability so amazing. Whatever he wore would also turn invisible with him. Masumi then insisted that he'd go ahead and check if the area was clear. For now, they were to stay put and wait for his orders. Meanwhile, Mudano noticed Usurube sulking off to the side. In his thoughts, Usurube couldn't help but compare himself. The commander and even the deputy had such incredible skills. He told himself to forget about being useful because he couldn't even keep up with them. Mudano approached and told him that sulking and self-pity was pointless. Usurube turned to him and admitted that honestly, he still couldn't get over those two. He said they were in an entirely different league. Now that they were there, what else could he even do? Mudano replied that yes, Masumi's ability was impressive, but even he couldn't surpass 30 seconds of invisibility when he first started. Usurube was surprised to hear that. Mudano went on to say that Masumi pushed himself almost to the point of death during training just to refine and develop his ability on his own. Even if he lost motivation, he should force himself to get back up, learn from the experience, and work even harder. His ability was far from useless, but it was up to him whether he'd let it stagnate or push it to the next level. Usurube reflected deeply on his words. After a few moments, he thanked his teacher for the words of wisdom. He immediately went over to Kaoru and asked for more details about their mission. Meanwhile, Masumi had entered the building and made his way to Club Mevius. Using his invisibility, he got inside without any trouble. As he reached for the door, he assumed it would be locked. But he was confident that locks like those were extremely easy to open. He used a sharp object to pick the lock. Within seconds, he had it open. Once inside, he noted there were no traps by the doorway. He noticed footprints on the floor and concluded that whoever had fled had done so hastily, revealing their inexperience. Still, he wondered if it was really safe and if the place truly abandoned without any traps left behind. He had a bad feeling about it. He made his way further inside until only the vault door remained. He noticed there were no traps there either, though if it had been him, he would have set some up. He knocked on the door, startling Kogasaki inside. When he asked if he was one of Midano's students, he replied with a question, who was asking? Masumi said he'd explain later. First, he wanted to know if there were any traps by the doorway or inside the room. Kogasaki confirmed there were none. With that information, Masumi instructed Kaoru to bring the rest of the team inside. So they entered the club. Upon learning that Kogasaki was behind the door, they wondered how they'd get it open. Yaoroshi volunteered and said he'd take care of it. As he bit into his thumb to draw blood, he grumbled that he thought he'd finally get some action, but now all he'd be doing was opening a door. He was extremely annoyed by that. He then activated his rage-based ability, Hot-Blooded Hysteria. This ability used rage as fuel to create various things. Even though the user himself did not know exactly what would come out, the power of the weapon that emerged depended on the user's level of anger. But Hot-Blooded Hysteria could only be used 3 times a day, and so it produced massive, sharp claws that Yaoroshi used to forcefully tear open the door in front of them. Shiki was incredibly amazed by what he did. After that, Yaoroshi looked at them and said he had successfully opened the door. Thanks to him, they were finally able to enter, and Shiki immediately searched for Kogasaki. When he saw him tied to a torture chair, he exclaimed that he really had been captured. He couldn't help but laugh at how cliché it felt, like something straight out of a movie. Midano knocked him on the head and told him to cut it out. Once Kogasaki was freed from the chair, he simply stood up and left. Shiki commented that it was so hard just to get him out of there, but he ignored him. When Midano asked where he was going, he replied that there was no time. A child had been taken hostage, and if he did nothing, it might be too late. Through Kogasaki's eyes, Shinya was able to see the image of Midano standing right in front of him. He said he had heard of him before, but this was the first time he'd seen him in person. Then Kogasaki turned his eyes to Shiki, and Shinya called him Ichinose. Now that he was looking at him, he said he really was just a kid. Shinya, with his right eye covered, grinned with excitement as he declared that finally, he had found all of them. We learned that Momoiwa Shinya's left eye can peer through the vision of his target. He can only do this when the person has ingested certain substances mixed with his bacteria. It can be consumed in various ways, and once inside, he's capable of seeing through the eyesight of up to 36 people for as long as 24 hours. We also find out that he successfully used this on Kogasaki when a gang member splashed water on him, which means Kogasaki has no idea that everything he's seeing is also visible to Shinya, who is using him as a human drone. Shinya says he was lucky that the kid they captured happened to be with the child of the Kishin, and although he made the mistake of showing his face to Kogasaki, it should be fine. The problem now is how he'll reunite Kogasaki with his companions after gaining access to his eyesight. Because of this, he thought the least conspicuous way would be to let Kogasaki get rescued by his team. He also figured the Oni weren't stupid and would find the hideout in no time, which is why Kogasaki wasn't moved to a new location. It was all to lure in the Kishin child. He added that it wouldn't seem out of place for Kogasaki to get splashed with water in a room like that. And if he could have, he would have set traps to make the rescue more believable, but it was good enough. Besides, he can now monitor every movement the Oni make. Back with Shiki, he understood that whoever took Kogasaki also has another hostage. And Kogasaki confirmed this, then asked if Shiki understood that they had no time to waste. However, Masumi wouldn't let him leave yet, saying he had a lot of questions to ask him and that the interrogation had to start immediately. They would take care of the child situation, so he shouldn't leave. Kogasaki argued that they didn't even know what the child looked like, but Masumi said getting that intel would be easy. Now, if Kogasaki understands, he would question him now, and that's when Kogasaki grabbed his collar. The rage and tension in his face were as clear as day, as he asked what part of "we don't have time" Masumi wasn't understanding. Masumi jokingly said Kogasaki was all riled up, and that people who can't stay calm are usually the first to die. At that moment, Shiki called his sensei and asked if Kogasaki wasn't acting unusually agitated, so he said maybe he's got a good reason for it. He then asked if it wouldn't be better to just let Kogasaki go. Midano responded that Kogasaki would explain everything once he returned, and if he could promise that, then he would allow him to come with him. But Masumi didn't agree to let him leave so easily and asked if Midano was going easy on the kid. Mudano explained that his stitched-up student wouldn't talk unless allowed to go, and that it would be more efficient if they let him tag along. He told Shiki to go with them too, which surprised him, so he explained that it was to stop Kogasaki if he ever gets ahead of himself. Shiki was shocked, while Mudano repeated that Kogasaki had to explain everything when he came back and asked if he understood. Kogasaki answered seriously that he did, and Kaoru then asked what their next move was, while Masumi seemed slightly annoyed. Mudano ordered the other students to start gathering intel and to be thorough. Shinya, watching everything unfold, thought that the Oni were finally making a move and was sure they were heading to the hospital. Before reporting this to Tsukuyami and the others, he said there were a few things he needed to take care of. The only thing left was to motivate Mikado to participate in the plan. He then stepped out of the bathroom, and Osuke noted how long he had been in there. Shinya then told the two that he had good news at last, because they were finally going to meet the man they had been waiting for. In the next scene, Kogasaki, Shiki, and Mudano were now in motion, jumping across the rooftops of buildings, unnoticed by the people below. Shiki commented that at that rate, they'd reach the hospital soon, while his sensei remained silent. Mudano scanned their surroundings and, after looking behind them, told Kogasaki and Shiki to go ahead, which made Shiki wonder and worry at the same time for his sensei. Mudano landed on a rooftop and skidded his rollerblades to stop his momentum, while it seemed like they have some company. He scanned the area again, and then vanished in an instant, which startled Shiki. A moment later, Shiki landed next to Kogasaki in an alleyway, and as the two of them ran together, Shiki asked if they were almost there. Kogasaki said yes, just around the corner, but when they turned it, their faces filled with shock as they saw that the building they were heading to was already on fire, and they stood frozen in disbelief. In the next scene, we shift to Hikarigaoka Park, where Mudano was standing in an open field. He spoke to someone, saying he knew he was following them, so he might as well show himself. The person turned out to be a TEL member of the Momotaro Corp, and it was Osuke, who said it was because of Tsukuyami's awful fortunes. He considered himself lucky to face off against Mudano, who asked who he was. Then he introduced himself as Momokado Osuke, Deputy Commanding Officer of Unit 22, and said he was there to defeat Mudano. Mudano, on the other hand, noticed that Osuke was alone and must have been watching him for a while. Osuke confirmed that he was indeed alone, and no one would be interrupting their little match. According to Osuke, they should have some fun, as if taunting Mudano, who thought to himself that he couldn't see any cameras around and had no one to protect here either. Osuke asked if Mudano was the type to require an audience, to which Mudano responded, while cutting his thumb open, that he wasn't like that. He added that it had been a while since he last let loose, and let his blood drip to the ground. A gang member started panicking as the hospital burned, irritated at Shinya because it was him who ordered the fire to be started, and he was now worried he might get arrested for it. Meanwhile, Shiki asked Kogasaki where he was going, since he had already moved without saying anything. At the same time, the people around them were starting to get annoyed that the fire department still hadn't arrived, and someone even mentioned that there were still people trapped inside. Shiki and Kogasaki walked past the man just as he said that, heading straight into the hospital. A man tried to stop them by telling them that entering the hospital was not allowed. Once inside, they were immediately met by raging flames, the heat of which they felt right away. Kogasaki started coughing from the smoke surrounding them inside, while Shiki seemed completely unaffected, which confused him. He could not understand why he wasn't feeling any heat at all, even though it was clearly blazing hot inside. He wondered if it had something to do with the power of the Kishin, while Kogasaki continued looking around. Shiki told him to wait, and he reached out to him telling him not to get ahead of himself, or he might end up burned alive too. But as Kogasaki kept coughing, he told Shiki to shut up and that it did not matter to him. He also shrugged off Shiki's hand, and that struck a nerve in Shiki. With a furious expression, he told Kogasaki to get a grip. The anger and frustration in his voice were so strong that veins began to show on his face. He then asked Kogasaki whether he thought they were there to fight, or to save the people who needed their help. If they were going to do that, then he needed to calm down. Then Shiki revealed to Kogasaki that for some reason, he was not being affected by the heat at all. He wasn't sure if it had something to do with the Kishin's powers, but he asked if Kogasaki though that it was better for them to stick to what they were good at. Kogasaki replied that they didn't even know how many people were still inside, and there was no way they could search the entire area in time. As he spoke, he kept coughing and added that more people would die if they wasted time. Meanwhile, Shiki was thinking deeply, and before long, he came up with an idea. Kogasaki looked at him, waiting for him to say what he had thought of. Shiki said he had a plan to save every single person inside, but he could not pull it off alone, so he needed Kogasaki's help. In the next scene, we return to the battle between Mudano and Osuke. Mudano made the first move, launching a powerful high kick toward Osuke's head with his right leg, but Osuke raised his left arm to block the attack. That annoyed Mudano, who clenched his left fist, while Osuke grinned as if mocking him. Mudano followed up with a right hook, but Osuke easily ducked to evade it. He realized that Mudano's left side feint was just a distraction, so he could attack from his blind spot, which impressed him. He figured that if Mudano was coming at him like that, he would strike directly. As he thought this, Mudano saw him winding up for a punch, so when the flurry of hooks and jabs came, he avoided them with quick ducks and slips. On Osuke's final hook in the rapid punch combo, Mudano managed to block it, though he was pushed back from the force. Osuke said their little hand-to-hand tango was exciting and noted that Mudano seemed like the cautious type. He, however, was the kind of person who was raring to have fun. If Mudano kept teasing him that much, he might just come at him for real. As he said that, he activated his black bacteria and formed two sides, one large and one extremely small, connected by a black bacterial chain. Mudano immediately recognized what kind of weapons they were, realizing Osuke was showing off his dual sides. At that moment, Mudano released his blood, activating his blood eclipse release, the autumn cloudburst, his signature umbrella. With that ability, he could control a rain of blood, something he could not do when the umbrella was closed. The blood umbrella of Mudano against the bacterial sides of Osuke. At that moment, Mudano used torrential rebirth, summoning archers made of blood who aimed their arrows at Osuke. The blood archers fired simultaneously, sending a volley of arrows flying toward the Momotaro agent. He stood his ground without fear and spun his sides, forming a large circular shield that blocked all of the arrows. Although his face remained expressionless, Mudano was surprised that Osuke had deflected the blood storm by swinging his scythe. At that moment, Osuke kept spinning one of his sides while hurling the other one. It created a deep line in the ground, which Mudano quickly dodged. Osuke then warned him that he would be in a world of pain if he wasted time judging his attack range, because after all, the chain could stretch up to 300 meters. Trying to get close was also pointless, as the counterweight blade could easily slash a throat. Then he asked Mudano where he preferred to die, but the former elite Oni gave no reply. Mudano couldn't believe Osuke actually wanted him to choose where he would die, so he called him a feisty one. Osuke responded with a smug grin, and Mudano added that he barked too much for a dog with no bite. Sarcastically, Osuke replied that the line was pretty cool, so he might try saying it himself, and as he said that, he threw another one of his sides. This time, instead of blocking it, Mudano simply caught it with his usual expressionless face, showing just how elite he was in combat. Deep down, the Momotaro agent was impressed by the Oni's ability to catch his scythe, but the words that came out of his mouth suggested he was unnerved by what his opponent had done. At the same time, Mudano prepared to throw the scythe back at Osuke, and after taking a deep breath, he hurled it with incredible force back at its owner. Osuke was stunned by the speed of the throw and remarked how strong Mudano's arm was, but he said it was useless because he could nullify his own ability, which he then did, dispersing the black bacteria. Just then, Mudano suddenly appeared in front of him, about to strike with a flying double sidekick. Because of the surprise attack, he couldn't react in time and got hit square in the cheek and neck by Mudano's rollerblades. The Momotaro agent crashed to the ground from the force of Mudano's strike, and although he tried to mock the Oni by saying his head nearly got knocked off, his smug and confident expression disappeared and was replaced by shock. That was because he was once again attacked by the torrential rebirth, which irritated him since his opponent wouldn't stop attacking. Like before, he spun his black bacteria sides to deflect the attack, and while doing so, he jokingly asked Mudano if he could stop now. However, the Oni-sensei did the complete opposite and hit Osuke directly with his umbrella. He couldn't believe Mudano had thrown his umbrella at him, and as a result of the attack, Osuke coughed up blood. Once the umbrella fell, it dissolved, and Mudano remained expressionless even on the verge of victory. He then said that he wonders how much more beating Osuke could take. Then he mentioned how beautiful the moon was that night, as if it was welcoming the demise of the Momotaro agent. At that moment, Osuke sarcastically accepted that he wasn't going to win. While back at his office, Tsukiyomi said Osuke might actually die that day. Mikado was surprised to hear that, and Tsukiyomi explained that no matter how many ways they tried to predict Osuke's fortune, only bad results came out. Mikado asked if they should go as reinforcements, but Tsukiyomi said probably not, since Osuke was a bit of a freak after all. He explained that no matter how much someone loves fighting, when cornered, a normal person usually values their lives and despair at the fate that has befallen them. But Osuke wasn't like that, because for him, whether he won or lost didn't matter. He didn't value the outcome the same way he valued the fight itself. For him, it was a battle to the death, and at that moment, he told Mudano he was the best, but not to assume the fight was over yet, and he charged forward once again with his scythe. Mudano used Autumn Cloudburst again, followed by another torrential rebirth. The place filled with smoke because of that attack, and Osuke emerged from the haze, still charging in, even though several blood arrows were already stuck in his body. He told Mudano he would take everything he could throw at him. Meanwhile, Tsukiyomi commented that Osuke was willing to die just to get the best possible outcome. Shinya replied that he's really something else. And Mikado said that he thinks it won't be enough to enter the fight half-heartedly. Tsukiyomi added that for Osuke, combat was like a drug, and if it wasn't a fight to the death, he couldn't get stimulated. That was why he was such a freak, and no one else was as reckless with their own life as him. Just then, Mudano stopped his charge with a roundhouse kick. Osuke tumbled across the ground from the sheer force of Mudano's kick, who told him they should end the fight already. Still sarcastic and mocking, Osuke asked if they really were going to end it now, because he could still go a few more rounds if Mudano got what he meant. As he said this, he created an even bigger scythe using his black bacteria. Mudano asked what he meant by that, since not everything was about size. Osuke responded that if that was the case, then they should see what the Oni would say about the range of his attack. He unleashed a major slash right after saying that, but Mudano simply jumped to dodge it. Osuke then remarked that even someone like Mudano had a weakness, and that was the fact that he couldn't mount a defense from midair, so there's no way he could deal with what's coming. Mudano asked if that was so, and said not all raindrops fall from the sky. Osuke didn't understand what he meant, but at that signal from Mudano's right hand, the blood scattered behind Osuke began to rise and splash, and he was still confused about what was happening. The technique Mudano used was the quenching rain of the twin dragon's tears, where he summoned two gigantic, menacing dragons from his blood. Screaming in pain, Osuke realized too late that Mudano had launched a surprise attack from below. The blood he had been using pooled on the ground, and Osuke was shocked he could still control that. He was stunned he hadn't noticed that, since they were in an open field, after all. And that wasn't all, he also realized Mudano had been deceiving him the entire time. He had assumed the Oni only attacked from the sky because of the repeated use of torrential rebirth, but it turned out he had been doing that to lower his guard from the ground. In other words, Mudano had been planning it all along, and he had fallen right into the trap. Mudano then said that it was okay to be straightforward and frank like Osuke, but when it came to having common sense, he had no chance against him. As he said this, he casually fixed his hair, almost mockingly, while Osuke just smiled, seemingly satisfied with the battle, not knowing what to say. Then, Mudano said he had already spared Osuke's life, so now he would tell him everything he knew, and while saying that, he pointed his umbrella at the Momotaro agent, threatening him with it. At that moment, Tsukiyomi used the swords of the 246, where he formed 3 cards made from his black bacteria. Mudano turned to him, surprised of his arrival. In the next scene, 3 giant knights made of black bacteria appeared and attacked Mudano all at once, forcing him to leap high into the air to avoid them. and he understood that another challenger has come for him. Tsukiyomi then told Mudano not to be scared since they were not fated to fight today. He said he only came to pick up his perverted ally, Osuke, who was already being carried by one of the knights. Osuke, meanwhile, was complaining about being called a pervert by Tsukiyomi. Mudano then asked Tsukiyomi if he really thought he would let them escape, so Tsukiyomi replied that while he wanted to fight, someone was currently jogging about to pass by where they were, and if Mudano didn't mind that person getting caught up in the fight, then he was fine with it. Mudano stood in silence, silently stating that he didn't want to involve the jogger, so Tsukiyomi said goodbye, adding that after all, they were destined to meet again. As he said this, he dispersed the knights and retracted his black bacteria. Mudano then said it looked like he was heading to the hospital, while the two Momotaro agents leapt away. Tsukiyomi was carrying Osuke and noted that he had already said Osuke would lose because of his weak ability. So Osuke tells him to shut up and deflects the topic, saying that he had gained a liking for Mudano despite losing to him. Tsukiyomi asked him what he thought would happen next time, and Osuke answered that thanks to Tsukiyomi, he was absolutely sure he would win. Tsukiyomi simply said that the next fight would be his turn, but Osuke refused to agree. Then we shift to the hospital, where people were wondering why the fire department was taking so long to arrive. One person even remarked that with a fire that intense, it would be impossible to save everyone still trapped inside. Meanwhile, Shiki was inside the hospital, working very hard to save people, and at that moment, he was carrying an old lady on his back. He told her not to inhale the smoke, but the old lady mistook him for her husband, thinking he had come to pick her up. He told her to get a grip and asked if her husband was really that handsome. The old woman replied that her husband was a total hottie, and Shiki started losing hope, thinking she has already gone senile on him. Eventually, they reached the fire exit, and Shiki told her she could escape through there and urged her to hurry, but she didn't want him to leave her. She still believed Shiki was her husband and reminded him of their promise to never let go. Shiki, however, was thoroughly grossed out. Shiki then asked Kogasaki how many more people he needed to save and urged him to hurry up since they have limited time. Kogasaki just told him to shut up, visibly struggling and coughing, and said that his head is pounding hard. He asked Shiki what was in the vial he was using, since its effects made him feel like his head was about to split open. Shiki explained that it was given to him by a patrol unit dude, and that vial of blood allowed a person to determine the number and location of people in an area, including the building's layout. Using that, Kogasaki could tell him where the people were so he could rescue them. Shiki was annoyed that Kogasaki could use it so normally, since the patrol unit said only those with a high IQ could operate it. Kogasaki, however, disagreed that he was using it normally, saying it felt like his head was about to explode and he was getting sick, so he couldn't use it much longer. He told Shiki to hurry up and called him a dumbass, but Shiki just flipped him off. He told him to stop bossing him around and hoped he'd go bald. In the next scene, Shiki continued rescuing people, giving them hope by telling them to hold on. While doing so, Kogasaki was giving him directions, and he even had to carry someone really heavy, who apologized and promised to lose weight, but he sarcastically told him to do it now. Kogasaki then scolded him to move faster, and he replied of course he was slowing down because he was carrying people. He added that if Kogasaki had a phone, this would all be easier, but Kogasaki said he didn't have one and ordered Shiki to run. He added that if Shiki got lost on rescuing the next person, he'd kill him. Shiki replied that it was because Kogasaki was horrible at giving directions, calling him a scumbag. In the next scene, the fire was growing more intense, and Shiki asked how many people were left, so Kogasaki said only one. Shiki asked what about the woman Kogasaki mentioned earlier, but before Kogasaki could answer, he realized she was the last one left to be rescued. He told Kogasaki that they should hurry and asked where the girl was. Kogasaki immediately gave directions, but instead of moving, Shiki stood frozen in shock. He asked if Kogasaki was alright, seeing blood coming from his nose and right eye, but Kogasaki told him to shut up. Shiki told him to slow down as he headed for the girl. Upon reaching the room, he asked where she was. He saw her lying on the floor and said she was still alive. He noticed she was breathing and told her everything would be okay and not to die on him. While carrying the girl, Shiki repeatedly told her everything would be alright, and before long, they reached Kogasaki. Shiki told him the girl was safe and alive, and urged him to move so they could get out of there, but Kogasaki didn't respond, looking completely stunned. That was because the ceiling above Shiki and the girl had started to collapse. Kogasaki told Shiki to look out while he pushed him aside. He successfully shoved Shiki away, and the ceiling fell on him instead. He was buried in debris, and Shiki couldn't believe what had happened, so he called out, asking if Kogasaki was still alive under all that rubble. Kogasaki was totally trapped and nearly impaled by steel supports, and yet, he cockily told Shiki to shut up because he was still alive. He ordered Shiki to hurry and get the girl out, because the whole building could collapse any minute. Shiki said okay and promised to come back, while Kogasaki was irritated because he was so lightheaded that he can't use his blood. He didn't like that Shiki said he'd come back in a bit and called him an idiot, and he asked himself what good will it do for Shiki if he comes back. He thought Shiki was something else for coming despite having nothing to do with any of this in the first place. Kogasaki lamented how he was always the one being saved, and that frustrated him so much, so he called himself pathetic. He had always been alone and thought he'd be fine dying alone when the time comes. He would rather die than receive help from anyone, and he didn't believe anyone would ever come save him. But just then, he heard the sound of clattering from the rubble, and he added that he thinks no one would save him. So he asked himself what happened to him because something seems to have changed. At that moment, Shiki arrived and jokingly asked if he was still alive. Kogasaki just told him to shut up, while sarcastically asking who's dying. We then learned that he asked himself what had happened to him because he used to believe no one would ever save him. But on that day, he believed Shiki would. He then told Shiki to get him out of there, and as Shiki helped pull him free, he jokingly asked if Kogasaki wanted him to just bury him in the dirt instead. Shiki then said the place was filled with firemen and gawkers, so they had to leave. Kogasaki then thought to himself, weakly expressed his gratitude towards Shiki, but Shiki did not seem to hear him, so he asked what he had said. Kogasaki, annoyed, told him to hold him properly, so Shiki replied he'd just toss him on the ground. As they continued talking, Kogasaki reflected that even though he once thought dying was better than relying on others, having someone to rely on is not so bad after all. In the next scene, we move outside the hospital, where Mudano has just arrived and seems surprised to find the hospital on fire. Meanwhile, people are in awe that no one died in the blaze and are crowding around a patient who had been rescued from inside. Mudano overhears that two young boys saved those trapped inside, and immediately realizes it was Shiki and Kogasaki. The scene shifts to the two of them resting on a bench, clearly exhausted from their rescue efforts. Shiki complains that his arms hurt from carrying another guy and says it was the worst, to which Kogasaki replies that he never asked Shiki to do it. Shiki then says Kogasaki really pisses him off and asks if he knows that. Kogasaki doesn't answer directly and just lets out a heavy sigh, as if he feels the same way about Shiki. Then, Shiki asks what's up with the girl Kogasaki was so desperate to save. He even seems to guilt-trip Kogasaki for his help, asking him to at least explain. Kogasaki begins to tell the story, and there's a sorrowful look on his face, but suddenly, he freezes as realization hits. Shiki asks what's wrong, so Kogasaki says there has to be some connection between the hospital fire, his kidnapping, and the Momotaros. But then he questions why they'd burned down the hospital. He notes that the Momotaros took a hostage to keep him captive, but thought it's pointless if they killed her. That makes him wonder if the Momotaros were trying to silence everyone who could talk, but in that case, she'd still prove useful. When Shiki asks what he means, Kogasaki explains that the girl they saved had a younger sister. He then asks, what if the Momotaros also took the younger sister hostage? So Shiki questions why they'd even do that. Kogasaki says that Shiki is the Momotaro's target, and maybe they plan to use the hostage as leverage to capture him. He admits he's not completely sure, but he has a feeling the little sister is in danger, and they didn't even know where she is. Shiki then suggests asking the patrol unit for help, but Kogasaki says the patrol unit didn't even want him going to the hospital in the first place, so they won't act on just a hunch, and that means they'll have to handle this themselves. Shiki asks if Kogasaki really thinks finding someone is that easy, and he was about to call him a dumbass, but suddenly gets an idea. He laughs and tells him to start calling him master from now on. Kogasaki, clearly annoyed, asks what he's even talking about, so he says he knows someone who can help them find the girl. Kogasaki perks up and eagerly asks who. So Shiki answers, the police. Kogasaki's excitement instantly fades, and he calls Shiki a dumbass and says he's dead to him. Shiki doesn't like that, while Kogasaki continues, saying that even if they tell the police, there is no way they can do something about it. So he calls Shiki stupid. Shiki says that's only if they ask just any officer. So Kogasaki, confused, asks what he means, so he starts explaining. While he does, Shinya is shown watching him through Kogasaki's POV and is wondering what he and Kogasaki are talking about, since the downside of his ability was that he couldn't hear anything they were saying, only see them. Mikado mentions that Tsukiyomi and Osuke are late and wonders what happened. Shinya replies that nobody knows, and as far as he's concerned, as long as Mudano is taken care of, he doesn't care about waiting. Still watching Shiki, he starts to wonder who he's calling. At that moment, a phone starts ringing from Mikado's direction, and Shinya glances over. Mikado answers the call with a smile, and Shinya took notice of the person on the other line. But neither of them realizes it's actually Shiki. Shinya thinks it's odd, but shrugs it off and goes back to watching Kogasaki's point of view. Meanwhile, Shiki is still talking on the phone, and Mikado asks the caller what kind of favor they need. Shinya notices their conversations seem to line up, though it's obvious they're not quite on the same page since Mikado can't hear Natsu clearly. Shinya hears Mikado mention the sirens he hears on Natsu's end, and he asked if Shiki was outside. That sparks a realization in Shinya, so he wonders if Mikado's caller is actually Shiki Ichinose. Shinya then asks Mikado who he's talking to, and Mikado replies that it's someone named Natsu he just met recently. It sounds like Shiki hears Mikado say that to Shinya, as Mikado explained to him that it was his boss that he mentioned before, so Shiki asks if the boss knows him. Shinya says he'll give a quick greeting to Natsu and asks for Mikado's phone, which catches him off guard. Seeing Mikado's reaction, Shinya asks if he was bad-mouthing him to Natsu, so Mikado quickly denies it and tells Natsu he's handing the phone over to his boss. Shinya greets Natsu, who is really Shiki, and introduces himself as Mikado's supervisor. Shiki responds by greeting Shinya with a good evening and introduces himself as Natsu. He apologizes for the rush and not being able to greet properly. Shinya accepts it and notes that it sounds like Natsu is outside, so he asked if it's raining where he is. Shiki seemed puzzled hearing that, so checks by holding out his hand to feel for rain. Shinya watches this, confirming his theory that Natsu is Shiki, who notes that it's not raining. Shinya's eyes widening with the realization, calling it a fateful encounter that Shiki and Mikado have met. He hands Mikado's phone back and, while doing so, starts thinking luck is finally smiling on him. He's visibly happy about that, but quickly shifts to a serious expression. He considers that this information might be the key to motivating Mikado, but there's still one more piece he needs to clinch his plan, so he starts thinking about what it might be. Just then, Mikado reacts to something Shiki said, and Shinya asks what's going on. Mikado explains that Shiki is looking for a missing girl, and it sounds urgent, since he had told Shiki he was a police officer, even though he's not exactly one. So he asks Shinya what he should do. Shinya's eyes widen again as he seems to get an idea, so he tells Mikado to leave it to him. When Mikado asks if he's sure, he replies that the request is urgent and they're not busy. He can use his ability to gather intel, and deep down, he sees this as the perfect opportunity that can't go wrong. This, he thinks, is what would get Mikado to kill Shiki, and it looks like everything is going according to his plan. Meanwhile, Shiki informs Kogasaki that his contact said they'll see what they can do and to wait for another call. Shiki jokingly demands thanks from Kogasaki and still wants to be called Master. Kogasaki refuses to entertain the joke and, with a serious expression, asked Shiki if the cop he's talking to has dealt with him before, because he has the face of a criminal. Breaking the fourth wall, Shiki then turns to us, the readers, asking if we should kill Kogasaki already, showing how much he is annoyed at that moment. In the next scene, a strange silence fills the air, and Shiki thinks to himself how awkward it is. He feels like he has nothing to talk about with Kogasaki, but the silence is killing him. Then he gets an idea, and says he never got the chance to ask why Kogasaki was so worried about the girl. Kogasaki doesn't answer and remains quiet, prompting Shiki to guilt-trip him for the help he gave, pressuring him to speak. Eventually, Kogasaki clenches his finger, clearly reluctant, but gives in and says it's not that interesting of a story. Still, he explains that he also has a sister, or rather, he used to. As he talks, a broken picture frame is shown. With him, his sister, their mother, whose face is not visible, and their father, who appears only as a shadowy figure, symbolizing the darkness he had brought to their family. Kogasaki asks Shiki if he's ever heard that his dad was a Momotaro, and he says that same dad killed both his mom and sister. He says he chose to follow the path of a Momotaro instead of his own family, and that choice can't be helped. That's how he introduces his father to Shiki, as the heartless bastard, and says his story can't be told without starting from that point. In the next scene, we return to the past, where Kogasaki was being forbidden by his older sister about something. We learn that Kogasaki's sister is named Momoito Hazuki, and she was telling him that he needed to hold her hand while waiting for the light to turn green so they could cross. According to Kogasaki, his sister was articulate, but it was more like she used that to keep him wrapped around her finger. We also learn that at this time, he was still called Momoito Jin, so we'll refer to him as Jin instead of Kogasaki for this backstory. At that moment, he protested against what his sister told him, insisting he could cross by himself. Hazuki agreed that he could do it alone, but she wanted him to hold her hand anyway. Jin wondered about that. So Hazuki explained that if she got hit by a car, she might freeze and be unable to move, but if Jin were holding her hand, he could save her. Then she added that if he didn't hold her hand, she might die crossing the street, so he eventually reached out and asked for her hand. Jin said that back then, he did it with the intention of protecting his sister, but now he realized that it was the other way around, and he was actually the one that's being protected, and Hazuki had always kept him safe with the lies she told. Then we shift to the Momoito household, where Jin was reading his homework. He wanted to be a great police officer like his father, and at that time, he was just in first grade, class 1. His mother and sister clapped for him, proud of his dream. He added that he'd be presenting that homework at school the next day. His mother said he read so well and called it amazing. She added that the next day would be his father's birthday, so his dad would definitely love it if he read it after dinner. We then learned that his mother's name is Momoito Asumi. Jin looked sad after hearing that, because all he wanted was to say that his dream was to become a Momotaro like his father. Because of that, his mother told him he could never say that, because it needed to be a secret and no one could know that his father was a Momotaro. Jin responded that fighting Oni sounded really cool, and that made Hazuki pretend to be sad, saying she'd never see him again if he spread that their father was a Momotaro. She said scary people would come for her and their mother, and she was terrified. Jin heard this and seemed to regret wanting to say in class that he wanted to be a Momotaro like his dad, so he promised not to tell anyone. He explained that the existence of Momotaro had to be kept secret, and they even used to hide it from their own family. Still, somehow there was the danger of people around them finding out. That was why Momotaro families with children kept the truth confined inside their homes and raised the kids to protect that secret. Then, Jin asked if their father would come home tomorrow since it was his birthday, so his mother said yes. Jin replied that if that were the case, he wished tomorrow would come sooner. His mother asked who wanted to make a cake for their father before he came home, and both siblings raised their hands. Jin said that when he looked back on that time, he had never experienced such happiness as much as he did back then. He loved his family so much, and because he loved them, he promised to protect them. His younger self even said he wanted to help make the cake and asked his mom to give him a task, so she told him to do the frosting, and Hazuki proudly said he was good at that. The next day, Jin excitedly said goodbye to his classmates and headed home. On the way, he received a message from his sister telling him to buy milk. He was surprised she had forgotten, but felt proud, thinking it meant his sister needed him. While buying the milk, he was filled with excitement about seeing his father again. The thought of their family reunion made him happier than anything. For him, his family was something he had to protect. His father stood in front, his mom and sister in the middle, and he was behind them. His father guarded the front, and he guarded the rear. He even mentioned that every time he looked at his father's back, he dreamed of becoming just as strong and admired him greatly. However, his father was not the person he thought would protect their family. The man he looked up to was the one who had murdered his mother and sister. On his father's birthday, Jin came home, only to find the bloodied bodies of his mother and sister. His father told him he had killed them, and that was when we learned that his father's name was Momoito Hayate. Jin couldn't believe what his father had just confessed, so he asked him what he meant. His father explained that his mother and sister were Oni. We then learned that the emergence of horns happens at different times for each Oni. Some manifest their horns at an early age, while others only manifest them at the moment of their death, never having known their whole life. And we also learned that if an Oni dies, they would only show their horns for several seconds. In his mother's case, her horns hadn't emerged until that very moment. It's also explained that if two Momotaro have a child, the child will also be a Momotaro. The same goes for two Oni, who will bear an Oni. However, for a Momotaro and a human, they have a 50% chance of having a Momotaro or a human child. The same odds apply to pairings between a Momotaro and an Oni, or an Oni and a human. In Hazuki's case, being a child of a Momotaro and an Oni, she didn't manifest Momotaro characteristics, but she carried Oni blood. Hayate then said he never expected his wife and daughter would turn out to be Oni, but Jin still found everything hard to believe. His father asked him whether he was a Momotaro or an Oni, but he didn't answer, as he just wanted his father to admit it was all a mistake. His father asked again, and as he spoke, he formed a katana out of black bacteria, planning to kill Jin if he turned out to be an Oni. Jin was overwhelmed by the revelations and the fear his father instilled, and after hearing his father that he would kill him if he is an Oni, he screamed, and something triggered inside him. His Oni horns emerged, and he transformed into a berserk state, shouting that his father was a liar. Hayate, apparently unsurprised, drew his katana and repeatedly slashed Jin, leaving him with many stitches that would remain as scars when he grew up. According to Jin's account, while struggling to stay awake, even though his mind was hazy, he began to understand everything. He realized his sister had lied to him to protect him. Hazuki had told him to buy milk so she could stall for time during the time he was away, in order to protect him from the terror happening at home. While hanging on the brink of death, she risked her life to save him with one final message. At that moment, Jin's bloodied body collapsed, and he finally accepted that he hadn't been able to protect his mother and sister. In the fragments of his fading consciousness, he remembered the cold glint in his father's eyes, and it terrified him. In an instant, the image of his perfect, ideal father was replaced with one of pure terror. At that point, his memory blurred, but he managed to drag himself away even though he was covered in wounds, and he ran. His father didn't chase after him, likely thinking he wouldn't survive with how he looks like. Jin said he somehow reached a riverbank among the weeds, and by some miracle of instinct, he survived. He just ran and never once looked back, because there would be no one there to comfort him. All he had left were his scars and a deep, bottomless resentment. He then vowed to his mother and sister that from that point on, he would live as a demon who would avenge their deaths. He wanted their souls to rest peacefully in heaven, and he would do everything to protect that peace. He also swore he would never let that heartless man, he called his father, get close to them again, and he would never allow him to even glimpse heaven. He would protect them this time, and that was his promise. He added that he would drag his father to the depths of hell just to keep them safe. That hatred, he said, was the reason he would keep living. He would continue on, even if the path he walked led straight to hell. There was first an awkward silence after Kugisaki shared his past with Shiki. Shiki couldn't respond properly either because of the sadness. Then, he suddenly shivered because he needed to pee, which he claimed was a result of listening to Kugisaki's depressing story. So, he stood up and left Kugisaki on the benches to head to a public restroom and pee there. But when he got inside, instead of peeing, he just let out the tears he had been holding back and cried his heart out by the sink. Just from hearing Kugisaki's sad story, it felt like he was holding a bag of tears that Kugisaki was squeezing out of him. So he decided to just let all his tears out. Then, he even kicked the wall out of frustration because Kugisaki had made him cry. He even wanted to get back at him and kick his ass. When he returned to the benches, he pretended that he felt better after letting out all the pee. But as he was saying that, his eyes were clearly red and swollen. Kugisaki noticed how he looked and leaned back in surprise. Shiki got angry at Kugisaki for leaning back and told him not to do that, saying that this had always been his normal look. Kugisaki agreed and said that it did seem true. But Shiki suddenly got irritated at his agreement and disagreed instead, saying his eyes really were swollen right now. Kugisaki, however, reinforced during their back and forth that this was really how Shiki normally looked. Shiki ended up losing that argument with Kugisaki, so he just said he'd punch him and knock out all his teeth. Kugisaki suddenly got awkward and told Shiki that if he ever thought of pitying him, he'd kill him. Shiki responded that he never once thought of doing that. After that, Shiki suddenly spoke seriously. He confessed that he was simply amazed that despite what Kugisaki went through, he still hadn't broken down because of it. That was followed by another long, awkward silence. So, Shiki got irritated by the embarrassing situation since he didn't like the mood their conversation had led to. Kugisaki felt the same, so like Shiki, he kept quiet. Then, Shiki's phone suddenly vibrated. When he looked, he saw that it was Makoto calling. He was glad at Makoto's nice timing because he had just saved him from the awkward moment with Kugisaki. So, he answered the call and immediately thanked him for his help in finding the little sister of the girl who had been in the accident. Makoto told Shiki over the phone that they had already found the little sister's location and that they were nearby. So, the two of them moved out quickly toward the location. But when they got there, they were shocked by what they saw. The entire house was already on fire, just like what had happened at the hospital, and they couldn't understand why. The terror on both their faces was clear as they watched these strange events. Places they visited were catching fire one after another. Then, we see two firefighters attending to a little girl they had rescued, now lying on a stretcher. One of the firefighters said they had just finished evacuating everyone. So, the firefighter he was talking to said it was time to focus on putting out the fire. Kugisaki looked closely at the girl's face to make sure she really was the little sister he had been worried about. While the two were still frozen in fear watching the flames, Shiki asked Kugisaki if he thought they were being toyed with by someone. Meanwhile, we see Shinya inside a men's bathroom holding back his laughter because of the excitement he felt from how smoothly his plans were going. He thanked his luck, since during the hospital infiltration, he had a lookout who was able to gather information on the name and address of the girl named Kobayashi Hana. This had happened earlier. From inside a minivan, Shinya had called the gang leader on the phone. The gang leader asked how much longer they were supposed to keep watching. Shinya apologized, saying he wanted them to do something else. The gang leader asked what that was, and was shocked when Shinya told him to set the place he mentioned on fire. At first, the gang leader refused, saying they couldn't do that. But Shinya told him not to worry, since he had already made preparations to ensure they wouldn't get caught. So, he really expected them to do what he wanted. Then, he reminded the gang leader that not once had he ever given them a bad order. He pressured the gang leader to obey, saying that if he didn't, he'd drag them back to the gutter where he found them. The gang leader hesitated as he lit a match, but in the end, he still followed Shinya's orders and started a fire beside the target house. But aside from the earlier warning, Shinya had given the gang leader another task. If he completed it, he'd be rewarded 100-fold. Shinya then bowed his head in front of the mirror in the bathroom. He said the trick to making greedy idiots like those gangsters useful was to trap them with money. A small glimmer of gold was enough to drive them crazy. That's what you use to make them work for you. And since they were stupid, they didn't even realize they were just disposable pawns to him. That made them even easier to use and control. And now that all of Shinya's pieces were in place, he was excited to see how the next events would play out. Back where Shiki and Kugisaki were, we see that the firefighters had successfully put out the flames engulfing the house. That's when Shiki told Kugisaki that they should return to Mudano and the others. No matter how much they tried to make sense of things, there really was nothing else they could do here. So they entered the nearest manhole and headed back to their hideout. When Kugisaki got back to his room, Masumi immediately came in to talk to him and understand the gist of the entire situation. Masumi told him that he needed to go get checked up right away, and Kugisaki agreed. But their conversation wasn't over yet, and Masumi kept smiling. He said he just wanted to confirm one thing with Kugisaki. Kugisaki was confused and asked what it was. After a moment, Masumi came out with a satisfied smile, and outside, all of Kugisaki's classmates were waiting by the door. Kaoru approached Masumi to ask how the talk with Kugisaki went. Masumi said nothing particularly physically remarkable happened, but based on what they've learned, it seemed like wherever they went, someone was always a few steps ahead of them. Masumi suspected this person was using a hidden surveillance ability. He was certain that no such ability existed within the Momo Corporation of Nerima, the one Mudano fought, and that this ability came from an enemy they had zero intel on. They were at a total disadvantage due to this lack of information. According to Mudano, their only lead was the gang that the Momo were connected to, and both Mudano and Masumi knew that if they didn't find the enemies quickly, even the entire gang could vanish without a trace. Yusurube asked Masumi if that meant the gang would be killed. Masumi answered that it was obvious. It was already a big problem for the Momo to know that the Oni were aware of their connection to this gang. And if it were up to Masumi, he too would want to get rid of the gang before being exposed. So he pointed at Yusurube and said he needed to keep in mind the harsh reality of the situation. When it comes to a crunch time like this, any fool who's spineless and can't consider the worst-case scenario won't be able to do anything. He reminded the students that their enemy now was someone who had no issue leaving children behind in a burning building. Then Kaoru said it looked like they wouldn't stay safe even in their own hideout anymore. Masumi agreed and said it was a shame, but they had to let it go and evacuate everyone. Sadly, Yusurube asked if that meant there really was nothing more they could do. Masumi told him he was an idiot. He explained that no matter what ability they faced, there was always a weak point. And the important thing was not to lose hope in finding that weak spot. Then he saw the defeated look on the students' faces. So he told them they shouldn't look weak just because the enemy was cornering them. During times of trouble, they just had to use their heads, to find a way to overcome their struggles. Anyone among them who couldn't do that didn't deserve to be in any Oni unit. They must not let their spirits be broken. And if they could manage that, they would never feel hopeless. In response, the students of Rakshasa Academy showed faces of realization. Yusurube was intimidated and left speechless by Masumi's words, while Shiki shouted with excitement. Masumi smiled joyfully seeing that he had fired up Mudano's students. So he called for Mudano and Kaoru to start planning their strategy. Meanwhile, inside the head office of Nerima Momotaro Corporation, Mikado asked Osuke if he was alright. Osuke replied never better, despite having gauze on his face. Tsukiyomi emphasized that Osuke was saying that even though he had just gotten beaten up by Mudano. Osuke laughed loudly at his comment and said that was only round one. But Tsukiyomi disagreed, saying it was his turn to fight Mudano next. Arrogantly, Osuke declared that the next turn was still his. As Shinya listened to the two of them talking, he grew irritated in his head because they were still yapping, and they still hadn't managed to kill Mudano. Both of them were useless, but at least Tsukiyomi was still around, and he figured the two of them should be able to dispatch Mudano. Next, he checked his phone because he sensed it was nearly time for the next action. And when he saw that he had finally received the report he had been waiting for, he immediately called Mikado over to show it to him. He told Mikado that emergency news was spreading about the house fire, and the location was right near the house Mikado had pointed out to his friend Natsu earlier. Mikado was surprised and checked Shinya's phone to confirm if it was true. Shinya told Mikado that a fire had also broken out earlier at the hospital before the house burned down. The events were so intriguing that he checked the news. He asked Mikado if he still remembered the two girls they saw in the security camera footage, because both of them were victims in those same fire incidents. The older sister had been inside the burned-down hospital, and the little sister had been inside the house that caught fire. Mikado was shocked by how strange the events were, especially when Shinya said it looked like someone was planning to kill the two sisters. Then Shinya asked Mikado directly if he was sure his friend Natsu was really a good guy. Mikado had trouble answering the question. Shinya followed it up by asking what kind of person he was and how well Mikado really knew Natsu. Could he truly entrust everything to him? He asked. Mikado had no answer and his vision dimmed. Mikado repeated Shinya's question back to himself and then forced a laugh with a strained smile, saying of course he could. He even told Shinya that once he met them, he'd understand too. Tsukiyomi and Osuke had no idea what the two were talking about. But in Shinya's mind, he already knew Mikado's personality well, so he knew that was exactly the kind of answer he'd give. Then he gave a super villainous evil smile and said to himself that this was precisely the reason he was here. Mikado's personality was too pure and straightforward, overly trusting. But being straightforward didn't always mean being right. Like a katana with a curved edge, sometimes you needed a little crookedness. And when it came to Mikado, he would be the one to bend him. Suddenly, he approached Mikado, who was startled and backed away. He said he understood why Mikado thought that way, but he was just too soft. He was just worried that people might take advantage of him and use him for being too kind. Mikado asked why he used the word use. Then Shinya continued explaining, saying that humans, Oni, and even Momotaro were all the same, deceitful creatures. Next, Shinya admitted to Mikado that he had been hiding something from him. Mikado asked what it was. So Shinya explained that the Oni they saw rescuing the two sisters had actually been captured and detained. Mikado was surprised to hear that. Then Shinya said he had even wondered if he should have kept it secret from Mikado. But what mattered was that they got vital information from that Oni. Because in truth, the Oni they captured had a deep connection to Ichinose Shiki. They were together during the events in Kyoto. They were just disguised here in Nerima, but there was no doubt their descriptions matched the report from Yomogi. Given the circumstances, they were likely together even now. Suddenly, Tsukiyomi spoke up and said that if that were the case, they should have already extracted information about Shiki's location from the Oni. So he asked why they still hadn't done that. Shinya explained that the Oni had managed to escape while he was being transported to their office. Osuke laughed at Shinya and called him lame. Then Shinya brought the conversation back to the original topic and said he had some highly likely theories. He asked his companions what they thought would happen after Shiki learned about what happened from the escaped Oni. Mikado replied that Shiki would worry about his friend's well-being. That wasn't the right answer, said Shinya. His theory was that they were silencing people to tie up their loose ends. So he was accusing Shiki and the other Oni of causing the fires at the hospital and house that endangered the sisters' lives. And if Shiki was a perfectionist, then he would know that even one small misstep could cause the unraveling of everything. Shinya even said he believed Shiki would kill the escaped Oni, since he was just a fool who became a burden to the Oni. And he had one more theory. Shiki's Kishin attribute was the flames of Enki. Considering that all the damage in Nerima was fire-related, it was likely that Mikado's friend Natsu was actually Shiki, doing everything he could to silence everyone using his Kishin powers. He was just using Mikado, who had no idea he was actually a Momotaro. Then he asked Mikado seriously if everything he just said didn't seem to fall into place perfectly. Embarrassed, Mikado rejected Shinya's theories and was about to make excuses. But Shinya cut him off with a "but what?" Then he emphasized again to Mikado how strange the chain of events was. Shinya pointed out that the house fire involving the little sister happened right after Mikado gave Natsu the location. Wasn't he at least curious about that? Shinya asked. Mikado had no answer to the barrage of information Shinya hit him with. He could only think to himself how weird everything was. Lost in thought, Mikado clenched his hands tightly from inner conflict. It was true that he had only recently met Natsu, but he was also certain that he hadn't sensed even the slightest ill intent from him. And he didn't seem like someone hiding a true personality. That was why he wanted to believe in Natsu, and he told Shinya that. Shinya gave a wide smile at Mikado's response. From "I believe," Mikado had downgraded to "I wanna believe." The seed of doubt had taken root. Shinya was satisfied with the progress of lowering Mikado's faith from 100% to 99%. He laughed evilly to himself over it. Then he clasped his hands in joy because Mikado's faith was continuously faltering. He knew that even a single loose thread in a garment could cause the whole thing to unravel. So that 1% doubt could cause a huge negative impact when it came to trust. Shinya could now see Mikado's true motivation switch that had long been hidden from him. All he had to do now was dig. And when the time was right, it would be easy to flick Mikado's motivation switch from off to on. But for now, all Mikado could do was cling to the 99% of his remaining faith. Back at the Oni hideout, we see Masumi forming a strategy. One of the Oni officers reported to Masumi and said they had finished gathering all the documents they could collect. Masumi then instructed him to get rid of the remaining documents and that everyone needed to relocate to another hideout. In addition, he had one more favor to ask the Oni officer. After this, Shiki and Yoroshi looked disappointed because it seemed like they were among those who had to relocate. But Masumi told them he had a specific task for their group of classmates. Their mission was to find the gang that could lead them to Momo. According to Misumi, the gang they needed to locate was the Kanto Nuts Association. They were connected to the Momotaro and operated multiple stores. There was a high chance they would be gathering at one of those locations, but the Nerima Oni Corporation was simply short on personnel. So he needed the 6 of them to split up and search all the locations to find the gang. Shiki asked what Kugisaki would be doing. Misumi answered that Kugisaki should no longer be involved in this. He was now among those who would relocate and was currently being detained while wearing a blindfold. Misumi seemed to have a hunch about the powers their Momotaro enemy possessed, but he said they still weren't sure what that ability truly was. Shiki was excited to get to work and greeted Biaobu Gora enthusiastically. She shyly responded in agreement. Then suddenly, Biaobu Gora dropped to her knees and repeatedly bowed to Shiki, saying that they should never hesitate to ignore her existence if she became a nuisance during their mission. Shiki commented that Biaobu Gora had turned groveling into an art form. Then, Shiki's phone vibrated with a call. When he checked, he saw it was Mikado and immediately answered, wondering what the call was about. Mikado apologized for the sudden call, but said he had something important he wanted to talk about in person right at that moment. Shiki was surprised by Mikado's urgency and simply replied that he couldn't meet right now. Mikado worriedly asked what he was doing and whether he was busy. Shiki couldn't explain things properly, so he just said he had stuff he needed to do. Mikado asked if it was something he couldn't talk about, but Shiki said it wasn't like that. Shiki struggled to find the right words because he knew he couldn't tell Mikado the truth. He started to feel stressed when Misumi said it was time for all of them to leave. So Shiki just apologized and said he had to end the call. Mikado grew even more stressed, especially when Shiki abruptly ended the call. The timing was perfect for Shinya, who pressed Mikado even harder by pointing out that it was clear his friend was hiding something from him and that maybe his trust was misplaced. And that was true, because there was no way Shiki could suddenly confess to Mikado that he was a child of the Kishin. Thanks to that truth, suspicion began to pile up in Mikado's heart and mind. Shinya spoke to Mikado again. He said he understood that Mikado wanted to trust his friend, but warned him that if his suspicions turned out to be right, then he expected Mikado to take responsibility and bring an end to this problem himself. Even though Shinya's expression was serious, deep inside he was laughing maliciously because everything was falling into place as he expected. Back at the hideout, we see Shiki deep in thought, wondering why something fell off with Mikado. He realized that keeping a secret in life was truly difficult. That's why he thought to himself that once everything settled down, he needed to meet with Mikado again. Meanwhile, inside the Nerima Momo Corp office, Mikado told Shinya that he is very well aware. He still didn't think it was possible for Natsu to be the child of the Kishin they were after, but if for some reason that turned out to be true, then he would be the one to end it himself. He tightened his fist as he said this. Then, with a deadly serious look on his face, he declared that he would personally use his own 2 hands to kill Shiki. But even so, he still believed it was 100% impossible for Natsu to be the Kishin, he said to Shinya. Meanwhile, Shiki was simply wondering if maybe Mikado had just wanted to talk to him earlier about his love life. The search team on the surface began to pair off, and Misumi reminded everyone via wireless comms that every shop and property belonged to the gang they were hunting. Even though they didn't know the gang's current location, he was confident that they would still find them, especially since this gang was such an important lead. During the search mission, Shiki was paired with Biaobu Gora. Kiriyama and Sazanami formed the other pair. Mudano was searching his designated area alone, as was Kaoru. Lastly, Yoroshi was paired with Yu Surube. After several hours of searching, Shiki started expressing frustration and irritation to Biaobu Gora because he felt it was impossible to find the gang no matter where they searched. Biaobu Gora suggested that maybe the gang was hiding in a place they had no intel about yet. After saying that, she apologized for speaking out of turn. Shiki just scratched his head and questioned the point of their search. He said their mission was bullshit. Biaobu Gora misunderstood what he said and thought Shiki was calling her bullshit. Shiki shouted that he wasn't talking about her. Then, Shiki became filled with concern as he realized they were running out of time. He pulled out his phone and apologized to the person he was about to call, saying he had no one else to turn to. We already know that person was Mikado, and it was to him that Shiki pleaded for information about the Kanto Nuts Association. Shiki apologized sincerely because he was ashamed of the favor he was asking, but he was truly begging Mikado. Mikado reminded Shiki about how he hung up on him earlier and said he wasn't happy about that. But Shiki apologized again, saying he really had no one else to turn to. While Shiki was saying that over the phone, Mikado looked over at Shinya, who was beside him. Shinya also looked at him in return. Mikado stayed silent, thinking about what he should do after Shiki asked if he could help locate the gang. Mikado said yes, and that he'd try, then he'd message him once he found something. Shinya was surprised by Mikado's response to the phone call. Shinya once again emphasized his suspicions toward Natsu based on the requests he was making. Mikado told Shinya again that he really wanted to trust Natsu. So, he asked Shinya for the gang's location because he planned to go there himself to see with his own eyes what Natsu would do with the information. Then, a communication device on Tsukiyomi suddenly beeped. He stood up and apologized, saying they had to leave because they knew the Oni had begun to move. But before Tsukiyomi and Osuke left Shinya and Mikado, Tsukiyomi reminded the two to inform him immediately if they saw Mudano again. Shinya commented again on how coincidental it was that the Oni had started moving at the same time Natsu was asking Mikado for a favor. Mikado's faith in Natsu remained firm, and he said he was sure everything would still be okay. After sending the location to Natsu, Mikado and the others stood up and began moving. Shinya asked Mikado one last time if he still truly trusted Natsu after everything. Mikado answered yes, until he could see with his own eyes that Shinya's suspicions were true. So for Shinya, the only thing left to do now was make his own move. He then sent a message to his contact. From a hidden basement, we saw the gang leader of the Kanto Nuts Association who had just finished pouring gas over the basement room door. He started preparing a fire starter and was blowing on it in his hand while sweating profusely. The reason he was sweating so much was because of his next task. He had to kill all of his own gang members. His brothers were just resting and chilling inside the basement room, completely unaware that Shinya's final order to their leader was to burn them all to death. After this objective, the gang leader would head to Thailand to spend the next 3 years there. According to him, Shinya had already arranged housing and the money he'd need while abroad. After 3 years, he and Shinya would both be filthy rich when he returned to Japan. For him, money is everything, and nothing can rival its power. Even just a small amount of it has more value than a human life. He acknowledged that he and his gang had been through a lot together. They had bonds only they could understand. But that still didn't stop him from lighting his lighter. He threw the lighter into the gas and flames erupted violently. According to him, he could still start over and get new brothers in his gang. But money comes before all else. Meanwhile, on the city streets, some civilians were shocked at the speed of Shiki and Bialbugora's sprint. They were rushing toward the location markers sent by Mikado. Shiki first asked Bialbugora if she could still keep running fast, and she replied that she was fine. But both of them stopped in their tracks when a loud explosion occurred 250 meters ahead of them. They both wondered what had just happened, and Shiki quickly realized that the explosion occurred exactly at the marked location they were heading toward. He immediately told Bialbugora to contact Mudano and the rest of the team while he would go ahead to the location alone. Bialbugora agreed to the plan. When Shiki arrived at the exploded store, a passerby told him that the gas explosion came from the basement downstairs, which was currently on fire. Shiki rushed down, asking aloud who in the world would do something like this. People yelled at him not to go down, but they couldn't stop him. When Shiki reached the basement, it was already filled with flames, with barely any paths left for anyone to enter or exit. He cursed in worry. Then, he noticed someone nearby, a survivor who looked like a gang member, and strangely, there wasn't a single burn on his clothes or body. Shiki tried to wake the man up, but he was unconscious. Since he wasn't responding, Shiki tried to carry him. But before he could lift the man off the ground, the surrounding flames suddenly roared to life and incinerated the sole survivor. Just from Shiki's expression, it was obvious that the gang member was barbecued right before his eyes. He fell to his knees in defeat and punched the floor, devastated that he wasn't able to save even one person. Then, out of nowhere, he heard a voice calling him Natsu. As he turned around, he realized he shouldn't have reacted to that voice. Worse, He had just blurted out the name of the caller, Mikado. Panic showed on Shiki's pale face as he looked at Mikado standing in the basement with him, surrounded by flames. Mikado immediately remarked that this must be what Natsu truly looked like without his wig. That's when Shiki remembered he wasn't wearing his Natsu disguise. But his mind was in complete disarray, confused about why Mikado was here and what he was doing. What happened next shattered Shiki's thoughts even more. Mikado's expression upon seeing Shiki was utterly shocking. The trust Mikado had in Shiki was completely destroyed because he hadn't expected him to react to the name Natsu. The shock on Shiki's face was intense. Mikado added that he had thought Shiki was just an ordinary friend. So the shock and emotional weight hit Shiki hard when he saw Mikado's heartbroken face. He looked like he wanted to cry in anger, but still wished he could believe and forgive. Yet he just couldn't do it. Anyone witnessing the moment would think this was fate dealt by cruel gods. But the truth was, there were no gods involved. Only a demon hiding in the skin of a Momotaro. And that demon was Shinya. This was the moment he had been waiting for, when he could finally flip Mikado's motivation switch from off to on. To break the ice, Shiki asked Mikado what he was doing here and how he knew the name Shiki Ichinose. Mikado answered that he had just found out that the true identity of Natsu was Shiki Ichinose, the child of the Kishin. He said he knew Shiki was a cold-blooded and cruel Oni because Mikado's true identity was Mamadara Mikado. He was a Momotaro, only disguised as a police officer to hide his identity. Shiki's mind spiraled even more after this revelation. He couldn't believe Mikado was a Momotaro and asked him again to confirm. Mikado apologized for lying about being a cop. But for him, one lie was nothing compared to all the lies Shiki had told. Mikado asked how Shiki could stomach killing so many people, even dragging children into it. Shiki was stunned and didn't understand what Mikado was accusing him of. Then, Mikado took a ready stance, declaring that Shiki was a major threat to society and needed to be taken down. Shiki didn't want to fight and asked for a moment, saying he wasn't behind those actions. But Mikado said he would no longer listen to anything he had to say. He told Shiki that he used him to kill people and that he would never forgive him. Even though Mikado wasn't listening anymore, Shiki continued to deny his involvement in those incidents. Then, since the firefighters were almost at their location, Shinya told Mikado that this wasn't the time to fight, and they needed to pull back for now. Shinya reassured him that they now had an idea where the Oni's hideout was located, so in the next encounter, Mikado could fight all out with no interruptions. As they walked away, Shiki tried to stop Mikado, saying they weren't done talking. But Mikado said it was over. He added that it wasn't because they had any real beginning to begin with. But before leaving the basement, Mikado had one last thing to ask Shiki. He said he had truly considered Shiki a real friend, but he wanted to know if Shiki felt the same. Shiki, now pale as ever, replied that they really were true friends, because what else could they have been? With his hand on his chest, Shiki shouted that even at this very moment, he still considered Mikado a friend. When he asked Mikado if he didn't feel the same way, Shinya smiled. Mikado gave no reply and simply stood silently with his back turned. His heart was still full of anger, and he knew that if he still considered Shiki a friend, it would only make it harder for him. As he walked away, he admitted that they had been real friends, with heavy emphasis on the past tense. Shiki asked why he was saying that and why he refused to listen. Mikado exploded in anger at Shiki's persistence. He screamed, begging Shiki to just shut up. It worked, and Shiki finally went quiet. Mikado said he didn't want to fuel the hatred he already had for Shiki. The next time they met, it would be as an Oni and a Momo. He wouldn't hesitate to take him down. And if Shiki wanted atonement for his sins, he should just die. As a former friend, Mikado was willing to give him a send-off without any pain. In the end, Mikado said this was where they would part ways. He left Shiki alone, confused and in turmoil, in the middle of the burning basement. After several hours, Shiki returned to the hideout, and Masumi and the others had already learned that the entire Kanto Nuts Association had been annihilated. According to Masumi, the Momotaro of Nerima were now on high alert. In this situation, the Oni were completely on the defensive. The only intel they had gathered from the previous mission was about the Momotaro named Mikado and his superior. We then see Shiki sitting quietly in the corner, still sorrowful. Masumi told everyone that based on Shiki's intel, The Momotaro who was Mikado's superior was the one who abducted Kagesaki. Masumi strongly suspected that this Momotaro was a commanding officer and the mastermind behind the recent arson attacks. Masumi speculated that the motive behind it all was to cause a misunderstanding between Mikado and Shiki. So he asked Shiki if he felt that Mikado had truly lashed out in anger during their encounter in the basement. Masumi continued to explain what kind of Momotaro they were now dealing with. He said the enemy was cunning, having burned down a hospital and even the sister's house, all just to cast suspicion on Shiki. And the final straw was the gruesome encounter between Shiki and Mikado, where the enemy successfully framed Shiki as a villainous Oni. Because of that, the Momotaro had become even more motivated. Kaoru added that now, they had no idea when the Momotaro would go on the offensive. So, like the others who had previously relocated to different hideouts, all of them needed to relocate too. Masumi approached Shiki and told him he was clearly set up. This wasn't the first time an Oni had been shocked to discover their acquaintance was actually a Momo, but that didn't mean it was a common occurrence. Masumi's words of encouragement, if they could be called that, didn't seem to help Shiki. Instead of calming down, Shiki became even angrier, and in his emotional state, he grabbed Masumi by the shirt and demanded to know what was so funny about this matter. Shiki explained that he wasn't angry because he was shocked Mikado turned out to be a Momotaro, but because his friend misunderstood him and, for some reason, refused to listen to what he had to say. And on top of that, his friend even warned him that he would kill him. That was why Shiki was furious. He couldn't understand why Mikado wouldn't listen to him and suddenly just wanted to fight. Masumi then spoke and asked Shiki why he wanted Mikado to listen to him but didn't want to fight him. He asked if Shiki was stupid because no one in their right mind would listen to him. And with a grin, Masumi explained why, because Shiki was a weakling. No one listens to a weakling. Shiki asked what he was talking about. Then Mudano spoke and asked Shiki if he knew why the Oni were at war with the Momotaro. Shiki asked if it wasn't because the Momotaro wanted to wipe them out. Mudano said it was true the Momotaro wanted the Oni's extinction, and that's why they resisted. But according to Mudano, that wasn't the real reason. The Oni's goal was to earn a seat at the table where both sides could discuss matters and find a point of compromise to resolve their existing conflict. But with the way things were going, neither side, Oni nor Momotaro, would be willing to yield. So, it wasn't far-fetched to imagine both sides wiping each other out if the killings continued. But the real problem was that the Momotaro believed themselves to be righteous and superior beings. And this cult-like belief gave rise to the mindset that there was no need to heed the words of the weak. That was why they were fighting, to prove their strength. The Oni's plan was to keep fighting until the Momotaro realized that continuing the war was neither beneficial nor wise. And when that time came, they could finally start settling things without violence and warfare. That was the true reason the Oni aimed to be granted a seat in the discussion. So Mudano asked Shiki once more if he now understood why he shouldn't be a weakling. If he wasn't willing to fight and stand firm, then no one would hear or acknowledge him. The world wasn't kind enough to give voice or attention to the weak. It didn't matter what the reasons behind the misunderstanding with Mikado were, or how he had been set up, because as things stood now, no one would listen to what he had to say. So Mudano asked what Shiki planned to do next. Did he still intend to keep reaching out? Because it wasn't easy to reverse someone's killing intent. If Shiki didn't fight back, he would just be killed. If Mikado saw him as nothing but a villain, then that was the only outcome. So if Shiki didn't want things to end that way, he had to fight, even if it meant forcing them to listen to him. Mudano told Shiki that the words of someone who doesn't fight never reach anyone's ears. So if he wanted to earn a seat in the discussion, he had to have the resolve to fight. After the long student and teacher talk between Shiki and Mudano, the entire group proceeded with the evacuation. While walking, Masumi asked if everyone was certain that no one was left behind and that the first group who evacuated had already reached the other hideout. Because if that was the case, they should move out. As they walked, Shiki's mind kept circling back to what Mudano told him, that he needed to fight to be heard. But Shiki was really having a hard time seeing the point in facing off against someone he didn't even want to fight in the first place. He still believed they could just have a proper conversation with Mikado and that he would understand him. Meanwhile, the four Momotaro sat quietly across each other inside Tsukuyomi's office. Tsukiyomi and Osuke had just returned, and Osuke was complaining because he was annoyed by the Oni that felt like bugs. They had just started moving to capture them at their hideout earlier, but the Oni immediately escaped through the cracks like spiderlings. Tsukiyomi said that whatever that action was about, it was surely something to worry about. Then Tsukiyomi redirected the conversation toward Shinya and Mikado. He said that the two of them seemed to be planning something. He also noticed the deep darkness in Mikado's vibe and aura, so he sarcastically told him he looked like he was in an awfully good mood. Shinya told Tsukiyomi that his suspicions were correct. Osuke was shocked and laughed because he couldn't believe what Shinya said. According to Osuke, it would be so exciting to watch two friends fight to the death. In anger, Mikado clenched his fists and calmly apologized to Osuke. But right after, his stare turned dark, and he warned him that if he didn't shut his mouth, he would do it for him. Because of the intense emotions Mikado was feeling, sparks began to form around the room, which made Osuke smile. He was impressed by Mikado's overwhelming bloodlust, even though he was still a kid. Shinya immediately told Mikado to calm down for now, even though he knew he was already seething with rage. Then Shinya and Tsukiyomi exchanged glances. Tsukiyomi didn't say anything, but he knew that Shinya had done something behind Mikado's back. He just didn't know what it was. Still, Tsukiyomi knew that Shinya possessed top-notch shrewdness and that Mikado was overflowing with motivation. Even though Tsukiyomi could read the situation easily, he had no plans of exposing or using it against Shinya. He just wanted him and Osuke to receive their reward without failure. Shinya got irritated and thought to himself when he saw the smug expressions on Tsukiyomi and Osuke's faces. But he understood that they didn't need to mention things that weren't necessary to discuss. Shinya was simply happy that their preparations were going well. But there was one thing he needed to deal with now, so he closed his left eye to activate his surveillance powers. And this was because it was time to clean something up. Inside a fast-moving minivan, we saw the gang leader of the Kanto Nuts Association ecstatically driving and laughing as he screamed about killing all his gang members. He was already imagining that after this, he would live in the Philippines for 3 years to have fun, and when he returned to Japan, he would earn even more money. Then suddenly, the gang leader stopped laughing and his eyes developed a triangle symbol, the same triangle symbol we could see in Shinya's eye. He was surprised and confused because the image he was seeing in his vision was Mikado sulking inside Tsukiyomi's office. He scratched his eyes because he didn't recognize who he was seeing, and he knew he should currently be driving the minivan. He started to panic because he didn't understand what was happening and had no idea about what he was seeing now. He screamed out loud asking what was happening to his eyes. Of course, we know this was Shinya's doing. Shinya's left eye had the ability to see his target's vision for 24 hours. He could do this to up to 36 people. Meanwhile, the power of his right eye was the ability to force the vision he wanted into his target's sight. This was exactly what he was doing now to the gang leader of the Kanto Nuts Association. The gang leader kept rubbing his eyes to clear his vision, but could do nothing except panic because he was still driving the minivan. And from just one violent road bump, he lost hope completely as he could no longer properly control the steering wheel. So the inevitable accident happened, and he crashed into a building. Because of the force and speed of the crash, he died on impact. The truth was, Shinya never arranged an escape plan for him. From the beginning, Shinya intended for him to die in the end. So after it happened, Shinya simply told the gang leader in his mind, "Good work." Mikado spoke to Shinya again. He said he knew Shinya had some idea about the Oni's location, and he wanted to know it. Shinya said yes. He always kept checking the visions of the Oni. He knew the Oni had already left their old hideout and moved to a new one. He could also see where it was. Tsukiyomi eagerly listened to Shinya and asked what else he was going to say about it. Shinya answered with a smug smile that it was time to march in and exterminate them. He added that they should kill all the Oni inside, even the small fry. And of course, Mudano and Ichinose were also there. So he entrusted Mudano to Tsukiyomi and Osuke. Osuke then asked Tsukiyomi if what they were about to do was all right with the fortune he read. Tsukiyomi said absolutely, because the date had changed. While holding the current day fortune card, he said it was most auspicious. Next, Shinya gave Mikado a serious order. According to Shinya, Mikado should be the one to kill Ichinose. So he asked him if he could do it. Mikado seriously answered yes. Meanwhile, inside the original Oni hideout, Yoroshi asked Masumi what they were going to do next. He also asked what they planned to do after reaching the new hideout. Wouldn't they go looking for the Momotaro to raid them? Masumi replied that their side would remain on the receiving end. Yoroshi complained about that, so Masumi called him stupid. He said it didn't matter if they were on the receiving end because there were many different ways to receive. Yoroshi couldn't understand what Masumi was saying, so Masumi told him he'd give him the details later. According to Masumi, once the Momotaro had gathered all their cards, that's when they would start moving. The time to face the Momotaro was near, but he told Medano's students that they were still too green. Masumi explained that normally, he would just tell them to pull back. But since they didn't have any definite proof that the Nerima Momotaro Corporation was already on the move, the Nerima combat unit of the Oni Corporation couldn't do anything yet. That meant Medano's students were the only hope. So Masumi had just one thing to tell them. Don't die on me, you runts. Now, we could see the determination on the faces of the classmates, including Mudano, for the battle ahead. Meanwhile, Shinya, Osuke, Mikado, and Tsukiyomi had also begun to move, with Tsukiyomi even praying to his favorite fortune teller. While walking down the hallway, Tsukiyomi told the group that tonight, they must be able to display the heads of the Oni. In the coming confrontation, we would soon witness what would happen between Shiki and Mikado, and what would unfold when Tsukiyomi and Osuke faced off with Mudano. But for now, let's return briefly to the recent past to see the visions Shinya saw that helped him learn the exact location of the Oni's new hideout, where there was a hatch entrance. The tunnel it descended into was deep, with a long ladder for access. Upon reaching the bottom, it was evident the place was still rough, like a dig site, not yet polished. Soon, the four Momotaro arrived at the hatch entrance of the new hideout, and Tsukiyomi asked Shinya if he was sure the Oni were truly here. Shinya answered yes. He had just gotten a good look at everything currently happening inside. No matter how far the Oni tried to run, they would never escape from Shinya. The problem was, Mikado wasn't sharing the same enthusiasm as the three Momo with him. That was because he still carried the heavy weight of betrayal from his friend Natsu, whose real identity was Shiki Ichinose. Tsukiyomi noticed Mikado's darkening expression and calmed him down, telling him not to be too bloodthirsty yet. Then he showed Mikado the Eight of Cups card. According to Tsukiyomi, this card was part of Mikado's fortune tonight. It meant that if Mikado continued in his current state, no good results would come. So Tsukiyomi gave him advice and said he needed to let go of something. Mikado reflected on this and could only think about his feud with Shiki. Shinya told the three that there were a lot of small fry Oni inside the hideout, but they wouldn't be a problem. In fact, in Shinya's mind, the truth of the matter was that the situation would work in their favor. That was because Mudano and his companions would have a harder time fighting while having to protect their small fry comrades. This made their odds of killing Mudano even better. So they opened the hatch and began infiltrating the hideout, charging straight in. Instead of using the ladder provided, they jumped straight down from the tall height. It wasn't a problem for them, and they landed on their feet easily. Shinya was the last to jump, and while he was still midair, he shouted with an evil smile that they were going to exterminate the Oni. But upon landing, they were surprised because they didn't see a single Oni in the hideout's hallways, and the surroundings were completely silent. Shinya couldn't believe it, and Osuke's excitement vanished when he saw there was no one to fight. Shinya checked his surveillance vision again because he was absolutely sure they should be here, and he didn't understand why they weren't. Osuke asked if he had gotten the location wrong. Shinya assured him he hadn't and was certain the Oni were inside this hideout. He informed the three that he could currently see many Oni, and they were just further down the path. Tsukiyomi said he couldn't sense even a single Oni nearby, but Shinya insisted he was right and that they were really here. Shinya was now stressed because he couldn't explain properly to his teammates that he was currently seeing the Oni inside the hideout through his vision, even if they couldn't see them. He checked the Oni's vision again, but this time he suddenly saw himself from behind. He was shocked and couldn't believe it. And as footsteps echoed from an invisible person, Shinya began wondering how he had just seen himself from behind. Then we saw that the footsteps were coming from someone who was slowly becoming visible. Shinya turned to look behind him to see where the vision was coming from, and he was shocked to discover it came from a person behind him who had just been invisible. That person was none other than Kogasaki. Apparently, Kogasaki had been wearing a VR headset all this time, and the Oni Shinya had been seeing were from that. Masumi had also been with him all along, using his ability to keep them both invisible. They had successfully deceived Shinya. Kogasaki greeted Shinya with a mocking, "I missed you, asshole." Masumi was still smiling as he commented to Kogasaki that this must be what the lowlife Momotaro who dragged innocent people into his schemes looked like. According to Masumi, Shinya's face reeked of scum. Then, Shinya suddenly collapsed onto the floor in shock and disbelief. He really couldn't understand what was going on. Then, Oni began arriving from the hatch entrance of the hideout, one of them wearing rollerblades. Shinya still looked stunned, while Osuke and Tsukiyomi smiled with excitement because Shinya wasn't totally wrong after all, and there were Oni they could fight. The Oni quickly approached the 4 Momotaro in the hideout. They realized now that the 4 of them had truly fallen into the trap set by the Oni. Now, they would face the full group of Medano's students, along with Masumi and Kaoru. Even now, Shinya still couldn't believe it, thinking he should have been right and able to see everything through his powers. When Masumi heard Shinya crying about it, he figured out that he had been right from the beginning, that this new Momotaro they were up against really did have a surveillance ability. So he threw the VR headset that Kogasaki had worn earlier onto the floor in front of Shinya. Then he called Shinya a dumbass because all this time, he had only been watching a playback video through his surveillance ability. Masumi explained what they had done. Earlier today, he had ordered the troops to record a video up until the part where they were still walking inside the new hideout. Then he placed that video file into a VR headset and had Kogasaki watch it. According to him, they didn't even really need to go through all this extra effort just to face the Momotaro. They could have just waited inside the hideout because the Momotaro were bound to come here anyway. Among all their options, they had chosen to execute the most tedious plan. Then Masumi asked Shinya and the others if they knew why that was the option they picked. The answer was simple, and Masumi explained it further with a creepy smile. It was because this option was the most satisfying thing to do. The expression on Shinya's face was indescribable as Masumi hurled hurtful words at him. Then Kogasaki told him that he looked so happy the moment he kidnapped him. So Kogasaki asked what Shinya thought of the little surprise they had just shown him. Next, Kogasaki bent down slightly in front of Shinya, who was still sitting on the ground. He gave him a sinister look with a creepy smile and told him to laugh. Shinya said nothing, but Osuke laughed at what had just happened. He told Shinya that he was really lame. Tsukiyomi then spoke with full confidence and said it was still fine for them because regardless of how the meeting happened, the outcome of their confrontation would not change. Now Medano's group and Shinya's group locked eyes as they prepared to settle their issues right here, right now. A fierce roar echoed in the hearts of those facing off in this battle. Shiki was now ready to confront Mikado, and Mudano was ready to take on the 2 eager Momotaro, Osuke and Tsukiyomi. Most of all, Kogasaki had long been holding back and was eager to face Shinya, who still seemed in shock from the recent revelations. 10 Oni would face the 4 Momotaro, and the odds weren't sitting well for Shinya. So, as his next move, he just ran away to escape. Shiki was surprised by Shinya's retreat, and Kogasaki immediately chased after him. Tsukiyomi only watched Shinya run while Osuke laughed at him. Shinya snapped at Osuke and shouted, "Shut up." While running, he thought that if only he had one non-combatant Oni to take hostage, he might be able to put up a fight. But that was unlikely in a situation like this where they were outnumbered. He knew he was at a disadvantage in battle without a hostage or a sufficient number of troops to back him up. It didn't matter to him if the others would laugh at him, because they wouldn't get it. Deep in Shinya's heart, he remained determined to do whatever it took to win, even if it meant running, like he was now. Kogasaki chased after him and wouldn't let him get away so easily, and he managed to pass Mikado and the other 2 Oni. But Shiki just stood still and stared at Mikado. Mikado stared back and said, "Let's settle this." Shiki asked what he meant by settle. Shiki wanted to clarify, but Mikado immediately snapped at him to just shut up. Mikado reminded Shiki that he already told him he didn't plan to listen to anything he had to say. Shiki had nothing to say to that. Then, Mikado invited Shiki to go somewhere else inside the hideout where they could be alone. So he told him to follow me. Shiki thought about Mikado's request with serious eyes and then followed him. Masumi and Mudano exchanged looks after watching Shiki. Mudano didn't say anything and just gave Masumi a cold look. But it seemed the two understood each other with just that glance, and Masumi activated his invisibility ability, mocking Mikado's way of saying "follow me." Tsukiyomi was impressed and intrigued by Masumi's invisibility powers. Next, Osuke called out loudly to Mudano and said, "Let's pick up where we left off." Tsukiyomi immediately protested and reminded Osuke that it was his turn to fight Mudano. Osuke just called him stupid and said it was still his turn. They were only in round 2. Mudano mocked Osuke and said he seemed way too happy. Mudano was amazed at him because it looked like he forgot that he couldn't even give him a single scratch. Was he really that stupid? Mudano asked. Osuke spread his arms wide and admitted that Mudano really won their first round. But in round 2, he wouldn't lose again. As bacteria started to spread from Osuke's hands, he said the reason he wouldn't lose now was because Mudano was strong. Mudano and his students watched the bacteria spreading through the area. Osuke added that the stronger you are, the more you'll struggle with your own strength. And as he said this, he replicated Mudano's move, Torrential Rebirth. But instead of being made from blood, it was made from Momotaro bacteria. Osuke had a copy ability that allowed him to duplicate any skill he had already received. But he couldn't make another copy within the next 24 hours. Excitedly, Osuke said he was dying to try using this skill. So he unleashed his version of Torrential Rebirth at Mudano and the students. This attack was massively destructive. Once the smoke cleared, Tsukiyomi was seen patiently waiting with a smirk, anticipating. But Mudano and his students emerged unscathed because he had protected them using his Oni blood umbrella. He asked if anyone was hurt, and Usurube answered that they were all fine. Osuke regained Mudano's attention and offered his hand as if inviting him to dance. He told Mudano to fight, because this time, Mudano would be facing himself. Mudano gave him an ice-cold glare. In response, he retracted his Oni blood back into his thumb while his students watched him closely. What he did next was walk away while telling his students to take care of Osuke. Osuke was shocked. Mudano ordered his students to figure out how to handle Osuke. Usurube was also surprised. Osuke became furious at Mudano walking away and asked what the hell was going on. Mudano said he wasn't interested in fighting copycats. Because of the insult, a vein snapped in Osuke's head and his face bulged with anger. Then, Mudano turned to Tsukiyomi. In his mind, he knew he had to focus on him now. That was the real reason he left Osuke to the students. Tsukiyomi said he felt honored that Mudano chose him. Osuke, seeing what Mudano did, became even more unhinged. He screamed in rage with his face bulging in fury. He couldn't believe that Mudano had no intention of fighting him. He stared furiously at the students. He couldn't accept that Mudano had left him in the hands of a bunch of brats. Because of this, his vision darkened completely, and he looked like a demon while saying that after he destroyed the kids, he would face Mudano next. Usurube was extremely nervous because even though they were facing Osuke together, he wasn't suited for combat at all. Even Biaobu-Goro was nervous because she still couldn't fully control her blood. Kiriyama still had an anxiety disorder and was more worried about his stomach pain than the upcoming fight. But the obsessed Sazanami once again showed courage and told Kiriyama that he didn't need to do anything. But before Sazanami could say she would be the one to face Osuke, Yoroshi beat her to it and told her to get out of the way. Yoroshi was super excited to unleash his power tonight, so he took the opportunity from his classmates to duel. Mudano ruined Yoroshi's moment. He told him that the combat unit from the Nerima Oni Corp was already on their way because they had noticed Tsukiyomi's unit moving. So he told Yoroshi to just hang in there until reinforcements arrived. And before leaving, he told Yoroshi not to even think about taking down Osuke. Yoroshi silently listened to what Mudano said, and then he also lost his mind and bulged with rage. He couldn't accept being told that by his sensei. Yoroshi understood it as Mudano looking down on him and not believing he could beat Osuke. But he still smiled when he realized what he had to do now, and that was to beat the hell out of Osuke. So he clenched his fist and faced him. Kaoru watched what Mudano did and noticed that he was really good at motivating people. Then, when Mudano passed by Kaoru, he gave him a nod. Kaoru understood what Mudano meant and knew that he would handle things here. When Mudano approached Tsukiyomi, The latter immediately asked if they should fight right there. Mudano replied that they should move somewhere else because wouldn't that be easier for both of them? While the two were traveling, let's go back to Osuke and Yoroshi's fight. Osuke commented first on how Mudano and Tsukiyomi left him to deal with the brats. He said that just when he thought he would get to fight Mudano, now he was babysitting. Then he asked Yoroshi if he understood just how incredibly mad he was right now, because he didn't. And if Yoroshi didn't understand his frustrations, he should go to hell. Kiriyama was extremely thankful to Yoroshi for stepping forward, because he was absolutely terrified of fighting. Sazanami looked at him with intense shock. Sazanami was deeply jealous of Yoroshi because of Kiriyama's reaction and wished he would lose and die in battle. Kiriyama commented on the sinister presence he felt beside him. Kaoru had only now realized that Osuke had a copy ability, which explained why the intel they received on him was always so inconsistent. Yusurube heard Kaoru's comment and became even more nervous, asking him if Osuke was really that strong. Kaoru agreed and said yes. Then, Osuke started attacking again. He used Mudano's torrential rebirth once more. As a counter, Yoroshi made a move, but even he wondered what his Oni blood powers would unleash from his current rage. What came out of his hot-blooded hysteria was sacred twin blades. He was surprised and didn't understand why he was given dual blades. Kaoru, watching, commented that this wasn't good for Yoroshi. When the arrows from torrential rebirth were about to hit him, he quickly ran to dodge them. He knew that dual blades were a bad matchup against Osuke's current ability. This made him even more frustrated due to the constant uncertainty of his own ability. He understood that Mudano's ability was a long-range attack, and Osuke needed to keep distance to use it. So Yoroshi had to get close to Osuke somehow. But to his surprise, Osuke suddenly pounced toward him and was already right in front of him. Yoroshi had no time to dodge or react because of Osuke's speed, and he ended up taking a strong smack to the right side of his face. But after getting hurt, he immediately realized that now that Osuke had closed in, he could counterattack and tear him into shreds. Watching the events unfold, Kaoru mentioned that although their intel on Osuke was always inconsistent, there was one thing that was consistently reported. Yusurube asked what that was. Kaoru replied that Osuke's martial arts skills were terrifying. In his duel with Yoroshi, he easily dodged every slash thrown at him. Yoroshi was getting irritated and exhausted with how easily Osuke evaded all his attacks. Osuke told him he wasn't cut out for this and was too stiff. He was getting bored of their fight, so he prepared to deliver a strong uppercut. As he launched it, he followed up with numerous punches to different parts of Yoroshi's body. After the final blow, he sent Yoroshi crashing into a wall, smashing it from the impact. He couldn't get up right away due to the beating. Then, Osuke immediately flew to his downed opponent and delivered a flying kick to his chin. He told Yoroshi that he was so weak, it wasn't even funny. He asked the seemingly unconscious Yoroshi what the point was of stepping up earlier. Did he think he was a hotshot? Osuke snapped his fingers and said he really hated boring grunts like Yoroshi. He used torrential rebirth again to finish him off for good. He told him to go to hell and said he found staring at his own nails more fun than fighting him. In Yoroshi's mind, he was furious at every single one of them. He was irritated by Mudano's condescension as his sensei and by Osuke, his current opponent. But he was even more annoyed at himself for letting his skill bring out such a lousy move. Within 24 hours, he could only use his ability 3 times. And now he had 1 move left. After that, he'd be done. He gritted his teeth in intense anger, thinking he had no choice but to use his last move. Then, he harshly scolded himself mentally and said if his next move turned out to be garbage again, he was surely going to die. As torrential rebirth began releasing arrows, Kaoru panicked because he felt he needed to step in or Yoroshi would be in danger. Yoroshi remained sitting on the floor against the wall as the arrows approached. For the last time, Yoroshi asked himself what his rage would give him now. Osuke glanced back when he heard Yoroshi speak. Then, he suddenly felt goosebumps from what he saw. Whatever Yoroshi had done, he had managed to nullify torrential rebirth. Next, a powerful air pressure surged and Osuke couldn't believe what he was seeing. The air pressure was so strong that even Yusurube screamed while watching from a distance. Osuke couldn't understand how Yoroshi had completely blown away torrential rebirth. Then, he looked for where Yaroshi had gone because he couldn't see him through the thick smoke. Suddenly, someone called "Hey" from above. When he looked up, he saw Yaroshi flying with his blood angel wings. Blood feathers were falling from his wings. Yaroshi, excited and smug, told Osuke that if he wanted fun, then let's dance. Osuke was pleased and excited to accept Yaroshi's invitation. He even said that apparently, fighting him was more interesting than staring at his own nails, after all. Using the third and final chance of his ability, Yaroshi managed to unleash the wings of blood. When Kiriyama saw them, he couldn't help but comment on how beautiful they looked, which made Sazanami irritated. She got jealous and asked if she should kill Yaroshi just so Kiriyama would look at her instead. Kiriyama didn't expect that and said it was creepy. On the side, Usurube was emotionally hurt, thinking those two normies were flirting right beside him. Meanwhile, Biaobugoro was just downcast, thinking that everyone around her was amazing. She believed she was useless there and just dead weight. But Yaroshi was overjoyed. He finally hit the jackpot by creating a much cooler weapon. Osuke also praised him. That was great, because now he was even more motivated to fight. The two of them were fully ready for their showdown. He told Yaroshi to give him a show. While floating midair, Osuke used Midano's ability in battle. With his bacteria, Osuke created an army of archers that immediately targeted Yaroshi. But Yaroshi wasn't shaken. He simply closed his wings, preparing to launch feathers. He warned him not to dare fly over him. The feathers shot out straight and aimed at the faces of the archer puppets. Osuke laughed and let out a surprised wow. Even he nearly got hit, but thankfully, he was quick enough to back off and dodge it. He then asked, "Who's the hotshot now?" Once again, he released his bacteria and wanted to see how Yaroshi would handle all of it. What he was referring to was the overwhelming number of archers he created. He exclaimed how fun it was and asked if Yaroshi agreed. Since they were alike, he figured Yaroshi knew the feeling too. All the archers released their arrows in unison, targeting Yaroshi. The feeling he referred to was the thrill of fighting others to the death. However, as Yaroshi flapped his wings, he declared not to lump him in with someone like that. Usurube was shocked to see that instead of dodging, he flew straight into the direction the arrows were coming from. Even Kaoru couldn't believe what he was witnessing. Yaroshi swiftly dodged the hundreds of arrows with ease, avoiding every single one of them effortlessly. Usurube was amazed at the sight. Kaoru, on the other hand, couldn't understand why he wouldn't stop. Yaroshi declared that he would destroy everything and dove straight toward Osuke. Osuke knelt on the ground and asked if it was really okay for an angel to fly that close to the ground. This time, he summoned a dragon to attack. The beast roared ferociously, catching Yaroshi off guard. As a result, one of his wings, his left wing, was destroyed. Osuke stated that the only time angels ever descend to the earth is when they become fallen angels. Because of that, Yaroshi finally came crashing down. Usurube grew concerned upon seeing one of Yaroshi's wings in ruins. Kiriyama also looked worried. Meanwhile, Sazanami, out of sheer jealousy, wished he would just die. Kaoru quickly ran to catch him, knowing he could still reach him in time. Osuke laughed loudly and told him not to feel bad. Their clash was incredibly fun, he said. There was no better way to die than fighting to the death. He even added that he was jealous of him. As he plummeted, Yaroshi thought about how much blood he had used just to create that wing. Because of that, his vision slowly started to darken. This was already the third time he used his ability, and now one of his wings was destroyed. He wondered what would happen next. He even cursed at the thought that this could be his end. Then, someone suddenly called out to him, "Brother." The voice asked if it was time for him to join them on their side. That was fast, the voices said. Yaroshi laughed, realizing he was getting delirious. But when that crossed his mind, he reminded himself that he still had to avenge his fallen comrades and drag the Momotaro down to the pits of hell. He couldn't die just yet, not until he exacted their vengeance. That's why he wasn't going to give up just because of a thug like him. Fueled by that motivation, Yaroshi managed to lift himself back up with only his right wing remaining. Kaoru was stunned when he saw Yaroshi expand his remaining wing. Yaroshi said that once something created by his ability was gone, it could no longer be repaired. So he'd pour all of his remaining blood into that last wing. Osuke was thrilled he was still being charged at. He said there was no problem and he would face him head-on. Once again, he summoned archers and invited him to dance. Yaoroshi began to spiral downward in circles. Kaoru, who was running nearby, noticed this and thought it was impossible for him to fly with just one wing. If he continued that, it would be hard to tell where he would crash. However, Kaoru seemed to notice something. Yaoroshi had started spinning rapidly downward like a tornado. The strong gust of wind caused Usurube and the others to squint as dust and wind hit their eyes. Kaoru quickly warned everyone to fall back. Meanwhile, both Yaoroshi and Osuke were smiling in the heat of battle. Yaoroshi even challenged him to go ahead and attack. Osuke, delighted, unleashed more archers to target him. But due to the intense and rapid spin, the arrows were simply destroyed midair. Osuke couldn't believe what he was seeing. With the roar of the fallen angel attack, Yaoroshi continued his plunge toward Osuke's location. Even though Osuke suffered heavy damage, blood gushing from his ears and nose from the slash, he was still smiling, realizing that Yaoroshi had created a massive twister using only one wing. Moments later, his body was flung at incredible speed into the nearby wall. At the same time, Yaoroshi's wing disappeared completely, and as he was falling, he stated that Osuke was wrong to say they were the same. True, it was an honor to die in battle, but that alone didn't make him happy. The best outcome for him was to win and keep on fighting. He added that Osuke lost because he was willing to die. What was in his mind was the thought that dying in battle was joyful after all. A deep crater was left where Osuke crashed into the wall. Yaoroshi emphasized not to underestimate the strength of someone who's desperate to win, calling him a dumbass in the end. Bleeding and seemingly unconscious, Osuke was down from the damage he had taken. As Yaoroshi fell, his teammates celebrated his victory, everyone except Sazanami. Meanwhile, Kaoru rushed in, anxious about whether he could reach him in time. Fortunately, he managed to catch Yaoroshi's body just in time. Usurube quickly ran over and asked if he was okay. Kaoru replied that he wasn't. His condition was severe, with his left arm almost completely destroyed. Kiriyama weakened at the sight of all the blood, causing Sazanami to worry for him. She joked that maybe she had no choice but to give him mouth-to-mouth, but Kiriyama refused, thanking her and saying it wasn't that bad. Bialbugora then asked if Oni regeneration could help, but Kaoru didn't think it would be enough. Too much blood had been lost. At this rate, his blood would run out. They needed to get him to the medical unit immediately. Kaoru pulled out his vial of blood to check if there were any Momo nearby. He cursed, and when Usurube asked why, he said a large group of Momo were headed their way. He saw it with his ability. But Usurube remembered that the combat unit was on their way. Kaoru suspected that something must have held them back, which was why they hadn't arrived yet. For now, they needed to leave. But unexpectedly, Osuke suddenly emerged from the hole, crouched, bloodied, and mumbling incoherently. Usurube was shocked to see that he was still alive, though it seemed he was no longer fully conscious. Kaoru insisted that they had to go before reinforcements arrived. Meanwhile, the Momotaro group rushed in and found Osuke just standing there. They called out to him and asked where their commander, Tsukiyomi, was. They were curious about what had happened. They immediately noticed how badly beaten he was. One of them urged him to hang on. Some believed he hadn't fully come to his senses yet, so they needed to get him out and call for the medics. But Osuke spoke, saying that they weren't done yet. Momo then reported that the Oni had already left. There wasn't a single one left in the area. Upon hearing that, Osuke told him not to mess with him. But the Momo added that the enemy's combat unit was already on their way. Osuke began to walk and said fine, they would face them. However, his body gave out, and he collapsed to the ground. The other Momo knew he wouldn't last much longer and could die soon. So they quickly moved to carry him out of the area. While they were running, Osuke ordered the one carrying him to put him down, but the Momo refused. He said him and their commander was their beacons of hope. That's why he begged him not to die just like that. The scene shifted to a location even lower than where Osuke and the others were. Tsukiyomi smiled, surprised that there was such a place hidden below. He added that it reminded him of Kyoto, noting that the Oni seemed to really love being underground. Mudano responded that he could understand that sentiment if Tsukiyomi had also lived his life constantly on the run. He then pulled out his umbrella weapon and said they should stop talking and get started. But Tsukiyomi asked for just a moment. He took out a bowling ball, saying it was his lucky item for the day. He placed it to the side, commenting on how heavy it was, and told him not to bother asking where he got it. While his back was turned, thinking of where to set it down, Mudano already launched his attack. Just then, the bowling ball rolled down his arm and dropped, causing Tsukiyomi to lean further forward, which made him dodge the strike from Mudano's umbrella. Tsukiyomi turned and said that was a close one. When the ball hit the ground, he celebrated, grateful that his lucky item had saved him. He gave thanks to Mairinpa. Mudano remarked how convenient that was, and said he would have seen it coming if Tsukiyomi hadn't brought the ball in the first place. But Tsukiyomi dismissed his words as nonsense. He said he would follow Mairinpa forever. He then asked Mudano if he thought he still stood a chance against him now that he was at the peak of his luck, and wondered aloud if he believed in fortune-telling. Mudano answered that he wasn't interested in things like that. He disliked people who meddled with the fate of others. Using his ability, Mudano summoned a small army of archer blood puppets. But Tsukiyomi pulled out a tarot card and told him to calm down. With his bacteria, he created a glittering night sky and remarked that the night was still long. Mudano glanced upward and suddenly troubled by what he had just done. Meanwhile, Tsukiyomi smiled. He formed sharp swords out of his bacteria and explained that the mystical starry sky can calm anyone for an instant. That brief moment was all he needed to execute his move. Mudano raised his umbrella weapon, wondering what it was he just saw. He admitted to himself that he got distracted by it. Tsukiyomi pointed his tarot card at him and said it was unfortunate, but he moved 0.3 seconds too late. With that, he unleashed the swords in a move called Ragnarok, the Eight of Swords, which pierced several parts of Mudano's body. Tsukiyomi added that the Eight of Swords had a restraining effect and that Mudano would not be able to escape the Swords of Fate. It was then revealed that the commander, Momoka Tsukiyomi, possessed the ability called Ragnarok, a power controlled through tarot cards. Its effects changed depending on which tarot card was drawn. He further explained that the card he had drawn earlier was the Star, which had a sedative effect. As a result, Mudano was left immobilized. Tsukiyomi clapped, saying that although the night was supposed to stretch on, the fight seemed to have ended right there, and it's already over. Now that Mudano was trapped, he could no longer move. And since he was immobilized, Tsukiyomi shuffled his deck and declared that the end of their clash was drawing near. He drew a card to determine his next move. Mudano waited curiously, watching him closely. When Tsukiyomi saw the result, he looked pleased. Even the gods, he said, wanted to witness his victory. The card he pulled was the Chariot. Using his bacteria, he created a military tank and climbed aboard. He then fired the tank's cannon straight at Mudano. As expected, the resulting explosion was massive, and thick smoke engulfed the area. However, Tsukiyomi had anticipated that Mudano would be able to block the attack using his ability. Even while restrained, Mudano could still move his arm. While Tsukiyomi shuffled again, Mudano wondered whether he could use multiple cards simultaneously. Tsukiyomi drew another card, claiming that fortune was smiling upon him once more. He said this good fortune would mark Mudano's death. From the drawn card, he manifested a powerful knight wielding a massive sword, who then charged at Mudano. Mudano managed to block the strike, but the blow left a crack in his umbrella weapon. Tsukiyomi was thrilled to see it gradually breaking. Moments later, the umbrella shattered completely, catching Mudano off guard. Tsukiyomi told him that one small mistake was all it would take to bring his downfall. When the knight launched another attack, the Eight of Swords restraints suddenly vanished just before the sword could land. This allowed Mudano to dodge the strike. Shocked, Mudano realized the reason he couldn't move had suddenly disappeared. Tsukiyomi muttered, "Oh dear," and noted that the effect had worn off. From that, Mudano figured out there was a time limit to the ability. As the knight lunged again, Mudano barely dodged, and Tsukiyomi remarked that even if he managed to avoid that one, there was no way he could escape the next round from the cannon. He was referring to the next cannon fire from the military tank. Mudano didn't seem fazed by it. Despite the massive explosion it caused, he managed to dodge just in time. Using his rollerblades, he struck a pose and summoned his blood army of archers. They aimed their arrows at Tsukiyomi's weapon, shattering and dispelling it instantly. Tsukiyomi remained calm despite this. He said it was no problem at all, then drew another card, claiming he still got cards in his sleeve. Suddenly, the knight he had summoned earlier appeared behind Mudano and attempted to strike. Mudano instinctively blocked the blade with his umbrella. However, he noticed something strange. Tsukiyomi commented that the knight still made contact. As a result, all of Mudano's movements slowed down. Tsukiyomi explained that he had drawn the Four of Swords, Suspend. That card could drastically slow someone's movements for 5 whole seconds. He asked Mudano if he thought that was a short amount of time. He suggested he think again. Because his body was slowed, Mudano couldn't dodge the knight's next attack. The blade slashed across his chest, and Tsukiyomi declared that 5 seconds was more than enough to end his life. He was pleased, saying that this is the perfect fortune. Mudano was severely weakened from the blow and the blood loss. Tsukiyomi was surprised that despite all that, Mudano still managed to survive. But then he dismissed it, saying he wasn't as strong as the rumors claimed. Legends, he believed, were nothing but exaggerations. He offered to be the one to put an end to Mudano for good. But shockingly, Tsukiyomi suddenly coughed up blood. He had no idea what just happened. He looked down at his hand and saw it stained with blood. Confused and alarmed, he began to struggle for breath, clutching his chest in pain. Glaring furiously at Mudano, he demanded to know what he had done. What exactly did Mudano do to him? Mudano calmly sliced his own cheek using a sharp object on his fingertip to draw more blood. Once again, Tsukiyomi demanded to know what Mudano had done to him. As Mudano drew blood from his cheek, he calmly explained that all this time, Tsukiyomi had been drenched in a rain of blood. Tsukiyomi couldn't believe what he just heard. Mudano continued, now holding an umbrella crafted from his own blood, saying that ever since earlier, an invisible rain of ultra-fine blood droplets had been falling across the battlefield, too small to be detected by the naked eye. As a result, Tsukiyomi's internal organs had already suffered damage. That was basically what had happened. Mudano added that Tsukiyomi had gotten so absorbed in his gloating that he failed to notice his own clothes had been tainted. That made Tsukiyomi glance down at his coat, only to leap back in horror upon seeing it stained with Oni blood. In his thoughts, he admitted he had been careless. If only he had realized it earlier, it would not have been a big deal. If the droplets were that fine, he should have gauged the wind currents to avoid them. He quickly drew his tarot deck again and began to shuffle. He apologized, saying he would have to end this immediately. But the moment he looked at the card he had drawn, panic crept across his face. Using his bacteria, he manifested the Knight of Swords. This time, a mounted knight charged forward, sword raised to strike Mudano. But right before it could close in, the horse suddenly stopped. Mudano was confused as to why didn't it attack. Instead of striking Mudano, the knight swung its sword at Tsukiyomi. The blow slashed into his right arm as he instinctively tried to block it. The horse and knight began to vanish while blood splattered to the floor. Frustrated and in pain, Tsukiyomi muttered how rebellious that horse was. Mudano took the opportunity and activated Torrential Rebirth. His blood archers aimed their arrows and fired at Tsukiyomi, who was barely able to leap aside to avoid them. Because he had been injured by his own summoned ability, Mudano assumed that Tsukiyomi had drawn a reverse tarot card. Tsukiyomi was shocked he knew about that. It was then explained that tarot cards have upright and reverse orientations, and a reversed card typically results in the worst possible outcome. Even Tsukiyomi wasn't exempt from that rule. The probability behind his Ragnarok ability was this: if luck was on his side, he was more likely to draw an upright card, but if misfortune struck, chances were high he'd pull a reversed one. Worse, even though he had the power to draw up to 3 cards at once, if even one came out reversed, he'd either be forced to use that unfavorable card or be prevented from using the next one. Mudano framed the moment using Tsukiyomi's favorite expression. Didn't that simply mean that fortune itself was now on his side? With that, he summoned an even greater swarm of blood archers, all aiming directly at Tsukiyomi. Still refusing to surrender, Tsukiyomi reached for his deck again and declared that the gods can be fickle from time to time. When he flipped his next card, it revealed the 7 of Wands, reversed. The blood archers let their arrows fly as Mudano stared at Tsukiyomi. Tsukiyomi knew he couldn't fully block that kind of attack with a reversed card. Sure enough, the wooden barrier that Tsukiyomi summoned crumbled effortlessly. Arrows struck him, sending him staggering backward. He leapt and stumbled, trying to evade further damage, but eventually collapsed. As his tarot cards scattered across the ground, he cursed. He brought his lucky charm, made sure to offer his prayers, and placed all his faith in divination and the gods. He did everything, but they still didn't look his way. And now, with nothing else left to do, he picked up another tarot card from the ground, saying he would force the gods to finally look his way. The next card he drew was the devil, reversed. From behind him rose an enormous demonic figure. He remarked that pulling a reversed card wasn't always a sign of misfortune. Sometimes, it could actually foretell good fortune. The reversed devil card had the ability to liberate someone from their suffering, possibly steering fate toward a favorable outcome. With this, he was certain the god's grace would finally be his. He gathered his tarot cards again, shuffling them while Mudano stood poised, watching. As he pulled his next card, he declared that he would not allow anyone else to steal the god's attention. Smiling, he announced that from this moment forward, the gods would never avert their gaze from him again. The card was Strength, upright. Using his bacteria, he summoned a horned lion to charge at Mudano. He claimed this was the end for him. As the beast rushed forward, Mudano raised his umbrella to block it, but the lion's sharp horn pierced straight through. Tsukiyomi said he wouldn't hold much longer with it. And he was right. The umbrella shattered, and the lion's horn drove deep into Mudano's body. When Tsukiyomi saw what happened, he was delighted that the horn had pierced through. However, his expression quickly changed once he realized something had shattered inside, and that Mudano hadn't been injured at all. Mudano remarked that it was a shame the attack didn't reach him. He had blocked it using Tsukiyomi's lucky bowling ball, something the latter could hardly believe. Mudano explained that since it was just lying on the ground, he figured he might as well use it. He apologized, saying it seemed that lucky item wasn't really meant for Tsukiyomi. The ball rolled from his hand, and he slowly began reconstructing his umbrella. Thanks to the bowling ball, he had managed to conserve enough energy to reform it. Tsukiyomi was in disbelief at the sight of his opponent crafting another weapon. Because of that momentary defense, Mudano was able to store enough blood to activate Okami no Kami, summoning the blood goddess. Tsukiyomi grew visibly uneasy at the sight. When the woman removed her hand from her face, he knew immediately that things were about to take a dark turn. He frantically began shuffling his tarot cards, hoping to draw his next one in time. But before he could, blood began to surge as the abyss of the dark waters manifested through Okami no Kami. A massive spiraling wave erupted and crashed toward him. Tsukiyomi had no time to react. The tidal assault overwhelmed him and carried him away. When it finally subsided, blood was seen splattered across the floor, and Tsukiyomi lay slumped against the wall, his body battered. With a smile, he said his bones were shattered and he could barely move. As Mudano approached, Tsukiyomi pleaded that if he was going to finish him off, he should at least make it quick. But Mudano responded that he had no intention of doing so. That was never his goal. Tsukiyomi was stunned to hear that from someone who had supposedly killed 100 Momotaro. But Mudano said he was no longer the same person he once was. Tsukiyomi muttered that he understood now. Then, he asked if Mudano had been the one to kill Tsubakiri, or if he had simply dealt the final blow. The official report on Tsubakiri's death stated that although the body had been severely burned, it sustained another fatal wound. The immediate cause of death was a stab wound to the heart. He likely suffered a fatal wound during his battle with Ichinose and would have died even if he hadn't finished him off. It felt as though Mudano didn't want to stain Ichinose's hands with blood. If that's the case, then it's true he had changed and softened. But Mudano replied that it had nothing to do with him. Tsukiyomi commented on how kind he was, and honestly, he was surprised he didn't even feel annoyed by it. He accepted his defeat. It felt relieving, but there was still a slight sting. Because of how this battle ended, he said they would have to face each other again one day. And of course, next time it would be a battle to the death. Perhaps for now the gods chose Mudano as the victor, but next time, Tsukiyomi vowed he would win. Mudano commented on how absurd that sounded, saying as if he would ever let the gods dictate his fate. But Tsukiyomi cut him off, saying he was denying his entire identity at that point. Even if he had lost, that was just too much. Their conversation ended there as Mudano left, skating off on his rollerblades to return to his students. He reflected on what Tsukiyomi said earlier about not wanting to stain Ichinose's hands with blood. In his thoughts, he realized they still lacked experience. That's why he couldn't allow them to kill others just yet. Not until they've developed the will to choose for themselves, whether to kill or to let someone live. And it was his job to teach them that. The scene shifted outside where Shinya was being chased. Kogasaki was right behind him, demanding that he return. However, Shinya kept running, determined to escape. He called him a stubborn brat and grew concerned. If they continued toward the main street, there would definitely be a large crowd, and the higher-ups would see them. To avoid that, he searched for an alternate route. Swiftly, Shinya leapt upward toward a building to escape. When Kogasaki noticed, he didn't hesitate and followed without pause. But when he reached the rooftop, he was surprised to see Shinya already jumping to the next building. Confident that he could catch up, he kept going. However, Shinya glanced at him using his right eye, with the left one still covered. Because of that, Kogasaki suddenly saw what Shinya was seeing. He saw himself running. He was caught off guard and confused, and that distraction made him hit the edge of the building with his foot. He realized what he was seeing wasn't what he was actually looking at. As a result, he plummeted downward while trying to reach the next building. Shinya laughed, convinced Kogasaki would fall to his death. While falling midair, Kogasaki grew worried about whether he could still make it. Shinya was confident that from that height, it would be enough to kill him. He had no intention of stopping to check. He knew he needed all the time he could get to escape. Shinya never saw what happened after Kogasaki jumped, but in reality, Kogasaki had managed to grab onto the ledge of the wall. With a smirk, he asked if Shinya really thought he'd just let him escape that easily. Kogasaki forced himself up and even cursed under his breath. Once he climbed to the top, he looked around, wondering which path Shinya had taken. Determined not to let him escape, he pushed on. Meanwhile, Shinya kept running. When he glanced behind, he was shocked to see Kogasaki had already caught up. Kogasaki declared that he would not let him get away. Once again, Shinya used his ability, covering his left eye to confuse Kogasaki. As a result of Shinya's stare, Kogasaki's landing was off, and he crashed hard onto the ground. Shinya took this chance to flee once more. Meanwhile, Kogasaki was clearly frustrated by how annoying Shinya's ability was. While running, Shinya started showing signs of fatigue. His eyes were in pain from overusing his power. He ducked into a building, puzzling Kogasaki, who followed close behind. Ascending the stairs, Kogasaki searched every floor until he finally heard Shinya gasping for breath. He found him sitting on the floor of an empty room, clearly worn out. Shinya remarked that he just won't let up. Kogasaki insisted that Shinya had nowhere left to run. Irritated, Shinya asked why he wouldn't just die like the plan intended. Veins bulged from his forehead, sweat dripping from exhaustion. He snapped at Kogasaki, telling him not to think of himself as clever. He called him trash and said all he had to do was follow the plan and die like he was supposed to. Shinya was furious. He had been so close to getting everything right. Then he asked what Kogasaki's plan was now. Was he going to kill him? Kogasaki replied directly that he will. Shinya asked if it was because he was a Momotaro, to which Kogasaki answered that it wasn't just that. Shinya had dragged too many innocent people into this. He asked why he involved the kids. And why did innocent civilians have to suffer when he burned down the hospital and the building? He asked wasn't their job to protect the citizens. Kogasaki shouted that a piece of scum like Shinya had no right to call him trash. Shinya fell silent for a moment, then smirked. He cursed and said that was ridiculous. He admitted he didn't care whether people he didn't know lived or died. He'd do anything to get ahead and didn't give a damn about anyone else. He asked if Kogasaki really expect him to care about some brats. He laughed and called him a dumbass. If killing a few brats meant he could climb higher in the world, then he'd happily do it. Shinya scoffed at the idea of protecting civilians and wondered if Kogasaki really think Momotaros thought that way. He went on to say maybe it would have been better if the Oni had just wiped out humanity. Laughing maniacally, he urged Kogasaki to kill the citizens and slaughter them all. That way, he could just kill those Oni, and his status would rise even further. Upon hearing Shinya's words, Kogasaki froze, because it reminded him too much of himself not long ago. He recalled when he faced Mudano and said that he had nothing to do with anything, which led Mudano to tell him he hated people like him. Now, Kogasaki finally understood why Mudano snapped at that moment. He told Shinya that he absolutely loathed people like him with all his guts, and for the sake of the Oni and the people, He could not allow him to live any longer. That's why he had to kill him. Kogasaki tore open some of the stitches on his body to draw blood. He recalled how Shinya had claimed he wanted to get ahead. Well, good news, he could consider his death a special promotion. Shinya was so overwhelmed with stress that he warned Kogasaki not to come any closer. He was drenched in sweat and could only curse repeatedly, lowering his head in disbelief. This couldn't be how everything ended, not at the hands of a brat like him. He desperately tried to figure out where he went wrong. In his mind, he didn't think he had done anything wrong. It just didn't make sense. Kogasaki could only mutter how pathetic he was. The least he could have done was keep it together until the end. Kogasaki then crafted a weapon from his own blood. Meanwhile, Shinya still couldn't accept that he had made a mistake. Over and over, he insisted this wasn't happening. It couldn't be real. Crumbling under the pressure, he suddenly smiled and looked deranged, hinting that he still has an ace up his sleeve. As Kogasaki stepped forward, he was startled to hear Shinya laugh. When Shinya lifted his face, he even stuck his tongue out and told him to go to hell, calling him a dumbass again. A sudden explosion followed, shattering the glass windows of the floor. The scene then shifted to the helipad on the top floor of a tall building. One person remarked that no one would bother them there and asked the other if he thought it was a good spot. It was Mikado speaking to Shiki. Mikado added that instead of letting him meet his end in the depths of the earth, he would rather give him a burial under the sun. Shiki only replied that Mikado had no idea what he was talking about. Mikado said the moon looked beautiful that night, but it ended up getting covered by clouds, so he said it was a shame. Then Shiki tried to ask Mikado to listen to him, even just for a moment, but Mikado immediately shut him down and told him to stop. He said they weren't there to talk, but Shiki answered that talking was exactly why he came, because everything was just a misunderstanding, and he hadn't done anything wrong. Still, Mikado didn't believe that it was just a misunderstanding and sarcastically commented how convenient that excuse was. He mocked the idea that burning the hospital, trying to kill a child, and wiping out an entire gang were just misunderstandings on Shiki's part, then asked if Shiki was screwing with him. The child of the Kishin responded that Mikado had it all wrong, because he had tried to stop all of it, but every time he arrived, he was already too late. Not far from them, in a building across the rooftop where Shiki and Mikado were, Masumi was watching the two of them. He complained that he hated being on recon and rescue duty. He even brought up that it would have been better if he was a little closer, but if he did that, his cover might get blown. That was all because of Mikado, whom he said had freakishly sharp senses. Mikado was strong, and if he ended up needing to rescue Shiki, he wasn't sure he could get away in one piece. Then we go back to the two, and Mikado said that every single action Shiki took only proved his guilt. He claimed that he tried to believe in Shiki all the way to the end, up until the moment he saw him inside the burning gang hideout. Shiki still tried to plead with him to hear him out, and from how loudly he was yelling, the veins were starting to show on his face. Even so, Mikado said he was done listening, and called himself a fool for ever trusting Shiki. What made him the angriest, he said, was how Shiki used him to kill a kid and a gang. The rage was clear in his glowing eyes, the result of the thoughts Shinya had planted in his head. He was clearly brainwashed, and he added that Shiki trampled on the feelings of others and committed a grave sin. As he said that, black bacteria began coming out from his body, and Masumi, watching nearby, looked excited for the brutal fight that was about to unfold. Shiki was stunned by the weapons Mikado created using his black bacteria. He had formed several guns that float around him, and that was called Yamada no Orochi. When Shiki saw the 4 guns Mikado brought out, he realized that Mikado was now using firearms. He tried to stop him since he hadn't finished talking yet, but Mikado began his attack anyway. Bullets rained down on Shiki from all directions, yet not one of them hit him. His face showed his irritation, while Mikado said he missed on purpose, since there was still one last thing Shiki needed to do before dying. He wanted him to confess his sins and apologize, and he told him not to take his lies with him to the grave. That only made Shiki even angrier, and he snapped, telling Mikado not to mess with him. He also made it clear that he wasn't going to apologize, since he had done nothing wrong. Mikado clearly heard Shiki's words, and he didn't like them one bit. He said he had lost all hope for Shiki and rained down more bullets on him. Shiki dodged quickly, and his face clearly showed his frustration with what Mikado had done. He couldn't believe that his friend was seriously trying to kill him, and that's when he thought that maybe he needed to calm Mikado down, or they'd be forced to fight for real. Then out of nowhere, Mikado asked if back then when they first met, is the reason Shiki got close to him in the first place was because he knew he was a Momotaro. Shiki was shocked by the question and told him it wasn't true. But Mikado, already brainwashed, only became more irritated and said he couldn't even believe the words coming out of Shiki's mouth anymore. At that moment, Shiki's eyes widened, as he realized from Mikado's expression that it was already too late. No matter what he said, Mikado would just think he was lying, to the point that he would question even how they first met. Shiki admitted that he could see just how Mikado had come to distrust him, ever since he caught him in that burning gang hideout. But had Mikado really lost all faith in him? Soon enough, Shiki figured it out. Deep down, Mikado no longer saw him as a friend, but as an enemy. Then Mikado said it didn't matter anymore if Shiki apologized or not, because he could send him straight to the depths of hell in a heartbeat. He could atone for his sins in hell. So hearing that, Shiki snapped. His friend wouldn't even listen to him. So he bit his finger and remembered what his sensei Mudano once told him, that if he was weak, no one would listen to him. That became his motivation for this fight, and he told Mikado that he finally got it, that he is never going to hear him out, so they should just fight already. As he said that, blood poured from his finger. Using it, he formed his signature M4, and he declared he'd knock some sense back into Mikado. Meanwhile, Masumi continued watching them closely and said the feudal struggle had begun. As he said that, Shiki charged forward, leaping bravely toward Mikado, ready to face off against 4 Momotaro guns with only one his own. He said he would force his way until Mikado listened to him, but his friend replied that he was fed up with his nonsense and pointed all his guns at him. The frustration could be seen clearly on Shiki's face, along with the growing irritation from being ignored by Mikado, and so he pointed his weapon at his friend. Mikado, on the other hand, had turned all his guns into limb-like extensions, making him look like Dr. Octopus. He faced Shiki without a hint of fear, even with a smug expression on his face. Then, he used his guns as legs and moved like Dr. Octopus. Suddenly, he fired those very same weapons on the ground, causing it to launch himself into the air. Shiki was shocked that Mikado used his guns to launch himself, and even more stunned by his friend's speed. In the middle of Mikado's rapid movement, he pointed a finger at Shiki, which signaled another wave of gunfire directed at him. Meanwhile, Masumi thought Mikado was really something else, able to move incredibly fast, while precisely aiming at Shiki. Masumi added that Mikado's abilities and skills as a Momotaro agent were top-notch, and that his ability to control 4 guns simultaneously was bad news. If Shiki didn't keep moving, he would end up looking like Swiss cheese, so he said things weren't looking good. Right after saying that, Shiki was hit 3 times in his left arm, making him panic since he was already running away from Mikado's line of fire. Masumi then explained that because Mikado had control over many guns, he could anticipate where Shiki would go and shoot him there. That meant that Shiki had nowhere left to run, since Mikado could shoot him no matter where he moved. At that point, Shiki collapsed, and even he started thinking the situation had taken a dark turn. Still, Mikado didn't let up, aiming various guns at him. In response, Shiki placed his M4 in front of his body. This was followed by a massive explosion from the simultaneous gunfire from Mikado's weapons, and it turned out that Shiki had used his gun as a shield. Mikado remarked that Shiki was nothing but a sitting duck, and warned him that he could still increase the output of the attacks. After saying that, he bombarded Shiki with rapid fire from his MP9. All the bullets hit Shiki's M4, slowly breaking it down, and he realized that Mikado hadn't even gone all out yet. He was also struggling to stay on the ground, getting pushed back by the endless barrage of bullets. Due to Mikado's ability to control and regulate the output of his multiple guns instinctively, Masumi figured he must be one of those prodigies, people who were born on a league of their own. As for Shiki, at this rate, his weapon would be destroyed, so he thought he needed to find a way to fall back and repair it. At that moment, he was shocked to realize he had been backed into a corner, and there was nowhere left to run, which frustrated him further. At the same time, Mikado repositioned his guns, bringing them closer to each other, and Shiki thought something bad was about to happen as he aimed his gun at Mikado. Suddenly, he released a massive blast towards Mikado, and he was completely taken aback, thinking that was too much. According to Masumi, Shiki had no control over his powers and would quickly run out of blood from what he was doing. Then Shiki asked if he had managed to hit Mikado with that intense attack, but to his surprise, Mikado had vanished in front of him once the smoke cleared. He wondered where his opponent went, so he looked around, and when he looked down at the floor in front of him, he saw Mikado's shadow indicating he was behind him, prompting him to immediately turn around. Mikado was floating mid-air, using one of his guns embedded into a building to support himself. Then, he aimed his remaining 3 guns at Shiki and told him he was incredibly weak. He followed that up with a barrage of bullets, and most of them hit Shiki. Because of that, Masumi thought the vast difference between the two meant Shiki had no chance of winning, especially since blood was already pouring from his mouth due to the number of bullets hitting him. He could barely stand anymore, and his eyes turned completely white. He thought he would have died if not for Oni regeneration. Furthermore, he believed it was unfair that Mikado could control 4 guns at once and considered it cheating to use them like limbs. They could both use guns, but Shiki couldn't summon more than one. While thinking about that, he kept running from Mikado's gunfire. Then it hit him. He questioned himself. Why did he ever thought that he could only bring out a single gun? Just because Mikado could summon 4 didn't mean he couldn't too. That frustrated him, and he called himself a dumbass, realizing he had been setting limits on himself. He knew Mikado was stronger than him, but the real problem was that he was the one limiting himself. According to Masumi, the difference between Mikado and Shiki was clear, yet the fire on Shiki's eyes refused to die out, even when all the odds were stacked against him. Shiki removed the glove on his left hand, and once it was off, he threw it aside and bit down on his thumb. He said he would show Mikado that he could wield multiple guns just as skillfully as he can. While doing this, Masumi thought that surely Shiki doesn't think he can bring out more than 1 gun. However, Shiki was forcing himself to generate a gun on his left arm, but no matter how hard he tried, he just couldn't do it and grew frustrated. Still, he kept trying even though he was clearly struggling, and since he was just standing there attempting to create a gun on his left arm, Mikado started shooting at him again. He was shocked by this, so he ran to avoid the bullets. At the same time, he was wondering why he couldn't bring out a gun from his left arm, since he had already done it with his right and thought it would be just like that. Then Masumi called Shiki a dumbass and pointed out that Shiki didn't realize that summoning multiple guns wasn't easy, just like how having a dominant hand works. Even if it's a controllable body part, things written with a non-dominant hand never look as good. No matter how much effort a person gives, if the body isn't trained to do something, the result won't be good right away. He said that for weapon conjurers to control multiple weapons, they first needed to practice with actual objects. On top of that, they needed massive amounts of willpower, concentration, and imaginative ability. He also explained that while Oni blood and Momo bacteria differ slightly, their overall concept is fundamentally similar, and even just thinking about it sends a shiver down his spine. For someone young who had already mastered multiple weapon control like Mikado, it's as if he could juggle 4 knives while balancing on 4 stacked balls on a tightrope, and he could do that as naturally as breathing. It was obvious that Shiki was struggling hard at that moment, and he was also visibly irritated while using his M4 as a shield, trying to figure out what to do next. He tried his best to find a solution to his situation, but after a while, he burned out from overthinking. He gave up because he couldn't figure out how to summon a gun from his left arm. According to Masumi, no matter how hard Shiki tried to think, he wasn't the type to rely on his brain, and even said that when you multiply 0 brain power by anything, the result would still be 0. Then we go back to Shiki, who decided to fight back for now. So he pointed his gun at Mikado, but the Momotaro agent was 1 step ahead and whipped out a limb that knocked the gun of Shiki. He immediately realized that this was bad for him, because he is going to get shot. To stop that from happening, he stomped hard on the ground, launching debris everywhere. Mikado instantly recognized it as a defensive screen, but said it was useless and started moving. He leapt from debris to debris that Shiki had scattered with his stomp, so Shiki was shocked at how fast Mikado moved, and before he could react, Mikado's knee had already slammed into his face. He was launched forcefully across the floor from Mikado's flying knee attack, and Mikado told him to just accept his defeat and promised to give him a clean death since they used to be friends. Meanwhile, Shiki was coughing from the impact of Mikado's knee hitting his face and said it really hurt. At that moment, he noticed something off to the side, and it happened to be a small rock. He quickly picked it up, prompting Mikado to wonder what he was doing. Shiki thought the rock looked like a gun and felt good to hold, and to him, it was better than nothing. Because of this, Mikado assumed Shiki was laughing and plotting something. Masumi commented that what Shiki was doing wasn't bad, saying that having something that resembled what you wanted to materialize was better than having nothing, and he added that Shiki was the kind of person who learned more through feeling. Still, even if the rock felt good in Shiki's hand, no gun appeared from his left arm, so he wondered what Mikado was doing differently to summon multiple guns simultaneously, and how he even does that. Mikado said he had no idea what Shiki was trying to do, but he hated being cruel to the weak. As he said that, he brought out 6 guns. Masumi was shocked that Mikado could wield 6 guns at once and realized that 4 wasn't his limit. Meanwhile, Shiki laughed, smiling as he was still utterly amazed at Mikado, who said Shiki was already beaten up. He told him that if he surrendered quietly, he'd make sure his corpse would end up nice and tidy, since they wouldn't be able to bury anything if there were nothing but ashes. Hearing that, the smile on Shiki's face turned to a fierce grin, and he shouted that he didn't want that. He wasn't going to let anything happen to him unless he was the one who decided it. In response, Mikado said Shiki didn't even know how to surrender and aimed all 6 guns at him. Shiki replied that Mikado was the same way and bravely aimed his M4 at him. That was followed by a massive explosion, while down below, people were walking along the street. They felt the tremor caused by the intensity of the two's fight, and someone even asked if it was an earthquake. When the smoke cleared, Shiki was still standing, and he thought to himself that the situation was rapidly worsening. His M4 was gone, and he couldn't feel his right arm anymore. For Masumi, it was clear Shiki's regeneration couldn't keep up, so he said he needed to make his move, and while saying that, he slit open his thumb. Meanwhile, Shiki was questioning what he would do if he could no longer stand, but he forced himself to keep going. Then suddenly, a shot hit his right cheek and tore through it. As he was falling, he asked himself if this was the end for him. A loud thud echoed when he hit the ground, and Mikado told him that he already said he was weak. He added that this was always bound to happen, and pointed an AK feet ends here, and then shot his former friend without emotion or a hint of warmth. Let's go back a bit to the past, right after Mikado said farewell to Shiki. At that moment, Shiki wondered if that was the end for him, because for him, everything seemed to be in slow motion, even Mikado's hair. Because of that, he started questioning himself what was the point of trying so hard. Why did he have to fight Mikado, and why did he force himself to bring out another gun? He couldn't understand the point of everything he did, especially since Mikado wasn't going to trust him anyway, and there was a muzzle pointed at him at that moment. He thought maybe he just looked really stupid, and to him, he could still fight, if only he had a gun, even if he couldn't do what Mikado was doing. Even if he just does things his way. And while he was thinking that, Mikado was already firing at him. He saw the bullet slowly approaching him, and as it was happening, he started to understand that he had been in awe of him. He had been awestruck by the strength of Mikado, because even though they were both capable of using guns, Mikado was on a whole different level. He realized, just like Masumi had, that there is a clear difference between him and Mikado in experience and skills. He accepted that he wanted to be like his enemy, because if he had been like him, maybe the whole mess wouldn't have happened. If he had been like him, maybe there would be one less child like Mei, and maybe his father wouldn't have had to die. That moment became a massive realization for him, because at that moment, he knew exactly what he wanted to do. He wanted to become stronger, and because of the overwhelming passion behind his desire, his heart literally ignited, triggering his Kishin powers for the second time in his life. For him, if only he had the strength, he could end everything once and for all. And while he was thinking that, Mikado's black bacterial bullet was getting closer to his heart. He didn't just want to become strong. He wanted to be strong, just like Mikado. And at that moment, the fiery passion in his heart melted the bullet Mikado had fired at him, But the burning didn't stop there, because his whole body was engulfed in flames, as he pushed his will even further, wanting to surpass Mikado. Smoke begun to engulf the place, covering the rooftop they were on. Shiki stood up again and told Mikado that he was truly happy because their encounter made him realize that he wanted to become stronger, even stronger than him, and he had already materialized a weapon for both arms. Because of that, Mikado realized that he is now seeing the power of the Tougen Anki, while Masumi smiled, clearly impressed that Shiki managed to create 2 guns, who looked utterly shocked at what he had accomplished. According to him, when Mikado pointed a gun at him, he noticed the attention to detail in its construction. It wasn't something that came from a vague idea, because it required imaginative power to make it from scratch. He never expected that having experience in disassembling airguns would actually help. Even so, he had only managed to create 2 guns, so he asked himself if Mikado was some kind of monster for being able to summon so many. Meanwhile, Masumi came to the realization that Shiki really did possess the power of Kishin, and as long as Shiki got used to it, that power would be his for the taking. As for Mikado, he wondered what is to come, because just by looking at Shiki, he could already feel a menacing air, as if Shiki's blood was boiling. Still, he said they'd see what Shiki would do in response, and after saying that, he pointed a finger gun at Shiki and fired his guns again at the Oni student, telling him that his Kishin powers weren't enough to make him run from him. He kept firing relentlessly at Shiki, and as a result, smoke returned, and he looked around to see where Shiki had gone, but Shiki was no longer in front of him, as he had jumped high into the air, and Mikado knew it from the reaction on his own face. He quickly turned to Shiki, who told him to block like his life depended on it, as the flaming guns pointed at him. Shiki simultaneously unleashed mega blasts with his guns, and the smug, confident look on Mikado's face vanished, replaced by a hint of fear and unease. He used his 6 guns as a shield against Shiki's massive attack, and because of that, his guns began to slowly break apart. He could feel his body melting, and on top of that, the floor he was standing on began to crack. It wasn't long before a hole opened up in the ground, and he fell through. Because of that, a lot of debris fell, and the people below once again felt the ground trembling. Back to Mikado, who was now irritated, because he felt he had been burned from the inside out, and his guns were gone. He took off his coat, and thought that if he underestimated Shiki, he'd get scorched. So from that moment on, he decided to go all out, and at the same time, he was doing something to his wrist. Then Shiki apologized for making him wait, and said he probably bored him with how weak he was. Now, he said, they could finally fight fair and square. At that moment, Mikado was bathed in moonlight like a spotlight, as if the heavens were going to take him already. As for Shiki, he felt good because he was now using the power of Kishin in a different way than he did in Kyoto. Back then, he had been filled with hatred from the bottom of his heart, but now, he was happy because he felt like he was finally getting close to catching up to Mikado. Then he told Mikado not to die on him, and teasingly called him a friend, but Mikado didn't agree that their fight was going to be fair, so he called that a joke, and told Shiki he was going to put him back in his place. As his next move, Mikado suddenly sprinted forward, thinking the best course of action was to get out of the line of fire between him and Shiki during their gunfight. He smashed through the window and jumped out of the building. Next, he embedded some of his bacteria guns into the concrete below, using them as limbs to climb up the building walls. Mikado's plan was to approach from the other side of the building, staying out of Shiki's range, but he was shocked to see that Shiki was already right in front of him. He asked how that was even possible, unable to believe that Shiki was also capable of clinging to and standing horizontally along the building's walls. Masumi, who was watching everything unfold, was impressed by Shiki after noticing that he was melting the concrete beneath his feet to create footholds. Shiki readied himself to strike again and pointed both his rifles at Mikado, all while still unable to believe what he was doing himself. Then, he fired his dual rifles, releasing massive fireballs. Mikado managed to somersault away, dodging the fireballs that destroyed windows and shattered the concrete he stood on. Mikado acknowledged Shiki's powerful firepower, but because he was overdoing the output, it was making his aim too easy to read. Shiki couldn't believe what Mikado just said and started to get anxious about the incoming counterattack. According to Mikado, That was the reason his attacks were so easy to dodge, and he opened fire. Shiki ran down the side of the building quickly to evade the trajectory of the bullets. As he ran, he deeply contemplated Mikado's words, realizing he needed to control his power output. He questioned if he could actually do it, then reaffirmed to himself that he could. He believed all he had to do was visualize it, every detail of it. He tried to do exactly that, convincing himself it was possible. With his next attack, he released smaller fire bullets that were harder to see and had more focused projectile damage. Thanks to this adjustment, he managed to hit Mikado on the left shoulder. But what made the attack even more devastating was the Kishin fire embedded in the Oni blood bullet that struck Mikado. This made Mikado worry about Shiki's firepower, even when controlled. Watching Shiki's rapid progress in combat, Masumi understood that he was the type of fighter who relied on intuition. Some fighters use their heads and catch on to new skills quickly, but their growth tends to plateau. On the other hand, intuitive fighters take longer to master a skill, but once they do, their growth rapidly accelerates. And it gets even faster when their growth is triggered by a true friend. Someone like Mikado is to Shiki. Shiki expressed joy and pride in fighting Mikado, prompting Mikado to tell him it was too early to celebrate. Then, Shiki was startled when all of Mikado's guns suddenly disappeared. What shocked him even more was Mikado pulling out an RPG launcher as his next weapon. Shiki instantly dashed up the building, afraid of being hit. When Mikado launched the RPG, Shiki panicked and felt immense pressure, but he still managed to grab the edge of the rooftop and propel himself upward to avoid it. He barely made it and let out a relief that was close as he saw the rocket fly past him into the sky. But when it suddenly stopped midair, his fear spiked. The RPG redirected downward toward him, and he had no choice but to tank the explosion. He coughed in pain, realizing too late that it was a homing missile. Still, he refused to give up just because of that. Mikado wondered why Shiki hadn't responded. He didn't expect to take Shiki down with just one hit. But when he looked up into the distance, he saw Shiki looking down at him while dropping a bomb. Startled, Mikado dodged the explosion easily, but questioned why Shiki had aimed directly in front of him. Then Shiki jumped from the rooftop with immense speed, using his descent as acceleration for a powerful dropkick straight at Mikado. Even though Mikado blocked with his arms, the impact still hurt. Afterward, Shiki cursed because he hadn't thought about falling midair after his attack, but thankfully, he managed to grab Mikado's RPG launcher. Mikado was furious and swung the launcher hard to send Shiki flying. As Shiki fell again, he felt a strange joy in his heart. He was happy seeing himself grow stronger bit by bit, and even happier that his motivation to grow came from Mikado. So, Shiki brought out his dual rifles again and pointed them behind him. He caught Mikado's attention and said that with him around, he could reach even greater heights. Then, he fired a massive burst of flames from the rifles, using them like turbo boosters while aiming his foot forward for a kick. As his foot neared Mikado's face, he added that he hoped Mikado felt the same way. Shiki's dream was that one day, the two of them would look back on this battle and laugh about it. The impact of the kick shattered the glass behind Mikado, causing a massive explosion inside the building. Shiki followed it up by saying that someday, they'd have drinks together and laugh about all the dumb stuff they did today. He believed that if they were both thinking the same thing, then that meant their fight had become a good one. As he said this, Shiki sat in the president's office chair with a smile, watching Mikado struggle to stand. The Kishin fire on Shiki continued to burn brighter as he said he hadn't even reached his maximum capacity. From a distance, Masumi started to grow concerned over what he was seeing from Shiki. He knew Mikado was a prodigy, which was exactly why he was always bored. Nothing ever excited him because of his unrivaled strength. But everything changed when he met Ichinose Shiki. Because of their battle and what Shiki said, Mikado could only comment that Shiki must be insane for laughing during a fight like this. Shiki fired back, asking what he was talking about. He knew Mikado was laughing too. And sure enough, Mikado, nose bloodied, was smiling as well. Without a doubt, Shiki had rekindled the fire in Mikado's spirit. The two exchanged glances again, smiling and excited to continue their duel. Their meeting had been by chance, but this encounter was anything but ordinary. They both ran and leapt out of the building to continue their battle along the walls. But for now, Masumi had a question. The first time you meet someone who would later become your close friend, was there anything special about it that you remember? The answer wasn't about how you met, but how you spent time together and what memories you created. As the two prepared to clash again, Masumi was sure that this very moment would become a core memory engraved in their minds forever. But something undesirable was happening to Shiki. His excitement from using the power of the Kishin had reached a point where it started taking over him. Mikado noticed something was wrong with Shiki. Now that Shiki had gone berserk, this memory was no longer going to be a good one. Mikado hadn't expected their fight to end with Shiki going berserk. According to Masumi, Shiki had overused the power of the Kishin and lost control of himself. Mikado immediately retaliated, but just as he aimed his guns, Shiki leapt off the wall and charged at him with a lightning-fast knee strike. The hit to Mikado's chin was powerful and undeniable. Then, Shiki grabbed Mikado's face and threw him with tremendous force into the building's wall. The crash was violent, and 2 blood splatters appeared on both sides of Mikado's head, blood from Shiki. These splatters functioned as large rubber bands, catapulting Shiki toward Mikado. The attack happened so quickly that when it connected, Mikado's body broke through to the other side of the building, shattering glass and debris everywhere. As Mikado fell through the air, nearly unconscious, he realized this Shiki was not the same as before. Then, Shiki tossed a blood rope that latched onto Mikado's lower leg, halting his fall. But the grin on Shiki's face said everything. Mikado's body had become a rag doll in Shiki's hands as he slammed and flung him into the building walls repeatedly like a toy. Afterward, he hurled Mikado high into the air and released the rope. He leapt up after him as Mikado crashed onto the rooftop helipad. In Mikado's mind, Shiki's attacks were relentless. This wasn't just from a berserk Oni, it was a massacre. He no longer believed he was fighting an Oni. He believed he was actually facing a devil. While airborne, Shiki summoned a massive array of different ballistic weapons. Upon seeing them, Mikado lost all hope of winning, assuming this was the end. Shiki fired all the ballistic weapons at once, causing massive explosions across the entire rooftop, so powerful they were visible and audible from down below, where civilians panicked. After the explosion, the rooftop was reduced to ruins, covered in rubble. At the center stood Shiki, staring down at Mikado's wounded body. In Mikado's mind, he had done everything he could to defend himself, but the damage he took was so severe it was a miracle his limbs were still intact. Then, Shiki let out a roar and took a deep breath. He stared Mikado in the eye, making him nervous, wondering what Shiki wanted to say. Shiki said nothing. He simply grinned. But when he opened his mouth, dozens of gun barrels emerged from his throat. Mikado could only ask himself if this was really the end. But suddenly, Shiki stopped. He was about to vomit. And then he did, vomiting blood and collapsing to his knees in front of Mikado. Mikado was confused by what was happening to him. Then, there was a scratchy sound before Shiki managed to utter Mikado's name in fragments. After that, he said, "Kill me." According to him, if Mikado didn't kill him now, Mikado would be the one to die because of him. Shiki continued to speak haltingly in his berserk state, but he still managed to utter and explain to Mikado that he was losing control over himself. He even begged Mikado to hurry and kill him. Then, suddenly, tears began falling from berserk Shiki's eyes as he said he didn't want to kill a friend. Mikado couldn't believe what he was hearing and seeing, and he couldn't say a word in response. Shiki just kept groaning and crying, unable to stop his body from manifesting his signature custom rifle from his right arm once again. So he kept pleading with Mikado to kill him. Mikado was dumbfounded, shocked that Shiki was still conscious in his current state. Then, from one corner, Masumi appeared. He had quickly moved from his position and rushed toward Shiki to kick him hard on the side of the head. Mikado recognized Masumi clearly from their earlier encounter inside the hideout, where he had been with Kagesaki. After landing on the rubble post kick, Masumi immediately called out to Mikado and told him that he would take over in grabbing Ichinose attention for now. While he did that, Mikado needed to prepare himself to shoot Ichinose down. According to Masumi, they needed to prevent the worst-case scenario: Shiki going on a rampage in a city full of civilians. He wasn't interested in Mikado's opinion about it. He just told him to stand up and do as he said. Masumi added that Mikado had to shoot Shiki down as if going for the kill. because if he didn't, they wouldn't be able to stop him. But if Mikado did end up killing Shiki, then Masumi would have to kill Mikado in turn. Mikado commented that Masumi was contradicting himself. Still, he agreed. He didn't want anyone else getting involved either. So he pulled himself together and told Masumi that he could get ready for what he needed to do, but he was asking for just 5 minutes. Masumi responded that they didn't have any time to waste and told Mikado to hurry. Mikado immediately took action, releasing his bacteria while saying, "You don't have to tell me twice." But he also gave Masumi a warning. He couldn't guarantee his safety. Masumi just flipped him off and told him not to get cocky, since he was the one who nearly died just moments ago. Now, Masumi walked toward Shiki, wondering how far a non-combatant Oni could go in this kind of fight. He was getting chills just from the thought. Then, he told Shiki to come at me, if he could still see him, and then activated his invisibility skill. Masumi successfully drew Shiki's attention, and then Shiki suddenly heard a loud snap from the rubble behind him, causing him to quickly shift his aim backwards. He then sensed Masumi and quickly created a grenade launcher, immediately firing at him. But his aim was far off, because Masumi had already returned to his original position. Masumi turned off his invisibility and drew a butterfly knife, aiming to stab Shiki in the back of the neck. But Shiki sensed the attack early and countered by generating a giant head behind him, with a wide mouth and massive teeth. It tried to chomp off Masumi's head, but he dodged easily. Masumi then quickly repositioned himself about 8 meters away, around Shiki's 7 o'clock. According to Masumi, that attack nearly killed him, and since he couldn't close the distance, he decided to go with a lure-in strategy. Still, Masumi admitted that what Shiki was experiencing was incredibly cruel, remaining awake while in a berserk state. While Shiki's body was building up energy for another attack, he pleaded with Masumi to just run away. He didn't want to end up killing him, especially now that his Oni blood had created 2 large Gatling guns. Masumi said this rampage was clearly against Shiki's own will. It would have been better if Shiki had just lost consciousness before going berserk. Masumi recognized that Shiki was pouring all his might and will into resisting his body's urge to go on a rampage. So Shiki just kept telling them to run. But Masumi replied that he wasn't going to let Shiki's efforts go to waste. Meanwhile, after everything Mikado had witnessed, he was becoming emotional himself. He had no idea it was possible for an Oni to stay conscious while in a berserk state. He had never heard of such a thing. The mere fact that Shiki could still cry right now said so much. All this time, Mikado had believed that whenever an Oni went berserk, they simply turn into a mindless weapon of mass destruction. Because of that knowledge, Mikado thought he had always been right in his actions and how he treated Oni. But now he was confused. How could Shiki still cry while berserk? From Mikado's understanding, it meant that Shiki could still think and still feel. So he asked himself, did that mean all the Oni he had killed also had tears to shed? Mikado went pale from the realization. If that were true, then he couldn't even begin to imagine how painful it must have been to be completely powerless while watching yourself hurt others against your will. Mikado couldn't believe that even behind all the pain Shiki was enduring, he still worried about him. And on top of that, Shiki even cried for him. Suddenly, Mikado realized from his early memories of Shiki that he really was an honest and kind person. Even though his consciousness was slipping away while in his berserk state, he still managed to call Mikado a friend. Mikado couldn't hold back his emotions anymore. He started crying, frustrated with himself. He realized how foolish he had been. He even told Shiki that he looked like he was in pain and suffering. Then, instead of addressing him as Ichinose, he called him Shiki-kun, signifying their friendship. While crying, Mikado began preparing his bacteria and told Shiki that he would be the one to release him from his suffering with his own hands. Shiki continued firing his grenade launcher at Masumi, and over time, his aim was getting more precise. Masumi was amazed. Even while invisible, Shiki could still target him using only his instincts. But after dodging Shiki's latest shot, Masumi grew frustrated from waiting on Mikado, as he couldn't keep up with this one-sided fight any longer. Then, he tripped on some rubble and lost his footing. Panic set in. As he was falling out of balance, Shiki quickly sensed his vulnerability. Shiki then summoned 8 missile launchers, and for the first time in their battle, he managed to hit Masumi in the right leg. Masumi was overwhelmed with stress. He slumped onto the rubble, staring at his right leg, which was now missing a foot. He said that losing an arm was one thing, but getting a leg blown off was something else entirely. He no longer needed to wonder whether he could still run. Just standing or walking was now impossible. Mikado saw what happened to Masumi, and he knew that his own end was next, that he was the next one Shiki would finish. But he wasn't ready, and he no longer knew what to do. Meanwhile, Masumi just remained seated, having lost all hope. He didn't even attempt to take any further action. As Shiki aimed his missile launchers at him, Masumi simply said that this was why he hated babysitting. Yet, Shiki still managed to hold himself back from attacking, telling Masumi to run. Masumi could only comment on the shameful state the two of them were in. And before accepting his death, Masumi told Shiki that he shouldn't blame himself for killing him. As Shiki struggled to hold back launching the missiles, Masumi closed his eyes in peace and acceptance. And when the RPGs finally flew toward him, they caused a massive chain of explosions. Chunks of rubble were sent flying from the impact, and Mikado was overcome with worry. But after the smoke dispersed, Masumi opened his eyes in surprise. He was still alive. Then he muttered, "Oh," when he saw that his savior was the umbrella-wielding Oni. His savior even asked, "What's the matter?" Noting the peaceful look on Masumi's face, Mudano told him it was still too early for him to leave this world and apologized for taking so long to show up. Masumi snapped back that Mudano's way of making an entrance was annoying. Masumi said there was no need to explain the situation anymore, and Mudano immediately activated Torrential Rebirth to rain a storm of blood arrows onto Shiki. Mudano added that he could guess what had happened here. Then he looked at Mikado and asked how much longer he planned to wait before firing his weapon. Mikado expressed irritation. Mudano was acting all high and mighty even though he had just arrived. Then, Mikado finally created a massive pulsar plasma cannon, an ultra-advanced piece of tech that looked like it had been borrowed from the future. After aiming it, he had to convince himself to actually pull the trigger on Shiki. He knew that if he didn't end Shiki's life, then Shiki would never be freed from his suffering. So even though he hesitated, Mikado found solace in the fact that at least it would be his own hands doing it. But then, Shiki suddenly uttered Mikado's name, syllable by syllable, while standing still and crying. That made it even more difficult for Mikado. In his mind, he was a failure of a Momotaro for feeling this way. But he also knew that none of that mattered anymore. Not for Oni, not for Momo. What he felt now was for himself, as Momotaro Mikado. So before he fired the pulsar plasma cannon, he pleaded with Shiki, begged him not to die from this attack. The two of them locked eyes while crying. Mikado began charging up the pulsar plasma cannon, screaming loudly and praying in his head that Shiki wouldn't die. Because of the massive destructive power anticipated from the blast, Mudano warned Masumi to get far away so he wouldn't be caught in the explosion. Masumi began limping away, complaining that Mudano had already forgotten he had just lost a foot. Mikado gritted his teeth and shouted, "Don't die," to Shiki as he fired a devastating plasma particle shot at him. The blast was so powerful that Mikado gave it everything he had just to withstand the recoil. As the projectile soared like a shooting star straight towards Shiki, Mikado still managed to utter a stuttering thank you. He watched closely as Shiki took the full brunt of the attack while trying to hold back his tears. And in the end, Mikado gave a genuine smile and simply said to Shiki, "Yeah." The explosion on the rooftop was so intense that it caused a domino effect across the following floors. As the top floors of the building shattered, we also saw one of Shiki's arms and both legs disintegrate within the blast radius. At least 6 floors from the rooftop down were reduced to ashes and rubble by Mikado's pulsar plasma cannon. That attack also drained Mikado of all his energy, leaving him worried about how Shiki was doing. Mudano and Masumi quickly rushed over to Shiki, and upon seeing Shiki's half-dead state, his entire body burned, his hands and one leg gone. Masumi asked Mudano if he thought it was over for Shiki. Mikado couldn't say a word. He was simply overwhelmed with concern for his friend. But as we moved closer to Shiki, we could still hear him gasping for air. Mudano noticed this and realized Shiki was still alive and breathing, though barely. Masumi shouted in disbelief, not expecting it. He even remarked that Shiki was too stupid to die in this state. Mudano said that Shiki's heart rate was now dangerously slow and he urgently needed medical attention. Mikado bowed his head and smiled in relief when he confirmed that Shiki had survived his attack. Then, Kaoru suddenly arrived and apologized to Mudano and Masumi for being late. But Masumi told him his timing was actually perfect. Kaoru was shocked when he noticed Masumi was missing a foot and that Shiki was in terrible condition. Masumi told him they could talk later and ordered him to report on the situation first. So Kaoru gave his report, saying that a large crowd of gawkers had already gathered on the street, which meant the media would be arriving soon. Masumi immediately ordered Kaoru to retrieve Shiki and bring him to the medical unit, which Kaoru did without question. After that, Masumi turned to Mikado and informed him that his senpai was the real culprit behind the recent arson incident, and that Shiki had just been framed. Mikado replied that he already knew the truth. While resting and leaning against the rubble, Mikado explained that the thought had already crossed his mind the moment he first witnessed the power of Anki. He realized that if Shiki had truly been responsible for the incident, the damage from the fire would have been far worse. After hearing this, Masumi ended the conversation and urged Mudano to leave with him. But before they did, Mudano gave Mikado a long look. Mikado spoke and said he had no strength left and couldn't fight anymore. He added that today must be Mudano's lucky day since he could easily eliminate him. But Mudano said he had no intention of killing him. Mikado, dumbfounded, was surprised by Mudano's words, and Mudano, in turn, was surprised by Mikado's reaction. Mikado asked Mudano why he wouldn't do it. As far as he knew, the Oni's goal was to be granted a seat at the discussion table with the Mamatoro. Mudano confirmed this was true, but reasoned that if things came down to it, he wouldn't hesitate to use force. Still, he clarified that wiping out the Momo was never his intention. Mikado was shocked to realize that this was what was truly in Mudano's heart and mind. Then he gave Mudano a serious look and told him that he would have to overcome a major hurdle if he wanted to reach that goal. Mikado further explained that after witnessing Shiki's berserk state, he truly felt the dangers of that power. So if the Oni and Momo were ever going to peacefully coexist, they would first need to properly address the issue of the Oni's berserk state. Mudano replied that he was already aware of that, and that it was exactly what made things so complicated. Mudano was about to leave when Mikado begged him to wait a moment. He asked him to please tell Shiki that he was sorry. He wanted Shiki to know that he wanted to apologize. But Mudano said the apology would be meaningless if it didn't come from Mikado himself. Mikado reasoned that he didn't know how to face Shiki, especially after all the terrible things he'd done. He believed that Shiki wouldn't want to see him ever again. That's when Mudano told Mikado that even if Shiki was an honest-to-goodness idiot, he still had an accurate grasp of people's emotions. What truly mattered now was how Mikado would decide to face Shiki. And just before disappearing, Mudano clarified that what he meant was, he wouldn't apologize to Shiki on Mikado's behalf. Mikado silently reflected while leaning on the rubble. Then he looked at his hand and thought about the coexistence between the Momo and Oni. In that moment, he remembered the image of the berserked Shiki crying. So he stood up and faced the new morning, its light shining across his face. He clenched his fist and wondered what he could do to help achieve that goal. Meanwhile, in the battle between Kugisaki and Shinya, after the shock of the explosion and once the smoke dispersed, we saw Shinya laughing. He came out of the blast unscathed and called Kugisaki a dumbass for threatening him while trying to act cool and composed. The explosion in that room came from tiny bombs Shinya had planted beneath the tiles. And because the bombs were small, the blasts didn't hit Shinya, even though they were powerful enough to obliterate an entire leg. Shinya had originally planned to kill Kugisaki, but now his only priority was to escape. He'd come back for him after recovering. But before Shinya could get away, Kugisaki suddenly appeared beside him, his hand already near Shinya's neck. Shinya was caught off guard, and in a single, lightning-fast motion, his throat was slashed. Blood began to drip from the wound, and then it gushed out in heavy spurts. Shinya immediately clutched his neck to try and stop the bleeding, but it was no use. Kugisaki told him he really was a piece of work, and that this was exactly how he figured him out. According to Kugisaki, scumbags like Shinya always had a trick up their sleeves. With so much blood lost, Shinya's body weakened to the point where he collapsed to the floor. Kugisaki smiled in satisfaction as he watched Shinya struggle to breathe and drown in his own blood. He said too many people had been caught up in Shinya's mess and mocked them all. This, he declared, was Shinya's punishment for everything he'd done. Then, as he watched Shinya writhe in pain, he said he was pathetic, but at least he still had a chance to repent in hell. Shinya looked up at Kugisaki with a face full of fear, anxiety, stress, and rage. He hated the way Kugisaki stared at him. He absolutely didn't want to die, not here, not now. But he couldn't breathe, and that was a huge problem. He asked himself if he was really going to die like this. He couldn't accept that this was how things would end. In his mind, he didn't want to die, not before climbing the ranks, not before proving himself to the bastards who had always looked down on him. Now let us shift to Shinya's backstory. The life of a person is predetermined by the cards dealt to them by the gods at the moment of their birth, and the cards one receives cannot be exchanged with anyone else. Some are dealt cards that grant an abundance of talents, and they use these gifts to ensure a smooth path through life. On the other hand, there are people like Shinya, those who were given cards devoid of gifts, talent, or even strength. Because of this, Shinya believed the gods had neglected him from the very day he was born. According to him, the stark contrast in this reality was crystal clear within the hierarchy of the Momotaro Corporation. As a Momotaro without talent or strength, the highest achievement someone like him could attain was to remain a lower-class Momo. On his very first day of joining the Momo Corp, his senpai told him outright that he should just stay in the back and serve as support during missions. To Shinya, that was equivalent to saying he would never rise above his current low rank. He remembered very clearly the gifted comrades who stood out from day one. They were always the ones in the spotlight during combat operations, and they all went on to have illustrious careers. Meanwhile, Shinya remained in the background, both literally and figuratively, watching, offering support, and barely achieving anything. In fact, he achieved almost nothing. Because of that, he was constantly mocked and manipulated by the talented youths of his generation. Every day, he endured the ridicule and condescension of his comrades. They didn't even bother to remember his name. So during those times, Shinya made a vow that someday he would return the humiliation they had given him. For someone like Shinya, who had no talent, he needed to work harder than anyone else to pull it off. First of all, to jumpstart his plan, he had to apply for his ability to be made confidential. It was a risky move, one that could backfire the moment someone else, even if just another Momotaro were to find out about this, it'd be a problem. Many others applied for confidentiality and undisclosed status for their powers too, with only a few higher-ups being informed. But the next step was the most crucial of all. Shinya had to develop his ability even further. He needed to increase his endurance and the number of people he could observe using his vision. His training was so intense it made him cry tears of blood. And while he shed blood, he witnessed the effortless rise of those damned bastards who had combat-suited abilities. People like Tsukiyomi, Mikado, and Osuke. Over and over again, he grumbled to himself about this and about his vow to one day prove them all wrong. The very jealousy and bitterness he suffered from day to day became the driving force that kept him moving forward. He went through trials where he had to confront the limitations of his own ability and calculate exactly how to maximize the utility of his surveillance powers. He devoured countless books on psychology, mind control, and any subject he thought might help him. He spent sleepless nights and restless days studying. But one day, halfway through his journey, he hit a wall. He realized the limits of his own ability. To Shinya, the saying, "the gods never give a person trials they cannot overcome," was utter bullshit. Because, in the first place, the gods never gave him even a single chance. If gods truly existed, they had never paid him any mind. So Shinya interpreted his situation as one where his destiny lay solely in his own hands, and it was fine to dirty them if it meant getting what he needed, because no one would know. He crossed the line many times just to get ahead. He used everything he could get his hands on, private information, secrets, weaknesses, all to manipulate people, whether they were civilians or not. He didn't care if they died for his goals and motives. The moment he first dirted his hands, there was no turning back. But he never regretted a single thing he did, because if he hadn't done those things, he would have never gotten anywhere. And in the end, all his hard work paid off. He managed to climb the ranks and eventually became a commanding officer, years after his former comrades had told him he and his ability were worthless. And those same comrades who once looked down on him now served under him. For the first time, Shinya tasted the sweet flavor of revenge, with those people now eating from the palm of his hand. But even after achieving that, he still hadn't proven to all the bastards how wrong they were. He needed to climb even higher, and then even higher still. That was the thought that never left his mind from that time on. And even now, that remained his ultimate goal, despite the fact that he was now on the verge of death from the throat-slash Kugisaki had given him. In his mind, he cursed that brat Kugisaki for getting in his way. His plan could have gone smoothly otherwise. To him, Kugisaki was just like the talented bastards he used to resent, just like Mikado, who had quickly climbed the rank of deputy, while Shinya had to dirty his own hands just to get to where he was. Shinya was filled with bitterness toward talented individuals who could crush the dreams of those not as gifted as them, people like him. In the heat of that emotion, all he wished for was to get what he wanted, especially since he had worked so hard for it and strived so fiercely despite having no talents. While crawling and crying in bloody desperation, Shinya believed he just needed to dirty his hands a little more. He tried to speak to the gods in his mind, telling them he believed even their injustice must have limits. He confessed that he had to sully his hands while the gifted moved forward unscathed. He screamed desperately at the gods, asking them what he was supposed to do. Then he became honest with them, and more importantly, with himself, about his true desire. He wished he had been born among the gifted, blessed with talent. He wept deeply as he said this, almost as if begging. Kugisaki, however, refused to look at or face Shinya, and simply left him to bleed out on the floor alone. But Shinya called out to him, vowing that their next encounter would not end like this. He swore that in his next life, he would possess overwhelming power. After declaring this, Shinya's hand, which he had been trying to raise, shook from exhaustion, then dropped to the ground. Moments later, the night deepened, and he remained face down, motionless. And at the break of sunrise, someone finally came for him. It was none other than Mikado. Apparently, he had come straight here right after the battle with Shiki, but he was already too late to find Shinya alive. He said that if only he'd had the presence of mind, he would have noticed sooner that everything was Shinya's doing. Mikado admitted that he had come to realize his own weakness. He also realized that what Tsukiyomi had foretold earlier about what he needed to let go of, it wasn't about Shiki. It was about his senpai, Shinya. Shinya's criminal actions were unforgivable, and Mikado hoped he'd feel regret for them in the afterlife. Then, Mikado began to walk away. But he paused for a moment to tell Shinya the truth about how he viewed him. In his eyes, Shinya had looked splendid as he forced his way to the top. It was a shame he had died without ever learning one crucial truth. He was the beacon of hope for all the talentless Momotaro. There was no other Momotaro like him who had the courage to climb the ranks and become a successful commanding officer of a combat unit. He may not have walked a path of dignity, but he never took his eyes off the top. At his funeral, the Momotaro remembered him as a man who struggled onward despite lacking talent. Officially, Momoiwa Shinya was declared killed in action at the age of 28. Now, we shift to the Oni Medical Unit base, located within yet another network of underground hideout tunnels. Inside the emergency room, the medical team was discussing Shiki's critical condition, his pulse and breathing weakening, with heavy bleeding and grave injuries. Meanwhile, Yoroshi was close to losing his left arm completely. He had lost so much blood in the battle that even a transfusion might not be enough to save him. Outside the door, the entire team waited anxiously, listening to the panic inside as the medical team operated. Kaoru's face was full of concern as he told Masumi that he himself also needed medical attention. But Masumi replied that the bleeding from his missing leg had stopped and he could wait. Yusurube, overwhelmed with worry, asked if Shiki and Yoroshi would be okay. Kugisaki, meanwhile, expressed his concern by referring to Shiki as a dumbass. He shouldn't die after delivering such a pompous speech. Masumi then called Kaoru and told him he was leaving everything to him as the next commander. He didn't feel like going through the painful turnover process, so Kaoru could do whatever he wanted. Kaoru was shocked and in disbelief at what Masumi said. So Masumi explained the obvious. After losing a leg, he would no longer be able to do field work. He reminded his second-in-command that all Oni had accepted these kinds of risks long ago, and in his case, it just happened sooner than expected. As Masumi said this, solemn expressions were shared by Kugisaki, Kiriyama, Sazanami, Byabugora, Mudano, and Yusurube. Then, suddenly, a man arrived and told Masumi he shouldn't be making so much noise near the patients. Kugisaki and Yusurube were both stunned when they saw who had come. Yusurube even asked what he was doing here. The man simply replied that the answer was easy. He had been summoned to the battlefield. And that man was none other than Kyoya, the commander of the Oni Corp Kyoto branch support unit. Kyoya immediately showed his quirky and jolly side upon arrival, greeting Mudano and even asking the cutie girl Byabugora if she had any injuries. He also asked everyone if they were surprised to see him. He checked on Masumi too, but suddenly screamed in shock when he noticed one of his foot was gone. He asked him what happened. Then Kyoya commented that he had always assumed Masumi was a robot because of his robotic facial expressions. But even now, he still wasn't sure. Masumi smiled at him and said that just like always, he was still annoying and chatty. Mudano shifted the mood to something more serious and asked Kyoya if he had a reason for coming here. Kyoya replied directly and said his purpose was to talk about Shiki's Kishin blood. Suddenly, he overheard the medical team inside the emergency room panicking because they were low on blood. Kyoya commented on the noise and said it sounded like the team behind the door was extremely busy. So he told Masumi he'd take care of his severed leg later and explained that he needed to prioritize attending to their promising young kids, Shiki and Yoroshi. Right after that, Kyoya entered the emergency room and loudly announced his arrival. Then, he began preparing to use his ability and said he would need a lot more blood. So, keep it coming, because he wouldn't let anyone's future get taken away while on his watch. Hours later, we see Shiki suddenly waking up, now fully healed. Even the hair on his head had regrown. He was confused because the first thing he saw was the ceiling of a room that clearly looked underground. When he saw the bed railings, he asked aloud where he was. That's when Kyoya spoke up upon hearing that Shiki was awake. Kyoya looked like a lifeless vegetable, completely drained of blood and energy. He had been thoroughly worn out from using his recovery ability to heal Shiki and Yoroshi. Shiki, shocked by Kyoya's condition, asked him what he was even doing here. Yoroshi, who was apparently already awake, got annoyed with Shiki for being so noisy right after waking up. Shiki then asked why he was here too. Suddenly, they heard the stomps of their friends approaching the room from outside. They could hear them talking. Yusurube immediately asked Shiki if he was okay. Shiki was surprised to see all his classmates there, including Masumi, Mudano, and Kaoru. Yusurube expressed disbelief at Shiki's complete recovery from such a life-threatening injury. Shiki asked if it had really been that bad. Yusurube answered that his appearance had been downright traumatizing. Shiki still didn't know what had happened because the details were fuzzy in his memory. Then he said it felt like his memories were starting to come back, and Masumi's eyes widened. When Shiki fully understood what had happened, his eyes and mouth flew wide open in utter shock as he realized the seriousness of it all. He immediately prostrated himself in front of Masumi, fast and intensely, because he remembered that he was the reason Masumi's leg got obliterated. Yusurube was amazed by how quickly Shiki prostrated, saying it looked like a sliding dogeza. Shiki kept apologizing to Masumi for what he did, while Masumi just kept smiling. Then, using the leg that had once been obliterated and was now recovered, Masumi stepped on Shiki's head while it was still pressed to the floor. While squishing Shiki's head, Masumi said he should be sorry. If it weren't for Kyoya, he would have been using a prosthetic leg for the rest of his life. Then he lifted his foot and said that wasn't the real issue right now. Their actual problem was the fact that Shiki had gone berserk in his last battle. Shiki gulped nervously at Masumi's words. With a terrifying gaze, Masumi told him that he was just one step away from causing massive civilian casualties. And according to Masumi, that was because Shiki was too weak, both physically and mentally. Shiki lucked out by making it through without harming any civilians, but it wouldn't be the same next time. After that, Masumi addressed all of Mudano's students and said this applied to all of them. They should never forget that they possessed power capable of killing people easily. Once they went berserk, they wouldn't be able to control who they attacked. They needed to be fully aware of how terrible the potential of their powers was. So as a solution, they had to grow stronger, to the point where they would no longer need to rely on their berserk strength. Shiki nodded seriously and said, "Got it." Kaoru cheerfully approached Masumi and said it looked like they didn't have to worry about Masumi retiring after all. Masumi laughed at the comment and said, "Just when I thought I'd finally be able to leave." Then Masumi praised Kyoya for how amazing his ability was, since Masumi's previously severed leg now looked brand new. Kyoya explained that his ability to recover was beyond what he expected. That's why Kyoya believed Shiki's Kishin blood played a major role in how he managed to regrow his lost limb. Speaking of the blood of the Kishin, Kyoya told Shiki that the reason he came here was to talk to him about his blood. There were things they needed to discuss in private. Shiki was puzzled. Then someone else approached and said he wanted to hear about it too. It was Kugisaki. He said he was also interested in learning about the blood of the Kishin. Shiki said it was fine to talk about it here, and Kyoya happily agreed. He began the discussion by saying there was a lot they needed to go over. And to start, they first had to understand what the blood of the Kishin actually was. Kyoya explained that the Kishin was the very origin of the Oni. And the Oni who most strongly exhibited traits of the Kishin blood were called the children of the Kishin. One of them was Shiki. Yusurube was amazed and asked if Shiki's parents were Kishin. Shiki said no, but the truth was that he didn't really know anything about his birth parents. Yusurube thought he had offended Shiki and prostrated himself in apology. Shiki, dumbfounded, told him it was fine. Then Kyoya continued explaining. All of them, every Oni, could trace their lineage back to the offspring of the Kishin, meaning they were all related to the Kishin in some way. However, only a few of them get to strongly inherit the blood of the Kishin, and it only appeared once in a blue moon. There was a saying that children of the Kishin were born whenever the Oni were nearing extinction, and that was all they knew about it. Additionally, there were 8 attributes carried by the Kishin bloodlines. Shiki had inherited the flame attribute. Kishin blood was significantly more powerful than regular Oni blood. Many even said it was as strong as the berserk state, if not stronger. Shiki was confused, because from his experience, he felt stronger when he was in his berserk state than when using the power of Anki. Kyoya said that was because Shiki had only managed to use 10% of Anki's total power. Shiki was shocked. Kyoya told him that was normal since Shiki still needed intense training of mind and body to use its full power. Kyoya added that Shiki's regenerative ability was also stronger than most Oni, which allowed his body to fully recover from his previous injury. Yaroshi commented that Shiki was basically hacking, and Kyoya agreed, saying that was exactly right. As a result of possessing this strange power, children of the Kishin were always known for dying young. This power came with a price, a portion of Shiki's lifespan. So he needed to keep that in mind whenever he used the power of Anki. Shiki looked worried, so Kyoya assured him that so far, there were no significant changes to his body or blood work. But if he used the power excessively, it wouldn't be surprising if it killed him within 10 years. So it would be better if he didn't rely on it too much. The faces of everyone in the emergency room were filled with worry. Then the heavy mood suddenly lifted when Kyoya, now back to being jolly, told Shiki that he'd be fine, as long as he didn't rely too much on his Kishin power. Shiki was surprised by how casually Kyoya said it. In Masumi's mind, he understood now that the Momo were targeting the children of the Kishin, which meant that Midano's group would inevitably find themselves in difficult situations where they definitely need to use the Kishin power. Kyoya quickly ended their difficult discussion and simply told Shiki that his health test results were still okay. Shiki remained silent, head bowed, looking depressed. Feeling awkward, Kyoya repeated that Shiki shouldn't worry too much as long as he didn't overuse his Kishin power. But Shiki suddenly spoke up, saying he just remembered something. His vision darkened from extreme anxiety because he remembered being brought to the medical room while completely naked. He was now panicking that everyone had seen his PP. Kyoya had no idea what he was talking about. Masumi asked if Shiki was referring to the smooth as a baby's butt look of his lower half. Shiki screamed in embarrassment at Masumi's teasing. Yaroshi burst out laughing and asked if Shiki really hadn't grown any hair down there yet. Shiki, clearly annoyed, insisted that he had. It just got burned off, that's why it looked like that. Suddenly, Yusurube turned to Biaobugora and randomly said that he also hadn't grown any down there. Then he asked her if she was okay with that. Bialbugora looked confused. She didn't understand what he meant. Everyone else started yelling at Usurube, saying no one needed to know that, and that he should stop harassing Bialbugora. Then Sazanami asked Kiriyama if he wanted to show her his. Kiriyama was just stunned by her question. Shiki, now overwhelmed, ran out of the room crying and shouting, hopeless that anyone would ever want to marry him in the future. Kyoya, now smiling, commented that he was glad Shiki took the bad news so well. Mudano, expressionless and brows furrowed, was speechless at Kyoya. Kugisaki voiced his doubt, questioning if Shiki really had taken the news well. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, we see Shiki bowing his head in front of the mirror above the sink. He clearly wasn't comfortable knowing he might die within 10 years. Suddenly, Shiki's soul almost left his body out of shock when Kugisaki spoke behind him. Kugisaki said it didn't suit Shiki to look so beaten up just because of some bad news like what they just heard. Shiki clutched his chest and told him not to scare him like that. Then he insisted that he wasn't beaten up, just so you know. Kugisaki said he didn't have the power of the Kishin, but even so, he didn't need power like that. He planned to become strong enough to destroy all of Momotaro without it. So he suggested that Shiki should just do the same. Keep training until his own strength was enough that he wouldn't need to rely on the power of the Kishin. Kugisaki added that Shiki was a real idiot for getting so worked up over something that simple. Shiki had no response and was just left speechless, stunned by Kugisaki's words. Kugisaki was about to leave, but stopped and got annoyed when Shiki suddenly asked if he came here just to cheer him up. Kugisaki didn't respond, so Shiki shouted, demanding to know what he was trying to do. Kugisaki finally said of course not. That wasn't why he came. Then he called Shiki a hairless prick and quickly ran off. Shiki, now furious, shouted that he'd kill him. Then he slumped back over the sink, blushing, knowing deep down that Kugisaki was truly a real friend. He muttered, "Shut up, dumbass." Back in the hallway, Masumi was seen talking to Mudano. He asked if they were planning to return to Onigashima now that things in Nerima had settled. Mudano didn't answer, but it was clear that's exactly what he intended to do. Kaoru offered to escort Mudano and his students to the entrance of the hidden passageway. Mudano thanked him. Shiki asked Kyoya if he wasn't going back to Kyoto. Kyoya said no. Shiki asked why and where he was planning to go then. Kyoya flashed a cutesy peace sign and said that from now on, he was going to be Resetsu Academy's new infirmary doctor. He also told Shiki, "See you around." Shiki was completely shocked by this surprising news. That night, the whole gang walked through the park streets of Nerima, and Shiki still couldn't believe that Kyoya was going to be their new sensei at school. Moments earlier, before leaving the hideout, Shiki had commented that Kyoya was the type of guy who'd make a move on a student. Kyoya laughed and nodded in agreement, saying that he got even more excited whenever people told him not to do something. Masumi was happy that Resetsu Academy was absorbing Kyoya, because at least now someone could keep an eye on Shiki. After Kaoru finished escorting the group to the hatch entrance where they could return home undetected, Shiki said goodbye to Kaoru and Masumi with a triumphant smile, hinting that they'd see each other again when they returned to Nerima. Masumi told him there wouldn't be a next time, especially not after blowing off his leg, and walked off with a huge grin. Kaoru apologized for what Masumi said, saying he was just always petty, but they were still welcome to visit anytime. Then Kaoru opened the hatch and wished them well, hoping they'd all stay alive until they could meet again. But before the group could enter the passage, Mudano sensed a hostile presence coming from the trees. Masumi sensed it too and warned Kaoru to stay sharp. When Shiki turned around, he was shocked to find out the presence came from Mikado. Kaoru, filled with hostility, asked what he was doing here. Masumi remarked that maybe it was a mistake to send the whole group off at once. There were too many of them, too easy for Mikado to detect. Masumi asked Kaoru if he sensed any other Momotaro nearby besides Mikado. Kaoru checked and was surprised to find that there weren't any. It was just Mikado, all alone. Masumi couldn't believe it. Then the two friends, Mikado and Shiki, made eye contact. In Mikado's mind, he was glad to see Shiki had recovered well. Shiki happily waved and called out to him, but then stopped mid-wave when he saw Mikado suddenly avert his gaze, looking shy and guilty. Shiki had to think about what to say. Then he shouted at Mikado, telling him to listen. He scolded him, saying they went through a ton of trouble because of his mistake. Shiki admitted that he was wrong too for losing control and going berserk, but it wouldn't have happened if Mikado hadn't done what he did. Shiki knew Mikado was a smart guy and shouldn't be acting so dumb. Then he even called him a dumbass. Mikado felt even more guilty after hearing the painful truth from Shiki. He started thinking about how terrible he was as a friend, how much Shiki had suffered because of him. In his mind, he couldn't even apologize to Shiki. He couldn't even forgive himself. But then Shiki spoke again. He said that during those moments when he was slipping in and out of consciousness, there was only one thing in his mind. Mikado was surprised. Shiki said it was Mikado's voice, loud and clear. That voice made him feel genuinely happy, and some of the tears he shed were actually tears of joy. When Mikado poured out his true feelings, it gave Shiki the strength to resist going fully berserk until the end. So Shiki also apologized for what happened and thanked Mikado for saving him. Mikado was stunned. He bowed respectfully and apologized. In Mikado's mind, he thought Shiki was such a warm person. Shiki just laughed and said, "Don't sweat it." Then the whole group continued their journey, and Shiki waved goodbye to Mikado, saying they'd meet again. As Shiki turned away, Mikado smiled and happily replied, "For sure." Then he started walking back, saying he had a lot more things to take care of. And as he walked, he said he had finally decided what he needed to do. Meanwhile, inside the Nerima Momo hospital, Osuke had just stepped out of the VIP-only room. Tsukuyomi spoke to him, saying it looked like their encounter with Midano's group had ended in a total loss for both of them. Osuke simply responded, "Shut up." But Tsukuyomi teased him more, telling him not to be so testy. That only made Osuke angrier. He insisted that he wasn't acting like that. Tsukuyomi emphasized that they were still lucky to be alive. And according to him, as long as they were alive, they would always have a chance for revenge. And both of them knew that their revenge would be inevitable. As they walked, a young girl bumped into Tsukuyomi in the hallway. He apologized to her and asked if she was okay. The girl didn't speak out of shyness, but her older sister stepped forward and said they were both fine. Tsukuyomi smiled and told them, "That's good," before walking on. As they continued down the hall, we see the two sisters celebrating with their parents. They were the same girls who had been victims of the arson caused by Shinya, and their parents were happy that they ended up safe in the end. Meanwhile, as Midano's group walked through the tunnels on their way home, Shiki yawned and said he just wanted to rest when they got back. Mudano denied his request and said they'd resume training as soon as they got home. Shiki said, "This sucks." Then Yoroshi suddenly asked why they didn't kill Mikado earlier. Yusurube invited Biaobu Gora on a date to Destinyland. Kiriyama turned down Sazanami's offer for an all-nighter massage when they got home. Mudano and Kugisaki, on the other hand, were just annoyed by how overly chatty Kyoya was. And with that, the Nerima arc comes to a close.